So you want to build your own apps and you want to build them from your home in your own time without having to attend class or wade through endless books. You came to the right place. Hello, my friends. My name is Abbas. I'm the creator of the world's best educational app called Master Coding, and I've created this channel to help you learning coding from zero to hero. So if you are looking to learn coding, you came to the right place. Hit subscribe to get the best tutorials free and keep us making new tutorials. As an overview for the complete Android developer course part 2, we'll go through 6 parts. First part, we'll talk about Jetpack, Android Jetpack intro, architecture components, data binding, building a data binding application, lifecycle aware, building lifecycle aware app, and model view model MVVM. We will move to the next section. It's called Room Database. We will learn about Room Database, building a real node taking app, entity in RoomDB, data access object DAO, Room Database, adapters, main activity RoomDB, and a running node taking application. We'll move to the third part, which is Firebase. We will learn how to connect Android with Firebase, insert data in Firebase, receive data, receive multiple values, receive multiple data, and receive images and text, and build a recycler view application that receives images and texts. We will move also to the fourth segment or section, building real apps. We will learn how to create the WhatsApp cloning, which is a chat app. We will learn a chat application exactly like WhatsApp, and a PDF reader app, a splash screen with animation app. These are real applications. Also, we'll learn about UI, and also we'll create a real applications, especially for UI and material design, button navigation view, furniture store app, fashion app UI, and we will run them all. We will learn about Google Maps, adding Google Maps, adding markers, map click listeners, info windows, polylines, polygons, circles, and stroke pattern. These are what we are going to learn in this part. So, guys, as I told you, your subscribe, your like, your comment will push us making new tutorials and making new videos for free. So, what is Android Jetpack? Recently, Google has announced a set of new libraries for designing Android applications architecture, Android architecture component. So, Android Jetpack is a toolkit that is used by our developers to create Android apps for a short period of time without making much effort. This is the talk of Google. So this pack includes libraries and special guide. Jetpack has specific component that connects and so-called support library, and there are 4 categories that are formed from components mentioned below, like architecture, UI, foundation, and behavior. We will learn every component in details, so make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow our tutorials, and download Master Android application from Play Store. And this is our channel, Master Coding channel. So, Android Jetpack. So, what is Android Jetpack? As I told you, it is divided to 4 components. It is the architecture component. It consists of or including data binding, life cycles, live data, navigation, paging, room, view model, and work manager. The UI component including the animation and transitions, auto, TV, where, images, fragment, layout, palette. The foundation section consists of app compact, Android KTX, and multi-text and test. Behavior, download manager, medium playback, permissions, notifications, sharing, and slices. Now, the architecture component, which we are going to concentrate on it. This is the main or the best section that we are going to concentrate and master, because it consists of very amazing and powerful improvements in the Android coding. So, what is Android architecture? Android architecture components are a collection of libraries that help you to design robust, testable, and maintainable apps. Start with classes for managing your UI component lifecycles and handling data persistence by watching the next couple of videos in our channel. So, you will learn the basics of putting together a robust app with a guide to app architecture, and you'll learn how to manage your app's lifecycle using the lifecycles aware component, which will help you to manage your activity and fragment lifecycle, survive configurations changes, avoid memory leaks, and easily load data into your UI. Next, we will move to live data, and we'll learn how to use this live data to build data objects that notify views when the underlying database changes. And in navigation, we'll learn about how to connect the activities and how we are going to use or master the UX job or career. Now, the view model stores UI related data that is not destroyed on app rotations. So we are going to see or eliminate the problem facing us when rotation changes. So we are going to miss some objects and some UI related data. So view model is a solution. And last, in the architecture, we are going to see how Room database is very important to learn, because Room is an SQLite object mapping library. So we are going to use it to avoid boilerplate code and easily convert SQLite table data to Java objects. If you have been facing some problems in the SQLite and tables and queries, and you are and you want to reduce these boilerplates codes and these vulnerabilities and these bugs, you are going to use Room. I introduced Room because it provides a compile time, checks for SQLite statements, and can run Rx, Java, Flowable, and live data observables. So Room is very important. It's kind of checking the SQLite statement and ensuring that you are not missing any entities, and you are connecting the SQL lite table data to Java objects. And next, when we finish the architecture, we will move to the UI, then the foundation, and the behavior. What are these architecture components and how they work? We will learn through this course with full details and full apps and real apps. Please, if this is your first time here, subscribe below to get the latest tutorials and get informed and benefit from our latest tutorials and our lessons. And you can download Master Android and Master Android app pro apps from Play Store to get these written lessons. And you can subscribe to our Udemy course, a complete Android developer course, and support us with $10. Okay, let's start. Android architecture components. Recently, Google announced a set of new libraries for designing Android apps architecture. These libraries are introduced in the Android architecture component. So, Android architecture components are a collection of libraries that help you to design robust, testable, and maintainable apps. Start with the classes for managing your UI component lifecycle and handle data persistence. Okay. I hope you are safe from coronavirus, because it is a pandemic and globalized pandemic affecting all countries. Okay. Android Jetpack will help you to deal with the challenges you eventually face as an Android developer. Writing boilerplate code, managing activities and lifecycle, surviving configuration changes, or preventing memory leaks. We prefer using these libraries. So, as in progress, in this tutorial we will learn how to create a contact list application using Android Jetpack, which stores information about people that you have met and protect against coronavirus. Create a room database to store and retrieve data, and use the view model to isolate the cases from the view. View data and observe changes using live data, and simplify navigation and data passing with the app using navigation components. So let's boost our coding career using the Jetpack. Please rate us on Udemy 5 stars. So keep making tutorials, and subscribe below. Subscribe and comment below to keep us making new tutorials freely without any payment or anything. Okay, getting started. All Jetpack components are available on Google Maven repository. So open the build.gradle file on your project. Add the Google method repository as shown below in this way. So we are adding the Google under the repositories. You can then add the Jetpack components such as architecture component like live data and view model as shown here. So next videos we are going to see the live data, the view model, the room database, and other architecture components like navigations and data binding. Now, as a general idea or general step, if you want to use any of architecture component, you are going to define the dependencies in the Gradle file and add def lifecycle version 2.2.0. This is the latest version at the time of making this video. Implementation, these are for Kotlin if you are using the Kotlin. So when you see KTX, this is for the Kotlin. Many Jetpack libraries provide Android KTX extensions as shown below above, with lifecycle, live data, and KTX, and lifecycle view model KTX. This KTX extension built upon the Java-based API, taking the advantage of Kotlin specific language features. So if you are using the Kotlin, you can use this. There are four main components, or four components, each with a specific role. So remember, we have the Jetpack. The Jetpack contains an Android architecture component. The Android architecture component contains four specific or components called room, view model, live data, and life cycle. All of these parts have their own responsibilities, and they work together to create a solid architecture. Let's take a look at a simplified diagram of the proposed architecture to understand it better. Okay, this is the activity. We have the activity above. Share its life cycle with view model and observe live data from view model. This will pass the data for life cycle. View model will take or monitor the view's life cycle, providing it with a live data taken from the repository. So the data is here. The view model will take the data from repository and pass it to the live data, which is observable. So in order to understand this concept, remember the activity fragment. We have, it takes life cycle, then the view model will monitor the views of the life cycle, providing it with the live data taken from repository. This takes data from the repository and pass it to the live data, which is observable, and pass it again to the live activity or the fragment. Repository takes and handle persistent data from room, makes calls to web services, and so on. So repository takes data from room, SQL data, or from web services. As a conclusion for this diagram to be understandable, when the activity starts, life cycles will be started again. We started there first, and then the view model will take the data from repository. Repository will take data either from room or web services, then pass it again to the view model. View model will pass live data and pass it the activity of a fragment. Okay, so what are the old mistakes? Until the last Google I/O, the Android system did not recommend a specific architecture for application development. That means that you were completely free to adopt any model out there, either MVP or MVC or MVPP, or even no pattern at all. On top of that, the Android framework did not even provide native solutions for problems created by the system itself, specifically the component's life cycle. What does this mean? We will start with the data binding in the next couple of minutes, and we will learn how these mistakes, the old mistakes, has been recovered by making the data binding, the view model, the live data, and the room database. We will start by the main component or the architecture component first with the data binding. So before we start, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Master Coding, and download Master Android from application from Play Store to get all these lessons written inside this application. Learning about data binding, and then the next tutorial will be making the application that uses the data binding. It is a part of Android architecture components. It's a support library that allows us to bind the UI components in the layout to data resources. And this is done in a declaration format rather than doing it programmatically. So it reduces the boilerplate code a lot. It helps us to keep the code very organized since it has a definite project architecture structure. With the help of data binding, then no more need for of a find view by ID method. It offers flexibility and compatibility, and it is supported API level 14 or higher. View versus data. What is the difference between the view binding and data binding? You may be confused, or you may hear by what view binding and data binding. So what are these and how they differ, and what we are going to use in our architecture components. We have established at this point the calling bind view by ID is not the best approach as it lacks elegance, type, or null safety. So now let's configure out the difference between the view binding API and data binding library. The usability. First of all, using both APIs requires enabling through Gradle. However, generating a data binding class requires wrapping the layout file into a special layout tag for view binding. Changes to the layout file are not required. If you are not understanding, don't worry, we are going to clarify everything in a big a detailed application that go through the data binding and other architecture components. The only difference will be the way the layout is inflated. A view binding class will be auto-generated with the same name as the layout file, but in camel case with the binding suffix appended. So when having a main activity.xml, they will be end up with main activity binding. First of all, val binding main activity binding dot inflate layout inflator and set content binding dot root. After that, we are all set to call views through the binding dot button, binding dot text view, and other widgets. So in this way, we are going to use the data binding. The speed. View binding API is faster than data binding as it is not utilizing the annotations processors underneath. So introducing view binding solves the performance issues. Third, type and the null safety. View binding is a type and null safe as the data binding, so no difference at all. The code. Here is the step by step on how to add the view binding to your applications. First of all, make sure to use Android Studio 3.6 and up to enable it in the Gradle file for this module, Android view binding and enabled equal true. Note, you can disable it for a specific layout file by adding this to the root layout tag. Tools, view binding ignore equal true. So if you don't need, first of all, if you need using the view binding, you are going to add at the Gradle file, the module file, Android view model if view binding enabled equal true. If you don't need to use the Android data binding in a specific layout, please add the tools dot or 2 points or a view binding ignore equal true. Then a binding class will be auto-generated for every layout XML file you have. You can access it by the name similarly as data binding classes. If you have activity underscore main.xml, then your auto-generator class will be activity main binding. Fourth step, inflate the binding class with the layout inflator. Private result profile binding. On create, we first of all binding result profile binding dot inflate get layout inflator and view equal view binding dot get root and send content to view. Follow the same pattern for the fragment. Use inflator available on create view and just return binding dot root. Start accessing your views. If you have a text view with the ID name, you can access it in this way. Binding.name.text equal master coding channel. In this way, we have implemented the data binding class. In next video, we are going to start with the next component will be the lifecycle aware. But first of all, let's create the data binding application that uses that clarifies all details about using the Android binding. So let's move to Android Studio and start making the data binding application. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to make an app that works with data binding and see how Android architecture component, Android data binding, will be enlisted and implemented in our apps. So, before we start, please like our videos and rate us 5 stars on Udemy and our applications, Android, Master Android and Master Android Pro on Play Store. And please subscribe below to get the latest tutorials if you want to learn Android and other coding tutorials. So let's begin making our application. First, go to Android Studio and create a new project, an empty activity, and rename it as data binding. Now, click Finish and wait for configuration to be finished. Please, if you want these tutorials, written tutorials, please download Master Android and Master Android Pro application from Play Store. Now, let's add, first of all, the dependency. As I told you in the lesson, previously, that data binding, in order to add data binding in Android, we go to the build.gradle at the level of application, and we add this code, data binding enabled equal true. Now let's sync, and configuration successful in 1 second. Everything is good. Okay. And let's move to the main activity. So I will write the steps here. So in order to if you want to download the source code, you can from the comments below and the description below. So I will add these steps to follow them and to know what are the steps exactly, because they are confusing. First step, adding the dependency as we have seen. And the second step is creating the layout. So data binding, as I told you, is the configuration that help us to get rid from find view by ID and the traditional configuration and declaration of widgets. So the text view in this, a very important note, in order to add or in order to use the data binding in a layout, you should mandatory to include all your widgets and all your layout in a layout tag. So data binding will not work if you don't add the layout tag or include your whole layout inside the layout tag. I will show you how to make this. Okay, so I intentionally add the comments to show you if you wanted to the source code to know every step you do or you did in the previous codes, even if you need to make a new updates for your code, to know what really was were you doing. I included the layout here and the layout tag. Okay, and I will add some attributes here. Adding data binding annotation or variable data variables. If you have any questions or if you don't understand, please comment this in the questions or the comments, and we will reply as soon as possible. Our job is to help you learn Android, because we have learned Android and we have tried and have many difficulties in learning Android previously. We need to make Android learning easier and available for everyone freely without paying any money. So if you want to subscribe or to get the source codes, you can go to the Udemy and get them. The link is below. Okay, what are the variables? The variables here are using the grader, which is the type, the package, and dot grader. And the second variable is called presenter, which is the second variable. Now, I will rename the first variable as student data and the second variable as main activity presenter. So these data will get, these variables get their data from the classes that we are going to create in the next couple of minutes. Now, don't be confused. We are creating the layout with data binding configuration, and step 3, we are going to create the views and the widget that use this data binding activity, assigning the variables to the widgets. It's very important step. So get close look. We start making the variables, and let's now create the widgets and assign them to these variables. So I will create linear layout, assigning the width and the height as match parent for the first, and the second also match parent. In the next videos, we are going to copy and paste the layout files, and because in order to save the time, because our main goal is to learn how the Java code will interact with the architecture components and how to use them in the Java codes. So till now, you can make some practice for the layouts by creating the new linear layout. And maybe sometimes Android Studio have some vulnerabilities and some bugs that will show you an error, and there is actually no errors. I'm creating a text view, match parent, and wrap content. Layout activity, center, gravity. If you want to learn about layouts, go back to the course and search about the layouts, or download Master Android and Master Android Pro applications from Play Store and get their all written stuff for free. Okay. Next view, we are going to create. Here we add the data binding variables or data. Now, we add the symbols. Here we add the data binding symbols to connect the text views with the data binding. So in this configuration, or this way we are going to manipulate and assign and bind the views with the text view with the Java code. So till now we are doing very well. Let's go here, and as I told you, there is some bugs. I will go and remove this. Android, okay, oops, Android Studio is not responding normally. Maybe from the comment, let's see. Okay, despite I'm using 3.6, Android Studio 3.6.2, but there is still an errors or bugs. Okay, don't worry guys, I will configure that by copying and pasting this above. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay, I will ignore that and I will remove this, okay, from the comments. And the text view will have the text as data binding, Android, annotation would be at equal between the two braces, curly braces. We are assigning the class and dot student. So if you have a small knowledge about CSS, in this way we are making the selectors. So it's very similar to CSS. You are specifying the selector, the class of the selector, and specifying the name of the variable. So here we are making or selecting the grader class and the student variable. So we assign the text to get it from the class that we are going to create in the next couple of minutes. I will create now another text view that uses the same way, or it text in the same way, by assigning the data binding variables. So here the text view will take the data, or what we will show in the text view would be taken from the Gradle.student. In this way, we are going to specify how to bind the data with the widgets. Now, in the same way, the second text view will be added at equal curly braces, specify the class, and specify the variable or the data variable. Okay, it's very simple. In this way, we are going to use and create an app that uses data binding. So it's very important to know this very important step in this way. So the text size will be 24 SP and text style will be bold. Okay, everything's working fine. Now let's create the classes, and before we move to the Java code, we are going to create a button. And specifying some attributes for it. And specifying the onClick method in the same way. So when the user click the button, we are going to specify in this way. The method would be presenter dot on show data. Okay, so in this way we are passing the grader as and show data. Now everything's fine. Let's move to the to add some other attributes as an ID and maybe we need some we don't need I think it is very simple now to okay, we are going to add another edit text in order to allow the user to enter the data and show exactly and instantaneously in the same time the typed text will appear in the text view instantly. So edit text in the same way we are going to define and to create the data binding annotations and binding symbols in the same way as previously shown. Now grader.grade. These are our classes that we are going to create, as I told you. Guys, if you need to learn Android and other coding tutorials, and we are making new tutorials and making new courses free, and you need all the stuff and source codes, please subscribe to our YouTube channel called Master Coding and download Master Android Pro, and you can follow us on Udemy by subscribing and pushing us forward to create more and more tutorials and more source codes freely by subscribing to our channel, Udemy, and Play Store applications. Okay, in this way we are finished by the XML file. So we have learned in this way how to add the text or how to bind the widgets for our main for our data binding applications. So this is final let's add some configuration, some styling for our application to look it's very impressive. I'm just kidding, just for making it like alive. So let's see how to add some colors and some styles, some symbols, some stuff that would be very good to be displayed. Okay, and maybe this color is very good. And okay, this color is good. So we have created two text views, one edit text and one button, and we assign the variables to the widgets in the same way using the data binding annotation by creating at, equal, and specify in the side the curly braces which class and which attributes we are using, which is named as selectors. So in this way we are selecting, we are specifying which widget we are going to use. Now let's move and create the model class. The model class that we are going to create is called the student data, and we see them in the layout. So go back to the student layout, the layout file, and you see that we have used the student data class. I will create the student data and create the variables, then the constructors, and pass getters and setters. Okay. Public class, student name, student data, and extends base observable. Okay. Private string student. This is the first variable. The second variable would be private string grade, and the widgets, or sorry, the constructor student data, passing the two arguments, and getters and setters. So I advise you to practice with me, post the videos, and type your codes inside the Android Studio in your PC, and you try it with your hand, because in this way we have learned, and we are advising people to learn with trying to type every single code and by themselves. Now, I'm specifying for the getters method as a bindable. So what this means that we have binding this method with annotation binding. So the Android Studio will inform that we are using the methods as the data binding for data binding purposes. And the setters, we are going to notify the changes, notify property changed, and I will pass the BR, the student. Okay. The same way I'm going to specify the set grade in the same way, but despite I'm going to pass the grade variable. Okay, very good. We have created in this class the variables, the constructors, the getters and setters. We specified the setters as bindable, getters as bindable, and the setters we have notify changed, property changed. Now, step number 5. We are going to create, in the step number 5, we are going to create the main activity presenter. Okay? So, let's, in order to present the data from the getters and setters and the model, to pass them to the main activity and present them into the correct widgets that they are binded to. Okay, so we create a new Java class called main activity presenter, and we specify that it will implement the main activity or main activity contractor. This is a new class that we are going to create. So you can click on it and create it, or Just wait for creating it. Copy and project, create a new class called main activity contract. So what will this class mean? This, first of all, it is an interface. So we are going to use the interfaces. Step number 6, creating the contract interface. I hope you specify your problems, your questions, and see if we can help you in your project and in your studies in university, or your projects and your just your hobbies. So we can help you in projects freely. We don't need anything. We just need your support by liking, subscribing, commenting on our YouTube channel, and supporting us, our videos. And if you want to donate, you can buy our course on Udemy, or you can get the source codes freely for $10 using the code below, the coupon below. Okay, the public interface presenter void on show data method. So what this method will get, this method will get the student data as a parameter. So we are creating or passing the student data class as it's an argument, and we are making the public interface view, and we are passing the show data method, passing also the same way the student data model class. Okay, so this interface has two things. First of all, the constructor, and the second is an interface, another interface called view. Now, or this interface will contain the two interfaces, the presenter and the view. The first one contain on show data, and the second one on method. Okay. Here we have to, because we implemented the contract, we need to implement its methods. So on show data, I'm going down to create, to start from zero, the making the step by step the variables, private main activity, contract dot view, and we assign the variables name, view, private, context, and we are going to create a constructor having, passing the view and the context for that. Okay, variables and interface. On show data would be view.showData student data. Okay, we close it. Step number 7, adding the code to the main activity. Okay, and displaying them into correct widgets. Don't miss to like, subscribe, and comment below to our YouTube channel, Master Coding, and to get latest tutorials as millions of people that we have learned by using Android, Master Android, and Master Android Pro applications. So we help many people like you. Any question, any tutorial you want us to make, just comment below on YouTube and request it. We can help you and we can inform you with the correct, with the helpful ideas and helpful codes. Now, let's go to the step number 7. Okay, just testing. Okay, we are going to initialize first of all some variables and implements the contractor, the main activity contract, and implement methods and show data, and here we go. Now, activity main binding. This way, this way you are going to initialize and telling you the Android Studio, hey, I am going to use data binding class or data binding architecture component. So activity main binding equal binding util dot set content view this r.layout dot activity main. Please concentrate on this codes in this 2 minutes because they are very important for your to understand data binding. So main activity presenter object new equal new main activity presenter, and we are passing the view and the context as their attributes or arguments. Now, student data, also we are going to specify and create a new object about it, new student data, and we need to pass the string student and the grade student. Okay, this is a string. I'll add them in between quotations. Okay, we have created an object of them, and now let's use that data binding by using binding.setGrader to student data and binding.setPresenter to main activity presenter. In this way, we are specifying the student data as a model for set grader, and the presenter would be passed by using the data binding dot set presenter main activity presenter. So now the showing data would be using this way. String grade, and we are getting the grade from the student data by using student data dot grade, and we are going to show the user the results inside a toast message. Step number 8. Let's run and see our $1 million working applications. We are using very simple methods, and we are learning about data binding, but which is very important, and huge companies and huge applications use it for a development process. So let's see. Okay, execution. Okay, here we go. This is our amazing application. Let's see how it works. I am going to remove this text, and amazing, it's working. Hey guys, it's making the difference. So when I type the content or inside the text view, inside the edit text, the text view would be shown exactly instantaneously. Okay, very good. Show data model by using this another text. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the latest tutorials free with source codes. Amazing. When the user type on the bottom, also we are getting the same results. Amazing, guys. This is the awesome thing of data binding. When using data binding, remember that you have live data is presented from the text and passed to the text view, and we are getting them by anything from anywhere. In this way, we are using Toast. We are going to continue the complete Android developer course and the Android Jetpack and dive into lifecycle aware. So we have introduced before the Android architecture components, and one of them is lifecycle aware. We have previously learned about data binding, and in this lesson we are going to learn about lifecycle aware and build an app that uses and configure these annotations and these lifecycle module in our applications. Please, if this is your first time here, subscribe below to get the latest tutorials, and ensure that you continue with us making tutorials and making new applications every day and every course. So we will try to cover enough ground to present the components and get started. Most of Android applications app components have the life cycles attached to them, which are managed directly by the system itself. Until recently, it was up to the developer to monitor the component's states and act accordingly, initializing and ending tasks at the appropriate time. However, it was really easy to get confused and make mistakes related to this type of operations. But the Android Art.Lifecycle package changed all of that. So, what are these components and how they act with the activities? We have this image and this schema. The Android fragment or lifecycle owner contact with the lifecycle to get the event. So the event, it would be on create, on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, on destroy. We have seen this before on the Android app or activity lifecycle. So if you want, you can go back to the lessons and see how the Android lifecycle works. And contact with the Android lifecycle observer and tell the app or the Android Studio or the system that, hey, we are now on the create method, then or on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, or on create. Activities and fragments have the lifecycle object attached to them. They can be observed by the lifecycle observer class, like a view model or any object that implements this interface. This means that the observer will receive the updates about the state Changes of the object that is observing, like when the activity is paused and or when it's starting. It can also be check the current state of the observed object. So it's much easier now to handle the operation that you must consider the framework life cycle. Okay, life cycle aware component is deal with three main classes: the life cycle owner, and the life cycle observer. We will learn about every component with step by step. The life cycle. A life cycle object is an instance that can retrieve information about the current life cycle of a life cycle owner, that is a fragment or activity. The life cycle instance provides the information about the life cycle of the owner in the terms of event and state. Don't worry, we'll learn everything in the detailed manner using the next videos. We are going to create the app that tell us how these life cycles work exactly in details. Basically, the events are dispatched with the respect of the life cycle owner. Events such as onCreate, onStop, and onStart, or onResume. We have seen the onCreate. The onCreate event is called onStart is called resume, pause, and onStop. These are the life cycle events, and these are the activity life cycle. For onCreate event, state is created. OnStart is started. For pause is paused. OnStop is stopped. And similarly for the onDestroy event, destroyed, and such events of the life cycle observer. Now, the life cycle owner. In API 26, the onward the fragments and activities implements the lifecycle owner interface. It has Android lifecycle, so it's known as owner of the lifecycle owner. In other words, any class that implements the lifecycle owner interface, that is lifecycle owner. Let's move to the lifecycle observer. This lifecycle class for the lifecycle of the components we have lifecycle observer. This lifecycle of observer is associated with the lifecycle owner for observes the lifecycle of the activity. Let's understand with a demo. Okay, let's move to Android Studio and paste and try to manage these codes. First of all, I will demonstrate in this video how to work with the app, or what are the steps of the app. And the next video or next couple of minutes, we are going to move to Android Studio. Now, let's create a new empty class and a new empty project. As I told you, the dependencies for the life cycle of the component are here. If you are using the Kotlin, you can use KTX. And we need to implement the arc and the lifecycle extension and lifecycle version, which is 1.1.1 at the time of creating this video. Step number 2, now we need to create an observer class which will observe the lifecycle for the lifecycle owner and perform the action accordingly. For instance, create a new class and implement the lifecycle observer. First of all, here we are going to implement or create a new activity observer, implement the lifecycle owner observer. See, when you implement the architecture component, that you can implement the lifecycle observer class, and having this annotation on lifecycle event, and lifecycle event. What are these events? These are onCreate,
on start and on resume. So what the Android Studio will do, it will be this will be performed when the onCreate method is called. This will be observed and performed this code when the onStart method is called, and when the state or the event on resume, this method is called. And also the same for onPause, onStop, and onDestroy event. Here I have created the lifecycle of the Java class for the name of the Java observer, and the class will implement the lifecycle observer. The lifecycle observer using the annotation of on a lifecycle event to keep track the lifecycle events of the lifecycle owner. I know you may be confused by lifecycle observer, lifecycle events, and other things, but don't worry, we will clarify everything in the live demo. Okay, and we are going to create the lifecycle observer by attaching it. Now in the main activity, we are going to get the lifecycle.add observer, and we are going to create a new instance of an activity observer. Now run the project and check for the lifecycle observer and lifecycle owner behave. Let's apply a filter for the Android logcat and fetch info for the output. Output for the first time. The observer is called, the event is called onCreate, then the onStart. The owner is started, the observer onStart event. When owner is resumed, on observer will be also on resume. When rotate the screen, onPause is called onStop and onDestroyed. Conclusion, lifecycle aware components respond to the changes in lifecycle status of the other UI components. The lifecycle class has held the information on the lifecycle for fragment and activity. Lifecycle object uses the event and state enumeration to track lifecycle status. Lifecycle owner provides the status to the lifecycle aware component, and lifecycle observer that registers the lifecycle status to respond and perform the action. Thank you, guys. And next, to keep subscribing and like and comment below if you have any questions or any tutorials you want us to make. In next video, we are going to make an app that demonstrate this lesson. If you are confused, don't worry, we will clarify everything in the video. I promise you to clarify everything. If you have any questions, please list it below, comment in the comments. Please see the special offer in the descriptions below, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Download Master Android and Master Android Pro if you want these lessons or written lessons in front of your UI or your application between your hands on mobile. And you can download Master Flutter, these also our applications, and you can subscribe to our benefit from our course with the source code on Udemy with $10 in the link below. We'll teach you how to make an app that works with a lifecycle aware, which is an architecture component introduced in the Android Jetpack. So let's move in and make this amazing app. But before we start, if this is your first time here, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. Please like the video and comment below so you keep us making new tutorials and push us forward. Let's move and make this amazing app. We start by making an Android Studio new project, empty activity, and I will rename the application as Lifecycle Aware. Now, hit finish and let the Android Studio configure the application. Okay, waiting the Android. And let's move to the Gradle and add our dependency. So if you miss any step, please, you can go back to the latest video and see the steps that we are doing in this video. We will define a life cycle version, which is 1.1.1, as I told you in the previously created application video. And we are going to manipulate the lifecycle version is 2.2.0, and the implementation here, why we are doing we're having an error. Okay, because I'm using double quotation, I think, or life cycle without, okay, the life cycle only without view model or live data. The life cycle version is having this version 2.2.0, not 1.1, because they will be different. And annotation process, annotate the processor by using implement annotation processor, and we will see how this will be successful in 1 second. Okay, let's move to the main activity. Now we are going to create the lifecycle aware components, as I told you in the previously created video. So go and make a new Java class called main activity observer. Okay, we are going to observe the life cycle and manage the life cycle of the activity by using this main activity observer class. I will implement, since I implemented the arc component, I can use now the implementation of the lifecycle observer class, which is included on or inside the package of architecture component. I will specify the on lifecycle event, and on lifecycle event, lifecycle.event, and I will specify which event I'm going to use. So I'm telling here that, hey, I am now in the event of onCreate. So when I use the initiate method, I am using, or I am doing here the code that, or executing the code that I need to the app to be executed when the onCreate method is called. So remember, if you see the video about lifecycle, we have onCreate method and we can implement them. But in this way, we have the advantage of making these methods are executed automatically when the onCreate event is called or is introduced. So I'm going to say that we need to log the activities, we need to log the events. So I'm not making a complex app. I'm just making an app that you can understand the concept of the lifecycle aware. So what I'm doing here, I'm just saying that I need to make a tag or a log tag that the onCreate method is called when the application is onCreated. In the same way, I am going to copy and paste and lifecycle event on pause. So, okay. So I'm telling the pause event, hey, whenever the pause activity or event, the event on pause is executed, go and make a logcat created on pause activity or on pause method is called. In this way, we are telling that the Android Studio that these methods should be executed, initiate or pause, in the exact events. So the lifecycle event on resume, and I will change this in pause, and I will change this into on resume, and I will change this into resume method, so I can now check that the main activity observer is working fine. I just want the last step to make a configuration and link or connect the main activity observer with the main activity. So in order to do that, I am going to create these codes. Connecting the observer, and let's say get lifecycle.add observer and the new main activity observer class. Okay. In this way, we have connected the observer with the main activity. Now, what we need is to run the app, and see the logcat. Okay, run, and the logcat, I will put the taggy because we have the tag. Okay, here we go. Amazing. The Android Studio is telling us that the onCreate method is called and onResume method is called. So I'm just saying that these events are executed and working fine with the lifecycle aware application. So let's see how to rotate. Okay, on pause when you exit the application, and on resume is called, then in pause, and everything is working fine. The lifecycle aware application is working perfectly using the Android architecture component, which is the live data aware or lifecycle aware. And it is very important for the developers and in your stages, in the next stages, to understand this concept to make a professional application. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about view model and live data inside Android architecture components. So what are view models and live data and how they work? We will complete the Android developer course and the Android Jetpack course, and we'll start by making an app that works with view model and live data. If this is your first time here and you want to learn Android and any other coding languages, this is the right place. We are making tons of tutorials and courses free. So subscribe below to get the latest tutorials and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. So let's begin. Now let's move to Android Studio and create an empty activity. Project and name it as a view model application. So in this video, as a recap or an overview, we are going to create an app that stores the data inside a view model. So whenever the user rotates the screen, the data will be received from the view model class. First of all, in order to use the view model, as I told you, in every Android architecture component, we are going to import and add the required dependency for this component. So the view model dependency will require the implementation of the lifecycle library. Now, implementation Android X.lifecycle and lifecycle
and we want to add the latest version of the life cycle. I will create a definitive variable that will represent the lifecycle version of our application. So I will use the dollar sign in front of lifecycle underscore version, which represent a variable that will get it from the diff lifecycle underscore version, and I will use 2.2.0. So like variables in PHP, if you know PHP, we use the dollar sign to represent that it is a variable. Now let's move to implement another package and another library used in the view model. I will comment it to make sure that you have the full concentration, the full understand of this lesson. So the saved state model, okay, for view model, and we will use the implementation. I missed the T. So Android X dot lifecycle version also is used. I advise you to use this typing def, and you specify the version. So whenever you need to update your versions, your Android project versions, so you don't need to get for every package and update the version. You just like link them to one variable that you will modify. So this is a good point of using the diff variable inside the Gradle file. So I like correcting this implementation. I've missed D. Okay. Annotate the processor. I'm going to annotate the processor. Annotating the processor using the annotation processor method or like syntax, Android X, and the life cycle annotation processor. So if you want to know the latest version of the every component or every library inside Android, just Google it. You just type on inside the Google latest library of or latest dependency, Gradle dependency of life cycle, like a room, like a glide, or other third-party libraries inside Android Studio. Now, adding the latest package, which is the implementation of Android lifecycle, view model, and life cycle, and we are going to use the view model here, the same version of the live or the view model, and we use the lifecycle extensions and 2.2.0, which is the lifecycle version. Okay, I'm having some errors. I've missed the life cycle, and I've missed the double quotations of inside the variables, because just to check that everything is good. Okay, so I have missed here the double quotation inside the def. Okay, in order to correct it. Okay, and I'm missing some other statements like life cycle. Okay, Android X and dot lifecycle. Also the same in the latest or the last line. I will use the lifecycle extension. Okay, so guys, everything should work fine till now. At the level of or the time of making this video, the latest version is 2.2.0. Okay, let's move now to the package, our Java package, and I'm going to create now the view model class. I will name it as score view model. Okay, this view model, as I told you, it will store the data, it will store the configurations of the activity and restore them when something happens to the activity, like rotating the from landscape or to portrait or vice versa, or like pausing the activity. So you need the instance, all the data of and the configuration of this activity to be restored whenever something happens to the activity. Now, I will create two variables like public int score A would be 10, and I will create another score called score B equal to 0, just for testing and just for clarifying the concept. I have created two methods, and I'm going to create one method and telling the user, telling the Android Studio, hey, I am using an Android view model, so I need to extend Android view model. In this way, I'm telling the Android Studio and Android application that I'm using this class for a view model. So it will implement this constructor automatically. Now, I have defined the view model. Remember, view model is for receiving the data configuration, the data for the activity stored inside the activity whenever something happens to the activity, like rotating the screen or changing the layout, changing the view, or exiting the app. So these configuration, those data would be stored inside the live data model or live view model class. I have implemented the view and the lifecycle view model provider, and let's now move to make an instance of the view model class. I have created this, creating an instance of the view model class, and I will use score view model equal new score or view model provider. In this way, we are going to create an instance of the view model inside in Android. So I'm passing this as an owner, and I am calling the get method to get the score view model.class. In this way, I'm telling, hey Android, I'm using the score view model as my view model class, and I am going to display the points using the display points method. I will pass the view model class, and I will get the exact and the required and the needed variable only. So guys, it's very simple. Till now, Android with 2 lines or 3 lines, you can configure this data storage or data saving states and activity saving state. It's very simple. I am making a method just and passing the view model as its a parameter, and I'm getting the model score A from this model as my point. Very good, guys. It's working fine. Let's rotate the screen, and hooray, guys, points of A is equal to 10. Nothing is changed to our data. 10 remains 10, so points of A remains 10. Whenever you're rotating the screen, it will never be null. So if you don't use the view model, it will becomes 0, because you are not conserving the state of your data. Now let's move to and clarify this example for you in another way, making an text. So I will create a text. I will create another text in order to display the points of A. So in front of us, there will be displayed the points of A. So guys, I hope if you have any questions, any suggestions, any tutorials you want us to make, anything you want to say, or even you want us just to say thanks, just comment below. I love the comments from honest people like you. Please, guys, if you have any questions, any tutorials, anything you need us to make, please comment it below. If you don't understand anything, we can help you. We love helping people to learn. So, and this way I am going to define the text view and creating an defining the widget of text view, removing this toast message, and we will display the points of A in the text view that we have created previously. If you want these lessons written in front of you and in a written book or written app, you can download Master Android and Master Android Pro apps from the Play Store, so you get them freely, and you can support us with 99 cents. Okay, I'm just moving this, and in this way we are getting the text view. We are setting the text in this way because it is string. We are using simple and double quotations. Okay, very good. In the port mode, it will work fine, and exactly in the landscape mode, it's working fine. So data is conserved. In this application, view model will conserve your data and your activity state. Thank you, guys. I hope you subscribe below and comment if you have any questions, any tutorial you want us to make, or just saying thanks. I hope you subscribe, you join us, you join our family. We are going to build a note-taking application using Room database. What's up, guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. My name is Abbas, and welcome to the complete Android developer course and the Jetpack course. So in this tutorial, we will learn how to make a complete and real application that stores, create, delete, and update notes using Room database. So what is Room? What is the difference between SQLite and Room, and how to manipulate Room database inside Android application? In this tutorial, we will dive through every topic and every single idea in details. So if you are looking for learning Android, Flutter, and other coding languages in a professional way, you came to the right channel. Please subscribe below, hit the bell so you don't miss anything, and subscribe and like and comment. Thank you, guys. Let's begin
making our professional and $1 million application.
What is the Room database app, and what are the main components of this application? As I said before, Room is a part of Android architecture components. So, of the Jetpack. So the table of content, and we are going in this series in the next couple of videos. We are going to make these steps, these 7 steps. First of all, adding the dependencies. Second, entity. Third, we'll learn what is DAO. And 4 is a database. 5, the adapters. 6, the edit activity. And 7, the main activity that will display the list of nodes. So we are going to make an app that contains, or you can add the and update or delete the nodes inside it using the Room database. So let's start making and adding the needed dependencies. First of all, in order to use the Room database, we are going to add the Maven URL in the project Gradle, and then add the dependency of Room in Android X. So let's create a new Android project and add these dependencies. So open Android Studio and make sure you have the latest SDK installed and configured in your PC. So if you want to these SDKs, you can click on the configure SDK manager and check that you have the latest API level, which is R at the time of making this video. So let's start by creating a new project, empty activity, and I will name it Room database or RoomDB application. Okay, and here we go, master coding. And by the way, mastercoding.net will be available soon to contain the all tutorials we want to display. So waiting for the Android, and this is the application. So first of all, we need to go to the Gradle file. So let's go to the Gradle file and the project. Let's add here. We can add the Maven, or we can left it blank because Android X. So I'm using the Android X. So if you have Android and without Android X, if you are using the pre-Android X version, you need to add the dependency Maven URL. Now, because I'm using the Android X, I'm just going to make a Room version a variable, which is the latest one of at the time of making this video is 2.24. You can update the Room version. Now I'm going to implementation of Android X dot room runtime and the variable Room version. Now, second one, I annotate the processor, annotation processor, Android X dot room compiler, and the variable of and the version of Room version. Okay, in this way we are going to sync the project, and it is successful in 1 second. So everything is now good to go and start making our application and room application. And we are building, so remember, we are building an app that makes and takes the node, delete and update these nodes for the user and display them in the main activity. So if this is your first time here, please subscribe below and hit the bell so you don't miss any new tutorials. We are doing this tutorial based on your requests, so feel free to comment below if you have any requests or just think thanks. The entity represent a table within the database. So Room creates a table for each class that has an entity annotation. So it is very important to figure this. At entity, this annotation is representing the entity inside the Room database. So the fields in this class correspond to columns in the table. Therefore, the entity classes tend to be small module classes that don't contain any logic. So remember from the SQLite database that we need columns. So entity represent these columns. So every model class with the annotation entity will have a mapping table in DB. So the foreign keys, names of the foreign keys, indices, the list of indicates of on the table, primary keys, names of entity primary keys, and the table name. So we have many entities like foreign key, indices, primary keys, and table name. Ignore embedded, column info, and primary keys also. Now, let's move to Android Studio and see how we are going to create the model or entity class. First of all, we go to our Java folder, and I'm going to create a new package just for making it simple to read, and we edit the code. RoomDB app, and I will make a new folder called RoomDB or NoteDB. Okay, and this folder we are going to make also a package, a new Java class, and this will be called the entity class called Node, which is the model class. It is representing the model class that the variables will be implemented here. So as I told you, entity represent the table name. So we are going to say or to write the table name constants dot table underscore name underscore node. So I'm going to create a new class called constants. Constants with the table name. Sorry, making a new table name node called table node. So here we have table name constant. So I'm going to create a new class called constants. So here, open Java file and NodeDB, Java class called constants. You see that the error here has been solved, and now I will create some variables. So private constants, private, making the constructor constants, and this is the empty constructor, and I'm going to create some variables: public static
final string table underscore name underscore note equal to notes. In this way, it is easier to re-edit edit the files and the names of the strings, the tables, the DB, and other database entities. DB, and it is here essential to be an extension of .db. So after that, we are going to go back to our note. I will close the main activity and the note, and I will implement, this is the table name note, and I will implement the serializable. So what is serializable? It allows you to make the constants and the entities in the exact name. So here at a primary key, as I told you, I will give it an auto-generate equal true. I am telling the Android Studio that this column will be called primary key, and it is auto-generated. So long note underscore ID will be generated. So this is the first column. I will annotate it. The columns. First of all, the primary key called note ID. This is the first column. The second column will be, column name will be a note content instead of content in the table. So at column info, and I will specify the name equal note underscore content. So the column will be content, not content instead of content in the table. So private of type string and content. So just for information, that the name of the column will be not content and not the content. It would be the not content. So the name, here we specify the name of the column, and other variables, private string title and private date, and I will import the date, and here we go. We are clear to start making the variables, constructors and getters and setters. So first of all, constructors. Okay, I will click Alt plus insert the constructor, and I will select the content, string content. I will select the title also, and I will specify this dot date equal new date system dot current time millis. Okay, this is the first constructor. I will annotate the second constructor, ignore as ignore, public note, and here we go, the second constructor, and here we go, we are going to make the getters and setters. So first of all, we specify public date get date. You can also click about for the getters and setters and return date. The second one is public void set date, because I'm going to specify every single element for that, so I didn't use the getters and setters used by the Android Studio. And here we go, the date. The third one is public long get note ID, and we will specify return note underscore ID. So are going to specify the set method for this, public void set note ID, and I will pass the long note ID underscore ID, and I will specify this dot note ID equal note ID underscore. Now here we go. We have finished the two, the date and the ID. We still have the content and the title. So public string get content and return content, and public void set content. I'm passing the string content, and this dot content equal the content. Now the third one, the fourth one, the fourth variable and the last variable is the title. So in order to do that, we are going to create a public string get title, public string get title, and pass. We didn't pass anything, and return title. And public string set title string title. They are the setters and getters and title. So we have finished the getters and setters. Okay. Okay, so we have finished the getters and setters, and we are going to create some Boolean functions like public equals, like we are going to override equals. Okay, what's happening? Just to consider that. Okay, just here we need to specify this as void because we don't need to return a statement. Now I am going to override a Boolean function called public Boolean and equals. And here we go. I just try to override. So I will click Alt plus insert, override methods and equals. We need this Boolean function. Okay, so I will remove this, specify the object called, and if this we are testing that this function will contain any object, so it will return true. If the object does not, or the object instance of node, if does not equal to the instance of node, it will return false. It's very simple, just checking for the if we have an instance of node. Okay, and here we go, node and and last thing, if the node underscore id does not equal to node, to the node dot node id, return false, because we are checking if there is no id found in our database, so it is checking that the node id is presented, and we can edit according to the id of the node. So go null title, is it equal to the node dot title, and node dot title equal to null. So we are checking here if the title also, and returning the title. Now here we go, and we need this, and I'm going to add, also override hash code int result equal, I'm casting it to int, and node id result equals 31. I'm just adding my algorithm and specifying its times. The result plus the title does not equal to null, and title dot hash code equal, or 2 points, and return result. Okay, till now just adding some algorithms for multiplying and adding the IDs of the node. And the last one is called toString, and adding toString, return toString. To specify it, we are going to create node okay plus node underscore id equal plus node underscore id plus, we are specifying some codes, content equal, specifying plus content, and plus, I will add them to increase the speed of writing, and I will paste it. So till now we have finished. This is the symbol used inside the strings, and here we go. We are going to add toString and confirm it, returning the whole statements and the whole node as a node string. So till now we have created in this video the entity, the entity, we specify the table name, the columns, and we specify the primary key, and we have added the constructor and added the getters and setters, and we have added the equals function that will specify if there is a node object or not, and the hash code. We're adding some algorithm for our function, and a toString to return this node as a block of string. Now, DAOs are responsible for defining the methods that access the database. In the initial SQLite, we use the cursor objects. With Room, we don't need all the cursor related code, and we can simply define our queries using annotation in the DAO class. So we are going to create the DAO inside the Android Studio. So back to Android Studio, and we go to the project. We open the NodeDB, and we are going to create a class called NodeDAO. And it is really an interface. So we select the interface, and here we are going to implement the DAOs. So first of all, we are going to add the query. Okay. But just in order, just 1 second, it's very important to specify that this class, or annotate this class, that it represents the Room database DAO by specifying the annotation of DAO. So now the query I will write here is the query of the SQLite database queries. So select, I'm going to select all from. I'm going to display all from. Okay. We are specifying the constant, the table name, which is from the constant class table name node. Okay. Till now, it's very good. And I'm going to create a new list called node and get nodes. Okay. Select from. Okay. We need to add the space in order to work fine. Now, I'm going to insert the data using the insert annotation, and we specify the long insert node, and we pass the node object as its argument. Room database is very simple because we are specifying every single query by inserting, deleting, and update in this way, in this very simple way. So I just annotate. So remember, when you want to add the queries, just annotate that I need this void method to update the node, and by passing the node argument. So insert, update, and delete. So delete void delete node and node, specifying the node. Okay. Till now we are doing fine, and we have added have added all queries, but I need to delete the list, delete a list or all nodes from the database. So in order to do that, I also annotate delete and add void delete nodes, and here we specify nodes and 3 points and node. Here I'm telling the Android that I want to delete all nodes from node object, all in these 3 values, 3 points. I'm specifying that an array of object to be deleted. So these 3 points, an array of objects is deleted.
So back to Android Studio. We will go to the folder and we create a node database class. So I will call it node database. Okay, first of all, as I told you, because we are using the room database and architecture component, so we are going to annotate this class as our database. So we are specifying the entities equal the node.class. I'm specifying the columns. So what I'm doing here, I'm just telling the system, the Android Studio, that hey, this is our class, this is the database, and we have the entities, the columns go to node.class and get the columns. So if I click Ctrl plus left click, I will go to the node, and which I previously annotated as our entity class. So remember, we are telling the database that this class represents the database, having the entities, having the columns as node.class. So go to node.class and get the columns, which are the long ID, the node ID, the content title and date of type string and date. So it's very simple. If you don't understand, please comment below for any questions so I can help you. And we are specifying the version of this Android. So type converter, specifying also the type converters, and the database data room converter dot class. So I'm going to create now a class called data room converter, and specifying here new Java class called data converter. So this class will function as the converter for type converters. So what I mean, I will annotate type converter and type converter and public static date to date, importing and long, specifying long value, and returning here the value of equal to null. Go and check null equal to new
date and value. Okay, so in this way we are done specifying and converting to date the long value the argument. Now also just another one type converter and public class public static long too long and date value long date value and return value equal to null, and specifying here for null value dot get time. Okay, till now we have finished the data room and we are clear to start making and adding the code for our node database. So node database, I will extend it and make it as an abstract class and extends room database. So I am capable now to use the functionality of room database. Public abstract, also an abstract class, node or object, node DAO, get node DAO. Okay, also another private static node database node DB. Okay, we are fine. Now we are going to synchronize it because to avoid concurrent access in multi-threading environment. So what I'm talking now, we are going to specify telling the system to check and avoid multi-threading access and concurrent access in multi-threading environment. So public static, and in this form I'm going to set the synchronized and synchronized node database get instance and passing the context. Okay, so the context here, as I told you, context. So importing it and checking if null equal to a node DB, then node DB equal to build database instance. Context. Okay, and returning the node DB. So what I have been missing here, the build database cannot resolve because okay, so cannot resolve because it is the method that we are going to create last step here. So underneath this we are going to specify private static node DB node database and our build and passing the context as an argument. And here we go. This is our class, the method, and returning the database builder context and note database dot class and constants dot db name. These are the variables or the arguments that we are passing to the database builder constructor. Allow main queries and dot build. And just last small tiny void method clean up, and we specify here the node db equal to null. Okay, so till now we have finished adding every single element inside our database. So inside the database, so we are going to remove this. And we have learned in this video how to create the class, the node database class, and annotate it with the correct and exact annotation, specifying the columns, the version, and we have added the data room converter. And we have used the by extending the room database, we have used the room database functionalities and characteristics. So we have added the get instance method to get an instance of our database, and we have created a private static node database method or class that will return this by building an object of room database. And last, we have created a cleanup.
So let's begin. Start making adapters, class, and see how they will connect with our recycler view and display the items. So inside our Android Studio, we are going to create a new folder called, new package called adapters. So click enter, and I will create a new Java class called nodes adapter. Okay, so I just recalling you that if you want to learn about recycler views or card views, please go back to the complete Android developer course and go to a video called recycler view and card view, or walk through our channel and you will find the complete course about recycler view and card view. Now I will extend this class by using the recycler view, and here, because I didn't import the recycler view package, I'm missing the recycler view.adapter extension. So in order to do that, I'm going to the main activity and I'm going to the layouts. You can add the dependency here and Java in Gradle scripts here, or you can do this in order not to be confused by Gradle and not confused by the libraries. So if you want to add recycler view dependency, just go to the layout and click this the download button and click OK, and wait the Android Studio to download this library. I prefer coding is using the simple ways to
to return the results or get the goal. So I'm now going to add the card view also in the same way. Card view, and okay. So Android Studio will add the Gradle, the latest Gradle here. So you can write these library codes implementation, or you can do as I did in the last couple of minutes. Now, because of that, because we have added the dependency, we can now add the recycler view, extend the recycler view dot adapter, and we are going to nodes adapter. We're going to create a nodes adapter here, being holder. Now, what I'm doing, I'm just telling the Android Studio that I need like an adapter of the list, node lists, and some classes we are going to create in next minutes. So now the variables is list of type node. We are using the class node and saying this is the list. Private context, we need the context, and private layout inflator, and private on node item click, So this is the interface we are going to add later on. Now, first of all, we are going to create, don't worry for the errors. As I told you, we are going through this video to create these implementations, these classes, and these interfaces. So first of all, we are going to create a constructor public, or you can alt plus insert, and I'm going to use the node and the context. Okay, so everything is working fine till now. We need just to pass an layout inflator and layout inflator dot from context. So this is good, and just one node item click equal on node item click. So we are going to create it in next minute. I will create here an interface public interface on node item click, and I will pass void method on node click, taking parameters position and position. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm adding an adapter, creating the adapter, and some variables, creating the constructor and interface for clicking. Now, back to our
back to our codes, we are going to create, we are going to override the holder bean holder method on create view. Okay, on create view bean holder, removing this, and we are going to create the bean holder later on. Until now, we need the view group as parent, parent argument and int view type. So view in order to learn more about on create view holder and holder classes, please refer to the card view videos inside our channel to be master in card views and in recycler views. So inflate r dot layout dot note list item. So I'm going to create a new layout called note list item. Just follow me to complete this codes and return new bean holder and passing the view. So we have to create the bean holder and create the note list item layout. So resources layout, creating a new layout resource file, and I will name it as note list item. This item will take will show the user how to or the item of the card view or the note will be. In the sake of making the code faster, I will paste the layout. I will paste the layout, and here the card view. I'm using because I'm here getting the error because I'm using the Android X. Android X. I can use Android X dot card view. And here we go. We can now get the content now here. Okay guys, so in order to make the coding faster, I put it in a copy and paste method. So just making the code here, the text view would be like bold, text style, bold, and like 18 dp or 20. I prefer 20, and the content would be the same. Okay, and the linear layout, the image view, they are inside the image view. We can put whatever you need, the color of them. I would take this, and you can edit as you want. So you can see the code here. Is the code. This is a card view containing a linear layout and the linear layout containing two text views. You can pause the video and copy and paste these codes, or you can download the source code from Master Android Pro applications on Play Store. Now, back to our Java classes, or you can download the source code from the description below. So don't miss to like and subscribe to get the latest tutorials and latest source codes. Now, we are going to add an combined view holder method. This is the most important method used. So holder dot text view title. Okay, because there is an errors, I'm going to create the bean holder class in order to make the coding faster. So public, I will create a new class, public class bean holder extends the recycler view dot view holder and implements the view dot on click listener. Okay, so implement the methods and construct matching class and adding the variables or the widgets, text view content. This is the text view content, and the text view title. This is the title of our node. So guys, don't be confused. This is the bean holder, this is the bind view holder, this is on create view holder, and this is the interface on click, and this is a constructor, and these are our variables to be used. Don't be confused, it's very simple. As I told you, please refer to card view and recycler view in the complete Android developer course, so you don't miss anything about card views or recycler views. Now, adding click listener, this text view content equal item view dot find view by id r dot id dot item text view title equal item view dot find view by id r dot id dot tv title text view title. Okay, we have added the on click method here. Now just assigning it to the interface on node item click dot on node click get adapter position, and here we go. This is the correct method. So this is the class, this is the bean holder class, this is the view holder. Okay, and back to the bean view holder, just like defining the text views and other widgets dot set text list dot get position get title. Okay, everything is good. Holder dot text view content dot set text list dot get position dot get content. In this way, we have finished creating the on-band view holder. Just one last step, we need to override the get item count method and return the size, the list dot size. We are returning the size of our list. Okay, guys, just a recap, fast recap. We have created the variables, we have created the constructor, we have created the on-click interface. Then we have created the on view holder, on create view holder, on bind view holder, on get item count, and last the thing is which is very important, the holder class, which is called bean holder class, that extends the recycler view and implements the view of on-click listener interface. Guys, it's very important to know every step and anchor the knowledge by practice. So open your Android Studio, open your PC, write down some notes, practice, write the codes, pause the videos, write the codes and start again. Try with yourself. I recommend using this way in order to succeed and be a very good developer. We jump into Android Studio, so I'm going to add at the level of the app Gradle file implementation for material design 1.1.0, and I will sync now so we can add the features for our layouts. Now let's create the new activity, empty activity, and I will call it add note activity. So add note activity here, and this is the layout for it. In order to save time and make the layouts very fast, I will copy and paste only the layouts because they are because no need for illustrating them because we the source code will be available to download into onto the comments below. Now I'm going to create a text field input type layout using the material design that we have implemented below, and I will paste it, and here is the code. So what I have done is pasting this little code. The code okay, ignore missing constraints. Okay, if we click on this, we will see the layout is added successfully. So this is for text input. The text input field for that title. So the title will have this layout. Now you can pause the video at this level and copy and paste the codes below. Now I will copy for the content layout that the user will enter the content of the note that we will add. So I will create this linear layout having an ID text input, having a text input also, text input 2, and we have the input text, edit text, input layout as previously done, and its ID is edit text underscore content. Now the bottom we have added at the bottom, and the background I will change it, and I will see for adding like this. So if we look on the layout, we see that we have added, okay, it is missing the constraints,
And don't worry, we will remove the constraints. I will change the size. Okay, because it is a constraint layout, we can change it. So the text input here, we can see and adjust the content of the edit text whatever we need. Okay, I will make a relative layout despite using the code here. I will change here, and I will make the orientation also vertical. Now I will change here the relative layout. Let's see, and here we go. We have done making the relative layout. We can also use the constraint, but because we are using the linear layouts inside the layout like this, I prefer using the relative layouts. Okay, we have done using the layouts. So as a final lookout, you can pause the video and copy and paste the code. This is the first layout or the first line, and the second layout, linear layout, having like this, and also having the button. And this is the end of the linear layout and the relative layout. So the relative layout contains the two linear layouts, or text input layout and the linear layout. Now back to the Java code. Here we come. Now as we mentioned before, we will start by variables here to define the text input, the widgets, and the other objects. A private, we will start by private text input. We will start by defining the widget text input in the text. I will et underscore title and et underscore content. Okay, guys, it's very simple. We have created two edit tags. The first one is a title and the second one is the content. Now let's create the objects. If you remember before, we have created a node database class. We will get in this way the object of node database class. Now also getting the node, which is the model as an entity, and we import it. And I will create a variable private boolean update. Okay, till now we have two objects and two variables, and let's start creating and initializing the widgets. So first of all, we will initialize the widgets. Guys, if you have any questions, please comment it below. Just tell us at what minute or what idea you don't understand, and we can contact you and clarify it. Okay, don't miss to download Master Android from Master Android application and Master Android Pro applications from Play Store, and Master Flutter. And soon we will release the master coding application that will contain all coding programs. and programming languages. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the latest tutorials and the latest updates. Okay, we are defining here the widgets, and we still have the bottom. We didn't define find view by ID r.id dot button save. Okay, I will import the package, import the library of the button. Here I need to define the widgets. Okay, till now we are doing fine. Now objects, initializing the objects. Also we have finished declaring the widgets and defining the widgets, initializing them, and the objects we have created and initiated it, initialized, and we are now declaring and initialize the node database, which refers us for the room database. So in order to get an instance of it, add node activity dot this. We are getting an instance for this database for in our activity. So now checking for the node in the nodes database, check for correct object and data. We will start by if node, since we are getting an object of the node, we need to check the node object get intent dot get serializable extra and called node. You remember we have created before in the previous video about the database. So we will get the support action bar dot set title update node. Update boolean will be now true. Bottom dot set text update. So when the user is updating, the bottom will set to be updated, and the et title, et underscore title, will set the text node dot get title, and et content will set the text node dot get content. Okay, everything is good. Now let's add or handling bottom click events. So when the user will click the button, well, there is an action that would be executed. Now we will handle the click events. So what we need for that application to do when the user will click the button, we need it to update or create a new node. So in order to do that, we will start by adding the set on click listener, new view on click listener. Okay. If the user if we need to update the node, so the application will check if the update is true. When the update boolean here is true, go and get the node object and set the content to et underscore content dot get text to string. So get the new string and set it for the new text, and go and get the title et title dot get text and to string. Go and get the text from et title and set the title for the updated node as this one. So, and node database object would be get node there dot update node. So go and update the node and set the results, set result node and flag 2 or data 2. Okay, we will set the results just in 1 minute. Okay. Now, else node equal new node et content dot get text to string et title dot get text dot to string. Okay, everything is working fine, and we will insert new insert task. These are the two functions that we are going to create in the next minutes. So add node activity dot this, we are passing the context and the node object and dot execute. Okay, we need now to make the insert task and the set result tasks or a method. Here we remove the spaces. Okay, till now we are good, and we remove that going outside the onCreate method. So let's create the set results method. Please guys, if you don't understand anything, please contact us, comment below if you have any questions, so we will reply as fast as possible to help you. Node and flag. Okay, we are passing the flag, set result flag. We are here overriding the integrated method of the Android, and we are putting here the intent. We are importing the intent and put extra, and we pass the node and the flag node. Click finish. Okay, everything is working fine. Now let's add the insert task and see how it will work, adding the last method. So this method will requires attention from you to understand all its concepts. So private, we are going to create the insert task. Private static class insert task extends async task. We are going to use the async task to do some work on the background thread. Okay, guys. So if you want the source code, you can download it freely. Private weak reference add node activity weak reference, and we create the private node. Okay, guys, only retain a weak reference to the activity. I like to comment to know and to ensure that you understand everything. So only retain insert task method add node activity context and the node. Activity weak reference equal new weak reference context, and this dot node equal node. Okay, now let's move to the next Boolean function. Okay, do in background methods runs on a worker thread. If you need to know about the threads on, you can go to Master Android Pro applications found on Play Store and download it and see the worker thread and the main thread and the background threads and learn about everything about Android. This is our official application. So we are going to override here by clicking Alt or Insert and override method, and we will select do in background. So this is the do in background function, and return true. And here we start retrieving auto incremented data or node ID, since we have defined in the previous videos about define the auto increment annotation for us for this ID database.get node deo dot insert node. We are passing the node into the div, and node dot set node ID to J. So here we are generating the auto increment ID for that, and we are returning true. And this is, in this way, we have finished the Boolean function, and we still have a last small method we are going to override. Is called on post execute. So click Alt plus insert, override methods, and on post execute. Post execute, we remove it. If a boolean is true, go and execute the following: activity weak reference dot get dot set results, or set the result node, and passing the flag 1 activity weak reference dot get dot finish. Everything is working fine. In this way, we have finished the node activity. So as our quick recap, we have created the layout, we have created the widget, the variables, 3 widgets, edit the input text, edit text, et title and et content, and the button. We have created a boolean called update. We have created the objects of a node and node database. So we have the node database, which is a reference for us as a room database, and the node, which is the entity class or the model class. We have instantiated it, the widgets, the object, and we have checking for the correct object and data entry. We have added the functionals for the button to see if we need to update the button, or we have to create a new node. So then we have setting the results, inserting an async task. We have created an async task. Inside this insert data method, we have an insert task, and we have the do in background method, and we have on post execute. Till now, we have created the add node activity. But before we dive in Android Studio, you can download Master Android app from Play Store and learn Android courses. We have 300 and we are updating every day. And a Flutter course, Kotlin course, Java course, and you can take the quiz and the video tutorials. See you guys in Android Studio. So back to Android Studio. We have done by previously. I will rename the main activity as node list activity, since it will display all the nodes created in the database. So we go to refactor, rename, and I will change it to node list activity, and click refactor, and here we go. We open it and we see that there is the default code, the having extending the app compact. Okay, I will start by implementing the nodes adapter, and on item or a node item, click listen. I will click enter, Alt plus enter, and I will implement the methods. I click OK, and here we solve the error. This is the first step. The second step, we are going to create the variables and the widgets. So we start by private text view message. Second, I will create a recycler view. I will call it recycler view, and next step we are going to edit these widgets in our layout, importing the package and private node database, the database that we have created before previous videos, and a private list and node. Okay, nodes, click insert, and private node adapter, nodes adapter, and private int position. Okay, these are the variables that we are going to use. Now I will jump to the main activity layout. We go down in the activity main, and this is our code. So I will click on the view, and I'm going to remove this text view, and I will go also in the same way to add the layouts needed, or the sections needed in our layouts. So first of all, I will create a copy and paste the code of the linear layout that we are going to use display or having the recycler view. So this is the first linear layout. This is the linear layout. We are having the styles. We are going to edit that styles in next couple of minutes. So the linear layout, this is the linear layout, having the app bar layout and the app compat toolbar, finishing here the toolbar, the app bar layout, and having the recycler view. So pause the video and paste the code in your your Android Studio. Now I will create the include layout equal. I will create a new layout and include it layout underscore or slash content underscore main. This is we are going to create now. And last thing, Android ID include. Okay, this is good. And finally, I'm going to create the floating action bar. I will copy it in this way. I can remove this. You can put 16 dp and everything is good, hard coded. Okay, now let's move to create the content main layout. I will create, click here, Alt plus insert, Alt plus enter, and create resource called this root element main layout. Here we go. We have created the Android content main layout. Now I will copy and paste also the text view that we are going to display. So text view, and please insert notes. I click here, Alt plus insert, and we have added the following XML and S. Okay, everything is good, and we have some properties that we are going to add, like app behavior, and we are going to add the context, tools.context and the node list activity. Okay, everything is good, and show in layout and the main activity layout slash activity for the node list activity. Okay, activity of the main, and I will show you it here. Okay, everything is good. Now let's see the layout. Here we go, and the content. I will remove the theme. We see okay, the fab. I see the fab because we are adding this is not an Android fab, it is the Android material floating actionable. Okay, I will add the constraint here and add the constraint here. Okay, everything is good. Now let's see the error in a layout, missing attributes. Okay, we can, because it is the constraint. Okay, everything is working now. Now let's go back to our codes and see how Android Studio will work and configure adding the nodes from our database. I will create the methods here. We are going to initialize the views, initialize views method, and we are going to display list method. Okay, here we go. We are going to create the use two methods. Okay, let's check. We need to fill the node click method, but first of all let's create these two methods, and we will go back to our click method. Private void display list method, not taking any parameter arguments, and node database. We are going to instantiate the node database dot get instance node list activity dot this, and new retrieve task. We are going to create a retrieve task, and retrieve task, yes, I have created good, and in this, and dot execute. Okay, till now we are creating, everything is good, and we are going to create the retrieve task. You can create a new task here, or you can add it in the main layout, or the node activity. I will delete this and add the class called inner class. So I will go to create private static class retrieve retrieve task. Okay, so this is here. And extending the async task, passing void and passing list of nodes. Okay, Alt plus insert, and do in background we need to add this. Now I'm going to create the variables again in this class. Private week, we see the week reference before videos, and node list activity and activity week reference, or activity, let's say, reference. Okay, I will create now the only retain reference. So the only retain a week reference to the activity. Retrieve task equal, or retrieve task node list activity context and activity reference equal to new week reference, and passing the context. Okay, everything now is working fine. Now let's create another list protected. We are going, okay, sorry, we have created here the on background, do in background. This is the list, it's very good. Returning statement. So we are going to check if activity reference dot get does not equal to null, we are going to return the activity reference dot get node database dot get node DAO dot get nodes. So if the reference is not empty or not null, we are going to retrieve the nodes. If or else, return null. So we will return null if there is no nodes. Okay, everything till now is well clear, as I think. Now we will create another method that we have seen before. It is called the post execute. So we are going to override alt plus insert, override methods, and we go to post execute. We will pass the nodes, and we will remove the super, and if nodes does not equal to null, and nodes dot get or size over 0 or above 0, we are going to create activity reference dot get dot nodes dot clear activity reference dot get dot nodes dot add all. So what we are going to do if the nodes on post execute, when the execution of the async task have finished, go and get the reference. If these nodes does not equal to null and the node size does not equal or above 0, go and clear the reference, then add the reference all the nodes inside it. So we will hide the empty text view that we have created before. So activity reference dot get dot text view message dot set visibility. This way we hide the components or the widgets inside Android Studio or inside the Android system nodes. Adapter dot notify data set changed. Okay, everything's working fine. We still have to initialize the views and add the activity click and add on activity results. Now we will stop here because we need to partition the video into 2 parts. So and the next parts we are going to finish the main activity or the node list activity, and we will pull over and run the app. Now we will continue with making the private void, initialize the views, and we'll see on results on activity result application and method. So we'll start by toolbar identification or initializing the toolbar equal new find view id r.id.toolbar, and we see the set support action bar to toolbar. Okay, we are going to create toolbar. Okay, context here, and we will fix it soon. Text view message equal find view by id r.id dot tv empty. This is the empty text view. We are going to create initialize the floating action bar fab equal find view by id r.id dot fab and fab dot set on click listener and the listener. So what is the listener? We are going to see here how to create it. We will make the view on click listener because we have implement it here, and next to it we are going to create the recycler view equal find view by id r.id dot recycler view. Now recycler view dot set layout manager new linear layout manager, and the context will be node list activity dot this. Okay, and the nodes equal new array list and then the nodes adapter equal new nodes adapter nodes node list activity dot this. The recycler view dot set adapter. If you want to learn about recycler view, go back to the course and select the notes at the recycler view and the card view lessons. Okay, so let's create now the listener here that we have an error about it. Private view dot on click listener, and listener, this is the instance of this. So new view dot on click listener, and I will override the on click this way and start activity for result. Okay, new intent, because when the user click on the add button or the fab floating action bar, we are going to start the note list activity by using intents. So note list activity dot this, and we are going to go to add note activity dot class, and we will request code is 100. So in this way it's more clear, and we are done by this. Okay, the last one, or the most important, is the on activity result and the on click. So we'll start by the on activity result. We will override the on activity result, passing the code intent and request code. And if we are going to check the request code equal to 100, since we have passed it, and the result code above 0, we are going to also check if the result code equal to 1. So add notes dot add note data dot get serializable extra called note, because we have passed the note serializable in this format. Else if a result code equal to 2, notes dot set position 2. Note data dot get serializable extra note. Everything is working now fluently, and at note we need to pass this, and working fine. List visibility, we will pass the list visibility. List visibility method. Okay, we are going to create it, and this method we will create it now. Okay, so why we are getting error on on activity results, add super call. We don't need to add the super call. Yes. So the list visibility, we will start by creating the int empty message visibility equal view dot gone if nodes dot size equal to 0, no items found, no items to display, we will check if the text view message dot get visibility equal to view dot gone. We will set the empty message visibility equal to view dot visible. Okay. Here we are checking that no items would be found, so we'll display the message and text view message dot set visibility to empty message visibility and nodes adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, this is the method for Now we need to add the codes for the previously created node on node click. So we start by creating an alert dialog that will show to the user when fab is clicked to ask for update or delete nodes. Okay, we start by new alert dialog.builder node list activity dot this the delete and the update. Okay, update node, or I will take it as this, and I will pass the new dialog interface dot on click listen on click click listener and passing the override method. Now private, okay, what's happening here? We need the curly braces. Now new dialog interface. Here we don't need the method. Implement the method, and here we go. Alert dialog. Okay, everything is working fine. Now the onClick method int I and dialog interface. I will create the switch I for the positions. If switch I, the case number 1, case 0 means node database dot get node del dot delete node nodes dot get position. Okay, nodes dot remove position. Okay, then list visibility the method that we have created before, list visibility, copy, sorry, and I will paste here. We have a lot of error because of these kernel braces. I will remove it and I will break now. And the case number 2 of having the I equal a value would be the case 1 nodes list activity dot this dot position equal position and start activity for result new intent nodes or node list activity dot this and add node activity dot class and putting the extra for it to pass the node and nodes dot get position. Okay, and having the request code would be 100. Okay, till now we are making everything works fine. We still have to add the break code here, the break code, and we would add 2. We can remove them, remove the extra spaces, and here we go. We show the text dialog, alert dialog. Okay, we still have to add the small tiny method or override it. It is called on destroy. On destroy node database dot clean up. Okay, till now we are ready to go and we are very excited to run our application. Toolbar, what is toolbar here? Include make activity toolbar. Where is toolbar? ID. Okay, create message set support action bar because it is app compact. Everything should work after cleanup. So before running, we have an error here. I remove the set from here and initialize the views. I remove the toolbar and add note. We have the file here. Sorry, the main activity. We need to remove this toolbar. I will remove it. Okay. And one last thing that on activity results would not, it's not mandatory to return the support. And the last thing before running, export schema equal to false, because we don't need to have an error in our emulator. And here we go. This is our very amazing app. Please insert notes. I will insert the title, master coding application or master coding channel, content, subscribe to get latest tutorials in coding and tech. Download. Okay, let's check. Save, and here we go. This is our very first node. Now let's create another one. Download master Android app. Go to Play Store and download the 800 900,000 and the plus users application with 4.7 rating. Okay, let's see. And here we go. Amazing. Let's see about update. We helped millions people like you to learn coding. Let's start. Okay. And here we go. We have it updated. Okay. Everything is working fine, and we can delete the node. Let's create test. Let's save, and we can delete. We can update. Thanks for watching. Update. And here we go. Thanks for watching. And we can create a new node. Say thanks in the comments. Okay, guys. I hope you benefit from this amazing application and this amazing course about the Jetpack. I hope you rate us 5 stars on Udemy. Rate us 5 stars on a Play Store, downloading Master Android, Master Android Pro, and Master Flutter applications. And I hope you subscribe to get the latest tutorials every day. We will start by new course. So get ready, subscribe below. I hope you are safe from coronavirus, and I hope you comment below the name of your country. In this series, we will start learning about Firebase, and we will build complex applications like e-commerce stores, chat applications, cloning Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and many useful applications. So if you are looking for learning Android and other coding languages from zero to hero, you came to the right place. We helped millions of people to learn Android, Flutter, Java, and Kotlin by using our applications called Master Android, Master Flutter, Master Android Pro, and Master Kotlin. You can check them on the Play Store. So subscribe below to get the latest tutorials and everyday uploads. Let's start learning about Firebase. So Firebase
is the best friend for Android. So, building applications using Firebase is one of the fastest growing technology trends in the world. Using Firebase, developers can build apps at rapid pace without managing the infrastructure, including authentication, storing and syncing data, securely hosting web assets, and cloud storage. All of these we will start learning about them in this series of videos. So, Firebase has a base plan that is free, allowing 1 gig of storage and 100 simultaneous connection. If you wish to upgrade, you can check out the plans at firebase.google, and here are the pricings. We will start by using the free plan, and if we want in later videos and later complex applications, we can upgrade to Flame and Blaze plan. So we will start by the configuration, and here is the configuration for Flutter, and we are going now to configure it with the Android. So here is the project, and we are going to make a registration then, and the config file and SDK. So guys, remember, if you want all of these lessons, written lessons, you can download Master Android and Master Android Pro from the Play Store. They are free. You can download them and you can check all of these stuff free. Open your Android Studio and start a new Android project, empty activity, and I will name it as Firebase application. Okay, Firebase applications, and I will hit finish and waiting for Android to configure the application. Now, on later stages, we are going to make, as I told you, make complex applications like e-commerce, chat, Facebook cloning, Twitter cloning, and many other complex tutorials. But remember, if you don't understand the basics, you will never understand the complex applications. So, first of all, we are going to add the Gradle dependencies and configure the Firebase project on the server side or on the Firebase website. Now, open Gradle file. I will add here the documentations, the implementations. Okay, there are two ways to configure the dependencies for the Flutter, for the Firebase. You can configure it from Tools and click on Firebase, and you can add whatever you want from the Firebase. So here are the services that Firebase will give you, and you can add them. Now, you can add by the assistant. I prefer not using the assistant. I prefer using the methods of the Firebase used on the store. Now, go to firebase.google.com. So, Firebase is a part from Google, and they are infrastructures for the developers. So let's log in, sign in. So after I signed in, go to the console. And here we go. Here is the console of the Firebase. Okay, and I will add here a project. Enter your project name. I will Firebase dots. Okay, in this account I have reached the limit of my projects. I will sign in another account.
So I signed in a new account and create a new project called Firebase application appy. Okay, I accept and waiting for generation. Click continue and enable analytics and continue. Location United States, I accept and I accept. Okay, and creating the project. We use Firebase in many applications, and many worldwide applications are using or used Firebase as their backbone for their applications. It's very amazing features and very amazing services that Firebase will serve for you. Having a real-time database, Firestore, like cloud messaging, machine learning, and many other features inside this very amazing invention called Firebase. So if you understand Firebase, you understand you can make complex applications with connectivity and many amazing features. Now we have created this project and I will click it. Okay, waiting. I will go to okay, I refresh the page. Its logo here. And I will click on Firebase application. Now we have clicked on the project Firebase appy, and I will click on Android. So you can get the configuration of the iOS. The package name. First of all, we need to add a package name. We go to Android Studio and we open the main activity and copy this. This is the package name. We paste it and Firebase appy, and here is a debug signing certification. We will learn about it if we want to publish the application and further implementation of the debugging and the release mode. So till now I will take or leave it blank. I will register the application. Next for that, I will download the configuration file. So click on download JSON file, and here we go, show in folder. I will click it, cut. I will go here. First, just a second. I need to tell you that we need to replace it at the project and inside the application. So I will go to the Play Store, to Android Studio, select project, click down, and inside the app folder, I will click on paste. And here we go. We have added the JSON file. Now, let's close this. Click next and add the Firebase SDK. As I told you, our application needs to add some repositories and some dependencies. So check that you have the following line at the level of repositories at the Google. So I will go to select Android, at the level of build Gradle and the Gradle. And here we go. I have the Google. Okay. And the dependencies, Google services, and I will paste it here. So first of all, I ensure that Google here, and I will add the dependency class Google Play Services. And all projects, repositories, I will add the Google. Now, all projects at the level of the all project, Google have been added. I click on sync now, and everything is successfully configured. Now, I close this, and I will add the dependencies at the level of the application. I will continue. Open your app level build Gradle, add the apply plugin and services. I will add them at underneath here. It is added, so I will add this. Okay, and I need to just one thing, add the Firebase SDK for Google Analytics. I will copy it and paste it at the level of implementation. I will click sync, and everything is working fine. Okay, I will skip the last test step for further implementation later on. Okay, till now we have finished adding and configuration of the Firebase at the level of Android applications. We will continue with the complete Android developer course, and we will learn how to use Firebase to write data inside its real-time database. And next videos we will see how to retrieve this data and display them. So in this tutorial we are going to write data inside our database. If you want to these lessons and these written tutorials, you can download our master Android application from Play Store and go to Android section and go to these sections, and you can see the storage and persistence. And we are showing like the lessons about Firebase. So it is 67. Now, in order to allow the database inside our application to manage the connections, we need first of all to go to Android manifest and add the user's permission and called internet. So in this way we have added the internet permission for our application. Now we need to add inside our build Gradle at the level of application, we need to add another one. So here he's telling us there is a new version, and I'm going to implement the Google and Firebase 19.2.1. So I'm implementing the Firebase database. So like this is for Firebase SDK and analytics, and this implementation for real-time database. Okay, let's click on sync now, and we are clear to proceed. Now we open to the main activity, waiting for downloading the Play services, and in this time I'm going to write the message to database. Write message to database. Okay. In order to do that, we need to install the latest SDK, which is 17.3, and waiting for the Gradle to finish. So after finishing downloading, and I'm going to write the message to database. So I will start by making Firebase database, and I will call it database and an instance of Firebase database and get instance. In this way, I'm creating a Firebase database object called database. Now I will create a database reference and my ref and database dot get reference. I will call it message. Okay. In this way, I'm making a database called database. Then I'm making a reference for this database and getting its reference in the path of called message. Now, my reference dot set value called hello master coding channel, and we close. Now let's run our emulator and see what's happening. So after running our application, let's go to the Firebase and go to console and see the project, and we go to the database here, and let's create the database in a test mode. Okay, click done, and everything is working fine. We are creating the database at the server side on the internet, on the Firebase. So here is our application, just waiting for the Firebase to configure the database and see if our data has been sent successfully. Otherwise, we will restart the app. If nothing will happen, we are going to configure what are the errors. But till now, we are creating the database, and it may take some time. Don't worry. And you would see, and here we go, we have the database. This is the console of database, and we select here cloud despite the cloud Firestore, we will use the real-time database. So first of all, these lessons we are going to deal with the real-time database, and then we will upgrade for cloud Firestore. So select real-time database and see the rules for this to check if it is allowing us to write and read from the database. So I will select the rules tab from here, and let's configure the read true, and the write would be also true. Let's publish, dismiss, and let's publish. Rules published successfully. Let's go to the database, and here we go. It is empty. Now we can close the application and run it again. This is the application, my Firebase. Okay, this is the application. I can run it, or I can click on run here. So just waiting for the database to ensure that it is empty. Okay, it's null, and we can run the application as I told you, or hit run. Okay, and here we go. Very nice, guys.
and everything is working fine. Here is the reference, and we are putting the inside the reference a message and saying hello master coding channel. So look guys, I want to say subscribe now to get latest tutorials. If I run it at the same moment, it will change. Amazing. And we will learn about Firebase getting data from real-time database. We see in the previous video how to write data inside Firebase real-time database. Now we will learn how to get this data from Firebase. So before we start, you can get all the written courses inside the Master Android app and Master Android app Pro available on Play Store. So go to Play Store and download them, and you can get all these courses. By the way, we are getting learning about Firebase and this documentation about the config files and SDK and the cloud messaging and remote config and everything. So in order to get the data from Firebase, it's very simple way. So we previously writing data to Firebase in this way and making here making reference to our database. Okay, so guys, it's very simple and latest tutorials. Okay, I'm here. I will comment this and reading data from Firebase. Okay, because we have created a reference in the same way of the database reference. So first of all, Firebase database, creating an instance of it. Then we are getting a reference from a reference object that refer to this database object. And we are going now to use the reference object and add value event listener. So remember guys, we are using getting simple data from Firebase. So new view and dot add. Okay, new add new view. Okay, value event listener, and we are going to use this method on data change and on data on cancel. So here we want to execute code when receiving data. Okay, so whenever the data changed inside the database, instantaneously on data changed method is called by referring to the reference and adding a value event listener. So for that, I am going to create on the main activity this text view. I will give it text view and as ID, and I will increase its size and change its color. Okay, color accent, and I will increase to 37. Okay, now I'm going to get the data, but what form of data does it receive? It is a string, a boolean, an array. What is it? It is an data snapshot object. So
on data snapshot, here is the passing, the arguments of this method is getting the data as a data snapshot, sorry. I'm getting the social media. By the way, we are going to clone Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook in the next video. So remember to subscribe and like to get the latest videos. Now, I write data snapshot and get what I want to get. I'm going to get the value. So, get the value. Here I will store them in a string s equal data snapshot and cast to. We can cast this, or we can make directly. We can directly. First of all, I want to instantiate here. To declare the text view, and import the package. And here I'm going to instantiate text view equal find view by id r.id.text view. Okay. Now, here we go, text view dot set text data snapshot dot get value. You can cast a string in this way, or by adding the string, or by passing the string. Let's run and see how this data will be. Remember, we have in this page this. Okay, I am having type. I missed to add here the quotations and adding the variable. Let's run. Okay, I have here the message, like let's. Okay, Mars, show, like, I have to refresh. And I have the subscribe to YouTube channel. And here we go. We have in our application, the text has been received successfully. Now, let's try to change the text and see how fast is Firebase. Hello, friends, subscribe, please. Amazing, guys. It's instantaneous. This is the power of Firebase. I hope you are safe from coronavirus and well motivated to learn Firebase and making a complex app and $1 million app. Just kidding. Let's dive and make an app that receives multiple data from Firebase database. Please, if this is your first time here and you want to learn coding and master Android, master Flutter, and master every coding language, and joining the largest Android developer course on the earth, you are on the right place. So hit subscribe below, comment, and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. Let's begin, guys. So we see in the previous video how to receive the data of a single value. So remember, there is a very important concept in the Android, in the Firebase, that is using the key value theory and the concept. So this is the key, v1 is the key, and hello is the value. v2 is the key, and subscribe is the value. So let's now create an app that receive the multiple data from Firebase. Now, we see in the previous video how to make an app that receives single. Now let's move to on data change and receive multiple data. Just for information and very important note that whenever you are dealing with the values key and value and you don't have any objects or nodes, you should deal with a value event listener. In the next couple of videos, we are going to deal with a very new or other type, which is the children event listener. So let's now create this logic code on the data change method to receive multiple values. Now I'm going to log and v, and I will create like tag here, taggy, and let's receive the message would be data snapshot, because we are receive, and as I told you that we receive the data in a form of data snapshot object. So what I need from this snapshot is to get only the value. So here we go, we have done. Now let's add it because it is in form of string, and the message is in form of string, and string should be initialized by the empty brackets. Now we see our app, nothing changed. Let's see our logcat and a type here taggy, and very good guys, we have received the v1 and its value and v2 and its value. Now let's go and see the importance of dealing with the data snapshot. So let's get the length of our data inside the database. So in order to do that, let's go to here and make our data snapshot always and dot. So you see how many methods you can get with and learn about them. So in order to get the keys, you can go and use the get key method. In order to get children and get a reference and another values, so you can use these methods. Now, what were it length get value dot here. So as I told you, in order to get the length, so we remove the database data snapshot and we use database list dot length. This method will use to get the data length of the Firebase. So let's go to our logcat, and here we go. We have our v1 and v2, and the number of objects we have is 2. Now let's go and see the Firebase powerful real-time database. Let's change it to like and comment below, and we hit enter, and here we go. There is a new value or a new log that telling us that we have a v1 like and comment below, and v2 is subscribe. So, and we has the value here. So we have learned in this video how to use and get the multiple data snapshot from the Firebase. In this tutorial, we are going to receive multiple values from Firebase in a simplified form. So we will get every single value in in a specific form. So let's begin. We have previously in videos creating an app that receives the data from Firebase in not a simplified form. So we are having troubles of getting the values from it. So we have received like this. This block. We have v1 its value and v2 and its value. So we need to get them in a simplified form. So in order to do that, remember, we are going to use the data snapshot. But that very important trick in this video is having to make a for loop in order to get the values, in order to get each snapshot instance as a separate one and get the value from it. Okay, for that we are going to first check if the data snapshot is getting the value. Data snapshot dot get value does not equal to null. Okay, if does not equal to null, we are going to create a for loop. This is a for each loop. So we are going to create data snapshot data snapshot. For each snapshot we are going to loop and get the children from inside this loop. For that we are going to create a new string depending upon what type of data you are using cast to it. So string k equal and plus snapshot dot get value. So we see in the previous videos snapshot dot get value will get a single value. Now the trick is making a for loop that will loop inside the data snapshot and get the value from it for every single value that have been added. Now log.v, and we are going to create taggy and space and getting the k string. Okay, let's run and see the magic. Look at waiting for the tag. Okay, it's 1G, and amazing guys, we have created this very complex app, this $1 million app. Just kidding. Making this app and understanding the concepts of Firebase is very important, and it's your first step in the 1,000-mile journey in coding. So remember, the keys of success is making and understanding the basics very well. So I intended, and my intention was making separate videos about Firebase with exactly the topic and not mixing the topics with together. So if you understand this, hit like and comment below. If you don't understand, we are here to help you, and we can repeat, and you can make new videos for that and help you privately or using emails or contacting us. Now, just one thing I want to show you, that we are looping here to get every snapshot, and we're getting the value. So you may ask if I want to get the keys. So I can write the get key, and you guess the log will type v1 and v2, and hooray, this is the magic. I'm going to show you how to make an app that receives text and images from Firebase real-time database and display them into a recycler view in Android application, just like this application. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. We will dive through into Firebase and we will complete the Android biggest course on the earth, the complete Android developer course. So feel free to subscribe below if you want to get the latest tutorials and the real-time or real apps projects in the future and next couple of videos. So let's begin, guys, making this amazing application. First step, we have added Firebase successfully to our project. If you don't know how to add Firebase, please go back to the first video about Firebase and how to configure it. We have like a fast recap. We have applying the plugin here, Google Services, and we have implemented the Firebase Analytics and the Firebase database, the latest versions, and we have added the Google Services, and we have downloaded the JSON file that we in the app folder. This is the JSON Google Services. Okay. Now, guys, remember, if you have any questions, please comment out below in the comments and subscribe to get the latest tutorials for our channel. The second step, we are going to add the recycler view to our database, to the layout. So we go to the activity main, Control plus left click. We can go it, or you can open it from the resources and the layout file. And here we go. Okay. I will switch it to layouts and I will search for recycler view. It's here in the common and I will drag it to here. And Android will ask us for adding the project dependency. I will click OK. In this way, the Android Studio will add the dependency, the latest dependency for our project for the recycler view. Okay, still waiting for the Android Studio to add the components. And recycler view have been added successfully. Now, I click it to add some constraint for that project. Okay. And I will add the ID for recycler view. Call it recycler view and click enter. Now let's go to the main activity and instantiate the widgets. First of all, widgets. And I will call it recycler view, recycler. In this way, I am declaring, and here I am instantiating the widgets. Equal find view by ID r.id recycler view. Till now, we have configured the layout for the recycler view. Now let's move to the Firebase section on the database on internet. Now, log into your Firebase account and let's see how to add the current or the correct hierarchy for our data. Now, let's create some objects that for some nodes, and we need to make a node, the main node or the child. Let's name it as a reference for like messages or message. Okay, or blog. Let's see, blog or message. It's good. Now I will create the first object. I will see object 1 and I will add the plus sign. So the first root is the message, the second node is object, and here we are going to add the name of the object, Master Coding Channel, and I will hit tab remember to add the same node, you need to specify the tab, or you press here. If you want to add a child for this, you can press the plus sign in this way. Now, image, and I will put here the link here. Okay, here is the hierarchy of our app. I will go and get the image. Okay, like let's see, Easter or master, like Easter images, and let's see, this is very good, and open a new tab. I will copy the link of this, open a new tab. Okay, I will copy this link of image and I will put it here. Press enter, and this is the hierarchy of the objects. So name and image, you can put many properties here, but till now, if you understand the basics, you can make complex apps. Now I will create another object, so I will call it object2, and in the name, there is a very important note. The name and the properties of the object should match exactly as the previous one. So remember guys, if you add the name here, it is very case sensitive. So if you put here the name, the object1, the object 1 million would contain the same exact name or the key. So name and the value, let's say subscribe now, and I will put the image, and I will select another image. For that I will put like master coding channel or YouTube channel. Okay, and I will create subscribe, and I will select this image. It's very high resolution, and I will copy it, and I will put its value here. Remember guys, we need it as .png or .jpg or jpeg. Okay, so as I told you, the image and the name, these are told or like configured or considered as the keys and the value, key and value. This way Firebase works, the key and the value. So object 1 and object 2. Remember, it's very important guys. If you don't need to have any error inside the Firebase, you should add this key value, a key, the same way in all objects you will create. Okay, now let's close this and back to Android Studio. Let's create now a module class that will receive our data from Firebase. I will call it as messages. It is a model class. I will annotate this. You can download the source code from our Udemy course. So you go to Udemy course in the link below, and you get the free coupon. It's very cheap, $10. You can access all our source codes and next and the future tutorials, and you can download many source code apps source code. Now I will add like this model class, and I will put here what we are going to receive. We are going to receive an image URL and a name. So I will go to the model class. I will create a string name and a string URL of the image. So image URL. If you don't understand, guys, or you have any questions, please comment below. And we are going to help you and support you with all of your source codes and projects. Now I will create a default constructors alt plus insert. I will create an empty one, and I will create a full constructor in order to ensure that we don't have any errors or in-app crashes. And we are going to create also getters and setters. Alt plus insert, getters and setters, select both and click OK. Here are the getters and setters, the constructors, and the model class. Okay, guys, we have configured the model class successfully. Now, back to our main activity. We are going to create some variables and instantiate our Firebase. Firebase, as I told you, we are going to create an instance and a data reference of the database. Private database reference, and I will call it myref, and private storage reference. It goes, we didn't add the Firebase, so we need now to create variables, a variable of an array list, private array list for the model class that we have created before, which called messages. Okay, messages, and let's create messages array list or list. Okay, till now it's very simple, guys. We have created a model class, and we have instantiated some variables, declared some variables, and now let's associate it and instantiate them. For that, we need a recycler view or a linear, let's see here, the linear layout manager equal new linear layout manager, and context is this recycler view dot set layout manager and layout manager. If you have any questions about the recycler view, you can go back to the complete Android developer course and see how to configure the recycler view. Okay, set has fixed size to true, and here we have done the recycler view. Now the Firebase, and I'm going to my reference equal Firebase database.getInstance.getReference. Everything is working fine. Now let's add some codes that will get the data from a reference. Now, we have created the array list. So array list, messages list equal new array list. It's empty. And now let's call get data method. Let's create get data from Firebase. This method, I will create it here. Okay. Now, we are going to create we are going now to ensure that our list is empty. For that, we are going to create like private void clear all. This will ensure that our list is empty, and then we are going to fill it with data from Firebase. So if image list or messages list does not equal to null, we are going to messages list dot clear. We are going to clear it. Else, we are going to create a messages list equal new array list. Okay, guys. For that, it is very well, and I will call it here clear array list, and I will clear all. Now, I will create a new layout item for our recycler view. So I will go to the layout. I will delete this message item. I will create a new layout resource file, and I will call it message underscore item. Click OK. And here we are going to give the template for the template for every object or every item we are going to receive. So I will put here, I will pause the video and add the code in order to save some time. So here. But before, I need to add the card view. Search for card view, click on install. The operation will add the Android X card view library. And now I will go to the layout and add the card view. So I will pause here the video in order to save some time. So guys, this is the layout of the card, the item view, the message item. So here, let's see it. I created a card view and its properties. I name it as card view, and I created a relative layout that contains an image view and a text view. So here is the image view, and here is the text view. Okay. Now back to our main activity, and let's create these widgets, or create the corresponding class that will construct the recycler view items according to the Firebase data. Now, let's go in order to do that, we are going to create an adapter here for recycler view, recycler adapter. Okay, and I will extend it for recycler view. Oops, recycler view, recycler. Oops. Dot adapter, and I will pass recycler view adapt view dot view holder. Okay, let's create this class. Click enter, and before adding the implemented methods, let's create some code for the private string, the private static final string called tag, and I will give it recycler view. Okay, in order to test our app. And now let's create our view holder class. So view holder and extends view holder recycler view recycler2 dot view holder. Okay, so it's very important class, and we need to make it in order to instantiate our widgets. So for that, I will click Alt plus insert, Alt plus enter, and create a constructor matching. And here we have the constructor for that. So widgets. For the widgets, I will create an image view called image view. Remember, we have created an image view and a text view. So for that, we are going to create a text view and text view. Okay. We have created here, and let's instantiate them. Image view equal find view or item view dot find view by find view by id and r.id dot image view. Okay guys, now the text view, in the same way, because we are using a view holder, we are using the item view. Okay, r.id dot text view. Okay, as I told you, what we are doing here, we are instantiating the layout, layout file that we have created here, the image view and the text view. We are telling the adapter, hey adapter, we are going to use these widgets to put the data inside them. For that, we have done with the view holder. Now, let's create, press here, Alt plus enter, and implement methods. So, we see there are three methods. We are going to create some variables, context, and I'm going to create private array list of our model class messages, and I will tell it message array list, say array list. Okay. I will create now a constructor, public recycler view, our recycler adapter. Or I can press Alt plus insert. I can create a constructor and passing the two. Okay, it's very fast. And under the constructor, I'm going to create or add some code for our view on create view. So remember, it's very important class. I will remove the return. And this method, it's very important to instantiate our views. So view equal layout inflator dot from parent dot get context dot inflate, and we are going to inflate our newly created layout for the items. So message item parent and attach to root as false. Okay guys, remember what I'm doing here. I'm just instantiating the view and telling the view holder, hey view holder, please go and get the layout, message item, and paste all, get the data and put them in this template, this layout. So for that, we have to return a view. So return new view holder view. Okay. Very good, guys. We are doing well. Now, let's move on bind view holder and add the holder text views and the recycler view holder class. So I will name it here as view holder. Okay, I will remove from here also the recycler view. Okay, and the view holder. Since we have created the view holder, so we don't need the recycler view, we need the recycler view adapter and the view holder in this class. So this will point for our newly created class. So here rename it as recycler adapter. Okay, everything is working fine. Now let's go and get the text view dot set text from the image from the messages list dot get position, and I'm going to get description or get name. Okay, till now we have getting the we are getting the text view. Now let's get the view or image view. For that, I will use the glide library. So what is glide library? It's very important library that we are going to use and will use in later videos. But till now, I will make it a quick tutorial about implementing the glide library, and we will discuss later in the next videos. So in order to use the glide, we go to the Gradle scripts and we add here the implementation for that glide library. Okay, and I will add these codes. Sync now, go to Gradle file, add a project, and add the Maven Central. Click sync now, and here we go. We have added glide successfully. Back to our recycler adapter, and it's very simple library. So glide dot get and load get or dot load glide with, we will pass the with this, Okay, I will paste here the default use of the glide. So with view.this.load, and we put the URL of our image. Since we are using the Firebase, we are going to add the messages list and get the position of the corresponding image dot get image URL. And where are going to display it? We are going to display it in the image view. So for that, we are going to add holder dot image view. Till now we are good. We need to pass here the view, so we the context. I'm going to use the context. Okay, guys. Till now we have added successfully. Now I will go to the main layout, the main view, and I'm going to instantiate a variable here and called recycler adapter. Private recycler adapter and recycler adapter. Okay. I will add here get data from Firebase, a query equal reference or my reference dot child. So what is our child? We go back to the to our Firebase, and our reference is called message. So I type it as message, and it's very case sensitive. Now, query dot add listener for single item and value event listener. And on event listener, as I told you, you see that on data changed. So here we are going to add a for each loop and data snapshot for every data snapshot we are going to get data snapshot dot get children, open braces, and we are going to instantiate a messages here, messages, our model new messages. Okay, and we are going to add messages dot set URL, image URL, snapshot dot child URL. You remember, guys, it's very important to specify our image node. So image URL, it's called image. So the child responsible for the image view is called the image. Child dot get value and to string. Now messages dot set name, we are going to set the name. Snapshot, remember guys, it's very important to understand how Firebase works. Fireworks. It's Easter, guys. So snapshot, data snapshot, it's getting the image as a bundle, and we are getting the image URL from it and the name. So the snapshot is a package. We are getting the name and the URL by using this form, the child. And what is the name of our child responsible for the names? It's called name. It's very important. So dot get value to string. It's very easy, guys. And we are going to the messages list and add messages. We are putting them in the model class, and the array list is putting it together to form a data. Now let's add these data to our recycler adapter that will display them in a recycler view. And context. I'm not passing the context here, making it private. Let's create context, private, context, context, Alt plus insert, add a package, context, and I will pass the messages list. Now recycler view, recycler view dot set adapter, and I will pass the created adapter, recycler view adapter, and recycler view, and recycler view here, recycler view, and recycler adapter dot notify data set changed. Okay, till now we have getting our data correctly. Now let's add some codes to our clear all method. So inside if messages, I'm going to add another if, and let's see, recycler adapter does not equal to null. Go and put recycler view recycler adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay guys, till now we are done. Let's save the project and hit run to see the magic. I missed to tell you that, guys, we have missed here in the recycler view adapter. Before we run and get through our application, I need to change the context here to get application context, and change the constraint layout height to wrap content. Till now we are well clear. Now in this query, I'm adding a listener for a single value event. So only when it is run, it will listen for one change. So I will change it to add value event listener. And I will call the on data change here on data change, I will call clear all method. Now hit run and see our application. And here we go. Amazing. We have getting the first object and the second object. So when I will remove the y here, I will remove the y like here and press enter, and here we go. It's changed exactly. Like and comment. Let's see. And here we go. Amazing, guys. Now let's test for an image. I have selected a new image. I will copy the image URL and I will create a new object called object 3, and I will give it a name for it like balloons, and the URL or image URL, it would be here. Now hit enter. And amazing, guys, it's an instantaneous object. Now let's create another object, like let's see like this. Let's change the wallpaper of the like and comment. Okay, and copying it, paste it. Very well designed application. Thank you, guys. I hope you subscribe, like and comment below for any questions. If you have suggestions for our next tutorials, you can put it in the comments below. Please be honest, subscribe, like and comment. I hope you benefit from our course. Rate us 5 stars on Udemy, and see you in next videos.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. I hope you are highly motivated like me to start building our chatting application. So we are going to clone the WhatsApp application using Firebase database system. So we'll start by making the registration and authentication system for our application, and then the user will log in to the application, adding the logout activity or functionality, adding the user's fragment and the profile, which the user will be allowed to click the image, select any one or any image from his gallery, and upload it to the to his profile image. So, guys, we are here to make a very complex application using the basics that we have learned previously in the Firebase section and other Android sections. So, the complete Android developer course is a very big course that we have created. So even if you have any questions, we can answer it, or you can go back to the tutorials to see them and learn more about recycler views, card views, fragments, Firebase, and tab layouts, and other concepts that we are using in along this video. So, guys, we are we are going to make a very good and very amazing application, sending, receiving, and we are going to make a seen and delivered functionality and online functionality exactly like this. So, guys, I hope you subscribe, comment, and like. Get your coffee cup, and let's start building our $1 billion application. Open your Android Studio and start a new Android project, empty activity, and I will name it as Firebase application. Okay? Firebase applications. And I will hit finish and waiting for Android to configure the application. Now, on later stages, we are going to make, as I told you, make complex applications like e-commerce, chat, Facebook cloning, Twitter cloning, and many other complex tutorials. But remember, if you don't understand the basics, you will never understand the complex applications. So, first of all, we are going to add the Gradle dependencies and configure the Firebase project on the server side or on the Firebase website. Now, open Gradle file. I will add here the documentations, the implementations. Okay, there are two ways to configure the dependencies for the Flutter, for the Firebase. You can configure it from Tools and click on Firebase, and you can add whatever you want from the Firebase. So here are the services that Firebase will give you, and you can add them. Now, can add by the assistant. I prefer not using the assistant. I prefer using the methods of the Firebase used on the store. Now, go to firebase.google.com. So, Firebase is apart from Google, and they are infrastructures for the developers. So, let's log in, sign in. So, after I signed in, go to the console
And here we go. Here is the console of the Firebase. Okay. And I will add here a project. Enter your project name. I will Firebase dots. Okay, in this account I have reached the limit of my projects. I will sign in another account. So I signed in a new account and create a new project called Firebase application appy. Okay, I accept and waiting for generation. Click continue and enable analytics and continue. Location United States, I accept and I accept. Okay, and creating the project. We use Firebase in many applications, and many worldwide applications are using or used Firebase as their backbone for their applications. It's very amazing features and very amazing services that Firebase will serve for you. Having a real-time database, Firestore, like cloud messaging, machine learning, and many other features inside this very amazing invention called Firebase. So if you understand Firebase, you understand you can make complex applications with connectivity and many amazing features. Now we have created this project and I will click it. Okay, waiting. I will go to doc. Okay, I refresh the page. Its logo here. And I will click on Firebase application. Now we have clicked on the project Firebase appy, and I will click on Android. So you can get the configuration of the iOS. The package name. First of all, we need to add a package name. We go to Android Studio and we open the main activity and copy this. This is the package name. We paste it and Firebase appy, and here is a debug signing certification. We will learn about it if we want to publish the application and further implementation of the debugging and the release mode. So till now I will take or leave it blank. I will register the application. Next for that I will download the configuration file. So click on download JSON file, and here we go, show in folder. I will click it, cut. I will go here. First, just a second. I need to tell you that we need to replace it at the project and inside the application. So I will go to the Play Store, to Android Studio, select project, click down, and inside the app folder, I will click on paste. And here we go. We have added the JSON file. Now, let's close this. Click next and add the Firebase SDK. As I told you, our application needs to add some repositories and some dependencies. So check that you have the following line at the level of repositories at the Google. So I will go to select Android at the level of build Gradle and the Gradle, and here we go. I have the Google. Okay. And the dependencies, Google services, and I will paste it here. So first of all, I ensure that Google here, and I will add the dependency class Google Play Services. And all projects, repositories, I will add the Google. Now, all projects at the level of the all project, Google have been added. I click on sync now, and everything is successfully configured. Now, I close this, and I will add the dependencies at the level of the application. I will continue. Open your app level build Gradle, add the apply plugin and services. I will add them at underneath here. It is added, so I will add this. Okay, and I need to just one thing, add the Firebase SDK for Google Analytics. I will copy it and paste it at the level of implementation. I will click sync, and everything is working fine. Okay, I will skip the last test step for further implementation later on. Okay, till now we have finished adding and configuration of the Firebase at the level of Android applications.
Let's create a new activity called register activity. So empty activity and rename it as register activity. This activity will act as the registration profile that the user can enter their username, password, and email, so it is registered inside our Firebase authentication system. So we will see in this tutorial how we can configure and allow the registration of a user inside our Firebase. But first, let's design the layout, making three edit text: the username, the password, and the email. And we will create a button that will work when the user will click it as a register button. Now, I will create something special for this application, that designing it with a grateful UI. So I will create a new gradient register, new source file in the drawable folder, and I will paste here. I have prepared this and paste them into the gradient register. So in this thing or this shape, we are making a gradient background for our register activity. So I will select the background and select as gradient register, double T. So I will make also the style for the text views also in the same way as bold
so it will works fine. Remember, guys, we are making a very complex application, and in the same time, it's very simple because we are using the simple ways that we have learned inside the Firebase videos, the previous videos of the Firebase. So, if you make this application, I consider myself and you as a professional developer that will follow all tutorials and make a consistent time for making applications and consistent goal to reach it. So guys, it's very important to follow us. It's very important to follow your inner one who told you, hey, go up and go to the work, go coding, go make sport, go and make and be like a professional. Don't be crazy. So we follow this small one, this small thing that sparks in our mind. I'm not here for motivational speeches. I'm here for motivation, for coding, and let you become a professional coder. Just like me, I was in your place. I was looking for the videos and the courses and for the doctors and the teachers, and I'm saying, hey, what I'm going to learn, what I'm doing here. So just put a goal in front of you and go pursue this goal. I really appreciate everyone who will reach his goals and become a professional coder. So I'm here to help people like me, like us, like everyone in the team who was making nothing in his real life. We have made a very professional application, and we have about 1 million, around 1 million people learning from our ideas. I was an amateur, and I'm now a professional coder because I consisted about making new goals. So let's create back to our courses, and you please hit like for for this motivational speech. And I'm, as I told you, making the 3 edit texts, and we are making 3 edit texts, 1 for username, 1 for password, and 1 for email. Okay, and making the IDs. Okay, remember, guys, we are making a professional tutorials, and we have spent many hours editing, creating, coding, testing to produce a professional video for you. Don't be selfish, don't be ignorance. Please like and subscribe, comment below, just say thanks. This thanks will provide us a highly motivated spark to produce more and more videos. If we don't see there is no reaction and no comments and no likes, we are not going to produce more and more videos. So please, guys, hit like and you will push us forward. Say thanks and we will produce more. As I told you, we are making the bottom here and creating a new shape for it, and I will make its background as transparent. Where is transparent? Okay, okay, this color is good. We can switch here. Also, this color is good. Okay, now it's looking good. And let's see the text. Okay, the register,
the text register, and let's see here, and it's working fine. Okay, guys, so we have created a very amazing UI layout for our registration. Okay, just one thing, because the black is not working fine. Okay, I will edit the ID, the bottom register. Okay, now let's instantiate our widgets, and for this video we are done making the layout and instantiating the widgets, declaring them and instantiating them. So first of all, we are going to declare the widgets. We have 3 edit text. We are going to declare 3 edit texts and 1 button to produce to make it functional in the next video. So guys, subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit 5 stars for our Udemy course. So we are going to produce more and more videos every day. Okay, download our YouTube, Master Android and Master Flutter, Master Android Pro applications from Play Store, and don't miss to like us 5 stars. Go and see our success on the Play Store. Around 1 million people downloaded our Master Android application. Okay, as I told you, we are initializing the widgets. Of course, I'm not going to learn you how to instantiate, because you are a professional developer going to make a professional code and clean code. So make a clean code. Also, I like making comments, because it's very important. If you go back to your code, you remember every step what you were doing in this time. So guys, till now we have finished in this video. We have created our layout and we have declared and instantiated our widgets. I hope you like, subscribe our YouTube channel, and hit 5 stars to Udemy course. First of all, I need to create a Firebase auth system. So first, I will create a Firebase auth and a database reference called my ref. Okay, you can see in the previous videos how to create a reference and what is the Firebase database reference and instance. So for Firebase, I will add the auth equal Firebase auth dot get instance. So, but before we proceed, I'm not having error in Firebase auth, because I am adding the Gradle script implementation of Firebase auth 19.3.0. It is the latest version at the time of making this video. Okay guys, now let's create a method called register now. So private register now, and I will pass the final string username. I will pass string email and string password as the arguments of this method. So what this method will make, it will create it will deals with auth authentication system of Firebase by creating the user with email and password. It is a method contained in the package of auth, and it is responsible for passing the email and the password
in order to allow authentication and registration. So add on complete listener, new on complete listener, and it passed this. I will add point here. And if we start by checking if the task is successful, if the task dot is successful, go and do this thing. Firebase user equal auth dot get current user. Okay, and string user ID equal Firebase user dot get user ID. And passing the for the reference, my Firebase reference is Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and here we will pass the reference of making the new column of in our database, or our new child, or the node. So my users, and I will pass the child of user ID. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, I'm just like arranging the codes. Okay, and as I told you, we have created my users path for the reference inside the Firebase database in order to ensure that our list of users will be stored in my users, and every user will be a child inside this node. Now let's create a hash map. So hash map, it will contain two types of the key value, or two values of the string. First of all, the first one is called the key, and the second is called the value. So we need to add that the ID of the user would be stored inside the ID string, and the second hash map, or the hash map, we are going to put inside the value a username, and we pass the username. So we have passed the username. So the ID will make a reference for the user, So we are getting the ID, the username, and the image URL in order to allow the user to store the image URL as a profile in our database. So till now, hash maps. If you want to learn about hash maps, you can go back to our the complete Android developer course and see how we have dealt with the hash maps. Okay, opening the main activity after successful login or registration. So guys, what we are doing here, we are allowing the system, the Android system, or the application, after a successful registration of the user, we are going to allow the user to navigate to our main activity, or the main screen. So without authentication, without registration, the user will not be able to log in into our main activity. So we are going to create my reference, that map, and pass the hash map. And on complete, we are going to test if the task is successful. We see in the previous couple of minutes, we have used this very important like methods, or testing, because Firebase allow you to check if the task is complete. So if the task is complete, we are going to make a new intent that will direct the user to the main activity after a successful registration. This will be translated into codes in this way. So we are going to create a new intent. We are going to go from the register activity to the main activity, and we set the flags, intent flag activity, or flag top, or clear task, because we are working with task, and an activity flag clear new task. Okay, or new task, start activity as an intent I, and we are going to finish our activity by calling finish. Okay, till now we are doing very well, guys. If you don't understand anything, or you have a misunderstanding of a topic or a concept, please comment below. We are going to help you, and we are going to introduce the help and more codes to allow you to make understanding and anchor your knowledge. So I'm going to display a toast. If authentication is not completed, I will put invalid email or password. Please comment below, guys, if you have any suggestions of making new tutorials, or if you have an app idea, we can go and make tutorial about it and show you how to make it from zero to the last. So if I remove the final here, it will display an error because the username will be passed as a final. So I need to make it as final. Okay, final is one of the access modifiers, non-access modifiers for displayed in the Java or used in Java, and very important for making your final or untouchable variables. Now, adding the event listener to the bottom registration. So after the user entered the username, password, and the email, we need from the registration button to get all and grab all this data and allow the user, or allow the system, to go to Firebase and list and add this data inside Firebase. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a set on click listener for the register button, and add on click. We are going to create the strings and pass them to the register method that we have created before. So first of all, we are going to create a string, username text, and user it get text, because we are going to get the text from this user edit text. Get text to string, and email underscore text equal email get text to string. And the same way, we are going to create string password text pass get text to string. Okay. Now, let's check again if the user entered or filled the data or not. So maybe the user will enter a username and email without password, or email and password without username. So we are going to display a toast message and not allowing the user to register inside our Firebase without filling all of the three fields. So we are going to check the text utils is empty, the username text, and we are going, or if the username edit text or the email text or the password edit text are not filled, the toast message will be displayed. Please fill the three fields, or three fields are required. So it's very important, guys, in the logic and the algorithm of any app you are going to make, to put all the possibilities and cover all possibilities. In order to prevent making mistakes, or your application will not perform very safe, or below and under performance and under expected results and performance. So if the user is filling the three edit texts, now go to the go and call the register now method and pass the username text, the email text, and the password text. Till now we have finished our register activity, and we have created the method register now, and we have created the on-click method for the button. Thank you, guys. I hope you subscribe to our YouTube channel, and 5 stars for Udemy course, and download Master Android from Play Store. Hello guys, and welcome to another tutorial from Master Coding channel. We will continue with the complete Android developer course and the Firebase application, chat application. And in this tutorial, we are going to create the login activity and design its layout. First of all, I will create and copy paste the gradient login, and here are the hex colors and the gradient shape by creating a new drawable file. Now, I will create a new empty activity, and I will name it as login activity. Okay, everything is good. Now let's go to the activity XML file, and we are going to manipulate and create some basic contents as a title, and we are going to create 2 field of data edit text that allow the user to log in, and I am specifying now the background of our layout, and I'm adding the title. Okay, log in, activity. So remember, guys, it's very important to understand the basics of Firebase and the basics of everything in order to make complex applications. So you may think it's very complicated to create a chat app. Yes, it's very complicated, but if you have if you understand the basics, so Firebase how it works, and how to receive multiple data, single data, receive values, receive children, the hierarchy of Firebase and how they work, how it works. You can make complex applications like chat application, like e-commerce, like whatever you have an idea about making a cloud integration. So I'm now making I'm now going to create the edit text. Okay. Now we are going to create another edit text like this, but first let's add the hint for it. So search for hint. I will name it as username, name the hint as username. It's very important to make the hint to understand or allow the user to understand what type of data should enter inside this edit text. Now let's create another edit text for the password. So for the password, let's add some constraint for it and adding the margins and the constraints, and we will drag and drop a button, add the constraints. Okay, and here we go. Let's make it add the width and search for background and give it as a gradient color. It's very beautiful design. So remember guys, we are making a professional app that you can publish on Play Store, on other stores, on websites, on even between your friends. So it's very important to make a professional UI. So one tip for you, best thing that we have succeeded in Master Android, or one of the things that succeeded in Android, Master Android, the application found on Play Store, we have reached about 900,000 developers and users. So, and we are keep growing. Is that the material design, the UI, the shape of our app, the graphics, the colors, the shapes, and everything in the UI. So it's very important to attract the user. So when the user will open your app, maybe he will say it's very bad application, despite your complexity of application you did, but it is very important to make a professional UI within your applications. Back to Android Studio, we have created the edit text and the buttons, and now we are instantiating them. I made the edit text, the user ET, and the pass ET login. Find view by ID, r.id.pass text. Maybe it is not edit text. Okay, edit text 3. Okay. Till now we are doing fine. Our layout is being very good and set perfectly. Now let's move to the code that will interact between the two activities. I need to create a method and instantiate the Firebase auth system. So here I will create Firebase and Firebase auth authentication and importing the package. Remember guys, in order to use the auth Firebase, you need to import the package of the Gradle implementation of auth Firebase, as I showed you in the previous videos. Now auth equal Firebase auth.get instance, and adding the login button functionality. So when the user enters the username and password inside the edit text, I need the button to be clicked, so this data will be grabbed and sent to Firebase. Firebase will authenticate the login, the credentials. Maybe you can log in, maybe not. If you have registered before, you can log in. If not, you cannot. So on click, I need to get the string of email text, the user ET login. I need to get the text from it and add to string. Now string pass text equal user ET or password ET login.getText.toString. Now guys, I'm getting the string, the data in the edit text that the user entered, and I want to pass them into Firebase to check. So checking if it is empty. Maybe some application and some websites have vulnerabilities of having this security issue. So in this case, maybe the user will enter the username and it's found, but the password is not entered, and the user clicked login. It may be authenticated if there is a vulnerability in the security. So here we are checking if the two fields are not filled, so there is a toast message telling the user, please enter the username and the password. Please fill the records or fill the fields. Okay guys, if the user have been entered the two fields, now here we are going to authenticate and check if the user is already registered. Let's log in and go to the main activity. If not, the user, there is a message that telling him that you cannot log in. So auth.sign with the email and password. We see this message or this method in the registration application or activity. So we are adding a sign in with email and password method, and we add on complete listener. So if this task is successful, so if there is authentication for the user to enter the Firebase, it's very important to check that the user is found in the system. So if the user is found, go and log in. Okay, login is found and everything is working fine. The user put his password and username correctly. direct him to the main activity. Else, display a toast message telling him login has been failed. We are going to link the registration activity with the login activity and test the registration with Firebase. Hello guys, and I am going to add this button, allow the user to navigate to the register activity. If this is your first time here, please subscribe below. And if you are following our tutorials, please hit like and comment below saying thanks or whatever you want. If you have any question, we can answer you. So we are going now to add this button that will navigate or give the user the access to the register activity. So I'm saying that if the user does not have an account, so this button will navigate through the register activity and allow the user to register from zero and create an account. So it's very important step to make this button to allow the user to create an account and test the availability of registration in Firebase. So we are going to know how to create an app or an account in Firebase. So I renamed it as and put the text not a member, register now. And I will make it as it's very colorful. We can design it in many ways, but till now it's very good. I will add the transparent background attribute, so it will show as in text, but in real it is button. So till now it's very good, the UI. Please comment below what you think about our UI. So rate us over 10 what you can say about this UI. It's very good or bad or well, please comment it below. So till now, let's add some attributes like color, like this shape, the font. I will use the font and increase the size to 18 sp, and it looks now good. Okay guys, so as I told you, this button will allow us to navigate through the register activity and allow the user to make a new account and register a new account. So back to our login activity, and I will create an set on click listener or handling click event on this button. So the register button will navigate and take the user from this activity, the login activity, to registration, and from registration authentication with the Firebase, then allowing the user to log in. Okay, so register button, and I will instantiate it. Okay, find view by ID r.id.register button. Okay, till now it's very good, so we are doing fine. But I need to remember you. We are going to build a complex application, but based on the basics of the Firebase. So if you don't understand the basics of Firebase, please go back to the Mastering Firebase course, and you will learn Firebase from zero to hero. Please, guys, please, I hope you open your Android Studio, your laptop, and you type every single word and every single line of code, following us in all tutorials to ensure that you get the the core of knowledge, the basics, the goals of making these videos. So I will make the login activity as a launcher activity. So what is launcher? It is the first activity that launches with the application, and I will switch the main activity to an ordinary activity. So when the user click on the app icon, I will show the login activity first. Okay, testing it, and here we go. This is the login activity, and we have a member activity. Okay, very good. We clicked on this button and it's working fine. It took us to the registration. I will register a new account here, master coding. Okay, and see, I have disabled my internet. So if the user have no internet, let's see if there is an error. So remember, guys, coding is to prevent errors, or you prevent vulnerabilities in your codings. You should get all and cover all the cases, all the possible cases. So I'm now having no internet. I clicked on registers, nothing happened. So it's working fine. It does not allow the user to log in. So let's try if the user have been added to the database, and it's impossible without the internet connection. I've entered the same username and the password, and nothing would happen because I've disabled my internet connection. I'm just testing now that there is no errors. Now, connecting with the internet, let's add the username, password, and login failed. Everything till now is working fine. Now, with internet, let's click on the registration and let's add the user's credentials, master coding, and password and email. Let's see. And register. And okay, I have disabled the email and password. Just go to the Firebase and click on enable. Amazing, guys, it's working fine. Now we have allowed the registration with the email. So now we have on Firebase, now we have the ability to log in and to register with the emails. So see, guys, go to the Firebase application authentication. We have this email and this user ID. We are going to work with the user ID in the next couple of videos by receiving, sending, and getting all the messages. Let's go back, and here we go. Let's try another user, or just try an arbitrary user that log in. It is not on the database and login is failed. So let's try the real user, like or the registered user, like master coding at Gmail. And here we go. It's login. We are going to add this and save the current user that it is a login, and we are going to add a logout button. So first of all, let's create a Firebase user and save the current user that he is logging in. So the user, when he opened the app for the first time, he log in or sign up, and he will get into the app, and no need to every time log in again. So if this is your first time here and you want to learn Android app development, so subscribe to our YouTube channel, Master Coding, and hit 5 stars on this course, so we'll get the free courses and every day and the next courses on Udemy. Now, we are going to create a Firebase user, Firebase auth and .get instance and .current user. So for checking the user existence, we are going to make a simple code that check for the user existence first of all, then save the state of this user. If Firebase user does not equal to null, so it is existed. So remember guys, Firebase is very simple and complicated in the same time. So you need to understand the basics of Firebase, the values, the children, the key value relation, the user, the authentication, the database, the Firebase real time, the Firestore. So everything we can clarify in this course. So if you have any questions, any suggestions, any comments, please comment it below. We have a complete Firebase course, so go back to the lessons, mastering Firebase playlist, and you can check every single part of Firebase from zero. I'm doing now an intent that will allow the user to after login, it will pass to the main activity and start activity of the intent and then finish. In this case, or in this simple users, like mastercoding@gmail, and we are trying to log in. Okay, we have logged in as we learned in the previous video. Now close the app and run it. It's very good. It's working fine. So adding this code and a Firebase .get instance .get current user, this check for the existence will allow the user to save the current state or the current user. Till now we have saved the user and remember the user for login. Now let's move to the part of making a logout option. I will create a new package, and the new package will be named as, let's see, net.labdevelopers.firebase app and the model. Now, inside the model, I will create a new Java class. This Java class will be created as users, named as users, and this will act as a model class. So guys, remember there is a lesson about model class and part of advanced advanced views in Android. So if you want to learn about the model classes, you can go and check this video. I will create the ID, the username, and the image URL of the user, so we can save the ID, the username, and the image URL of the user. And in this type, or what we are doing here is getting the user full information about the user. So when you click on logout, everything will be removed and the state of the app will come back to the login activity. So guys, it's very simple. We are making now, we have created three strings. We are making an empty constructor, a full constructor of having string ID. We have passed or construct this object, and we are going to create the getters and setters. Okay guys, now it's very simple guys. We are making a complex app but with simple simple concepts. Okay. Now we are going in the main activity to create a Firebase objects and instances of Firebase user and Firebase database. So first of all, Firebase user in the main activity, I will import it by alt plus insert. Now database reference, my reference. We have seen before how to create this reference and how to use it. Okay, and the onCreate method, we are going to instantiate this Firebase user and getting the state of the current user. Now, Firebase auth.get instance.get current user and myref equal Firebase database.get reference Firebase dot get reference or get instance dot get reference. Okay, guys, remember Firebase is very simple and we can make complex apps using the simple basic concepts. So don't worry, guys, we are going to clarify everything. If you have any question, comment it below. You can download Master Android and Master Android Pro from Play Store, so everything will be written in form of like a book of full Android tutorials. Now, myref.addValue event listener, and we are going to change, we are going to add on data change, and we are going to see how to log out using the users model class. So users model class users equal data snapshot that get value, and we are going to pass the users dot class as its parameter. Now the thing we are going now to create is allowing the on data change to get the data snapshot and display in a toast message saying that the user dot get the name Okay, maybe this will not work because I'm not sure of making the toast message and getting this info. But anyway, we will try it. Now, let's move to our layouts and add it to the resource folder and add a menu Android resource directory and menu. We are going to create a menu, new menu resource file, and we are going here, building, waiting for build to finish. And what we are going to do, we are going to create an item of the menu for the toolbar that allow the user to click on it so the app will log out. So ID button log out. Now, till now it's very simple. We are just adding the layout menu. So the user will click on logout button or menu and the app will log out automatically. Now, show as action and never. You see, guys, this is what I am talking about. Okay. Now let's create another method, adding logout functionality. On create, options menu, get menu inflator dot inflate r dot menu dot menu. So we are going to inflate using the inflator, layout inflator, and display the menu on the toolbar, return true. Now okay, till now it will be displayed. Now in order to add the button or handle the event listener, or handling the click event for the option of the menu that you will click or the user will click, we are going to add an option or override the method of on options item selected. So I will create a switch and switch of case logout. So the user, when the user click on logout case, logout button, the Firebase dot auth or Firebase authentication dot get instance dot sign out. This is what I am talking about, that Firebase is very simple and it is a very powerful for developers, because in one single line you will save many lines of codes and many errors you may encounter. So just for signing out, we are going to put sign out. For getting the user and saving the user, we saw how to use it. So get the current user. In order to log in, dot login. In order to create a new user using email, sign up with email, sign in with email and password. It's very, very simple, and I highly recommend, if you are building a app, use Firebase as its backend servers. So returning the false state, and let's go up. Till now it's looking good and everything is working fine. Maybe user's path is not correct. I will see the Firebase and see how it what we have done and what is the reference for our reference name and the login activity. Now let's create onStart method, override on onStart method, and I will copy and paste this Firebase.authentication, because every time we start the app, the onStart application will always be created, even if you go up or accidentally get out from the app. OnStart method will ensure that you will stay signed in. It is better than using the onCreate method. So I prefer deleting this toast message, and let's click run and see. Okay, and here we go. It's our application, and now log out. We are going to continue with our application WhatsApp cloning, and this tutorial we are going to create a view pager and tab layout fragment, creating fragments. Hello guys, and welcome to the Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course.
In this tutorial, we are going, as I told you, to create a view pager and a tab layout, and then creating the fragments in next videos and run it to ensure that we are creating the tabs for the layout. First of all, I'm going to create and download a tab layout. Click on the download button, and here we go. We have the Android Studio have been imported, the view pager or the tab layout automatically in the dependencies. If this is your first time here in our YouTube channel, please subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the latest tutorials on Android, Flutter, and other coding tutorials. And please like our Udemy course and rate us 5 stars to ensure that you will get the free coupons of the next courses and next tutorials. Now, I'm creating the tab layout as we see here in the layout of the main activity, and adding the corresponding constraint layouts, and I will give it an ID, or I will remove the tab items. Okay. ID tab layout, and removing these tab items. So remember, guys, comment on our YouTube channel to enter the to get a chance for winning free coupons on Udemy and paid source codes for our master coding channel. Now, view pager, I'm just adding the width and the height underneath the tab layout. And adding it as ID of the view page. Now, adding the app and layout. Maybe this is not, it is deprecated. We can switch it to layout behavior. If you want to learn about view pager and tab layout, there is a separate video about them inside the advanced views in this course. Now, again to the view pager, and again to the main activity. Now let's instantiate our our view pager and the tab layout, and see how can we switch between them. Now, tab layout instantiation, and declaring the view pager and instantiating it. Tab layout will find view by ID. So the tab layout find view by ID and its ID. Now the view pager and the view pager equal find view by ID, view pager. Okay. Till now, everything is working fine, and let's add the functionality for these views. So I will add the spaces. I will create a class of the ViewPager adapter. So I will create an internal class called ViewPager adapter extends fragment pager adapter, and we will pass here the variables of our array list, fragment, and fragments. I will import it by alt plus insert. I will create another array list of type string, and I will name it as title. Now, import it. Let's now add the implemented methods, but first of all, we are going to create a constructor, ViewPager adapter, and fragment. I will pass it, fragment manager, fm. Okay. This fragments equal new array list. This dot titles equal new array lists. Okay. In this way, we are creating every time a new array list for getting the fragments and the titles, and I will add an override the methods that we need, like get item, and I will return the fragments dot get position. I will override another method, but it is I think down. Let me see the fragments pager. There is another method that we need to implement and override, and here we go. I either get the count. I will return fragments dot size. Now everything should work fine. Let's create also a public void add fragment method. I will pass the fragments and the string title as an parameters. And fragments dot add fragment title dot add titles, or the title parameter. So I will add a character sequence and in form of override method called get page title, and pass the position as its parameter, and I will return a title.getPosition as its type of card sequence. Okay, back to the onCreate method of our main activity, and I'm going to make an instance of ViewPager adapter class that we have created previously, and I will pass get support fragment manager, and I will save all. Now let's create our fragments. In order to create fragments, we go to the package, and I will make them in a separate folder called fragments. I will create also a new fragment and fragment blank. Ensure that you untick or unselect the include fragment factory method, and I will create a chats fragment. If you want to learn about fragments and view pager, you can go back to the fragments section and the advanced view section, and you can learn more about these advanced topics. Now, we have created this chats fragment. Let's edit its view and its layout. So I will select, or I will create now a second fragment called user, and also unselect the include fragments factory method. Create it, click finish, and everything is working fine. Now, maybe my Android Studio is making some errors because everything is working fine. Let me check why there is an error. Maybe there is a bug about this, but our code is very good and working pretty perfect 100%. Now let's add a view pager adapter dot add fragment, new fragment, new chats fragment, and title fragment chats. So what is the title of the chats fragment? It would be chats. Let us create another or pass another fragment, user fragments, and its title would be users. Okay, guys. So we need to display a chats and the users. Till now, we are making very well, and we need to set the view pager adapter as a view pager adapter instance that we have created before from our class view pager adapter. So if you have any questions, please comment it below. Please say thanks for us. Your comments will push us to make more and more tutorials. So if you like, you comment and subscribe, you will make us happy, and we will create more and more tutorials that serves people and benefit all for free. Now, I will change the last thing, change the layouts of the fragments in order to distinguish between these two fragments. And I will design this for the color of the text, and this text will contain welcome to users fragment. Okay. And the chats fragment in the same way. I'm just editing the text inside it in order to distinguish between the two fragments. So here we go, changing the text. So remember, guys, if you subscribe, if you rate us 5 stars, you will get the future tutorials, future videos for free, source codes for free. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the next tutorials. In all coding tutorial, in all coding languages, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy, and you will get our next coupons, next courses for free. Okay, adding the tab layout, just editing its shape and its size and constraints, and everything is working fine. Okay, just me edit the height and set it to wrap content. Let me see
Okay, adding its constraint. And we need now to run the application. Hit run. I think there is no errors. Okay, guys, and this is our amazing application. This is the chat, and this is the user fragment. Thank you, guys. I hope you subscribe to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars. Comment below if you have any questions and like if you like this video. We are going to get all users from the app. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. And we are going to create and edit the fragments user to get all users or registered user inside our application. So we are going to get the users that are registered in our Firebase database, and in order to allow chatting with them in the next couple of videos. For that, we are going to create a recycler view inside the fragment layout, and I will give it an ID of a recycler view. So here we are going to add an item for displaying the user inside or the layout for the user inside our recycler view. Guys, if this is your first time here, or you are or you need to learn Android, Flutter, Kotlin, Java, and other languages, coding languages, this is the right place for you. We are going to create big courses in the next couple of days and next couple of months. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel to get all coding tutorials from this amazing channel. Please hit like, subscribe, and comment below saying thanks to give us the push for making new tutorials. Rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you will get the free tutorials and free courses, coupons, and the next future. Now, just adding and creating the user item layout and adding the Firebase app. I will create a package called adapters, and in this adapter I will create a user adapter class in order to receive all the users information from our Firebase application or Firebase database. So for that, I will create a private context, private list, and I will get all users from the users class. It is because it's a model class, and I will implement the method. I will create the constructor, public user adapter, and I will create a full constructor. And here are the the overridden methods. Underneath, I will create a public class view holder that extends a recycler view holder. So guys, if this is your first time here and you want to learn about the view holders and the recycler view in details, please go back to our channel and the playlist and get them in details. So you will learn everything about recycler view and many other adapters. Now, public text to view, username, and the image. We are going to display the username and its profile image. Okay, and username item view dot view by id r.id dot recycle user adapter. This is the text view, it's called text view 30, and I will create it, importing the R because we have moved into another package. I have created the text and the image view 30. Okay, I undo. It is called image view, so no need to rename it. Now user adapter.view adapter, I will change here these methods. Now I will implement new methods because I've changed the parameters, and I get here the get item count, user dot size, and inside the view holder, this is the most important thing. Please, guys, concentrate here. So the view holder is it will contain a view that uses the layout inflator. So we are going to inflate the user item layout that we have created before, and passing parent and false for attached to root, and closing it and returning new user adapter dot view holder and passing a view for it. So it's a very important step. Now let's create users instance, and users dot get position, and holder dot username dot set text, okay. Now checking if the user dot image URL is found. So and it is if its value is default, we are going to display a default image for the user. So holder dot image view dot set image resource, and map IC launcher, else we are going to use the glide. So importing the class of the glide, we have seen in the previous videos how to import it, how to import the glide library. So go back to the course and you will get how, and you learn how to get the glide library. For that, I have implemented these two lines of codes as its library. Now glide with the context dot load, we are going to load the users dot get image URL and into the holder dot image view. Very good, guys. Till now we have specifying everything in its details. Now just to add the user fragments, some codes. So user fragment will get the recycler view, and we need to instantiate or first of all declare the recycler view, importing its package, and private users user adapter class, and we're making an instance of it, user adapter, and we need a list. So list of users and users. Okay. Now in the user fragment, view equal inflator, we are going to use the layout inflator that we have passed in the parameter on create view, and inflate the layout of the fragment user in the fragment users, passing to the container and does not attach to root. Now, recycler view, here we are going to instantiate it. Recycler view equal view by adapter, or find view by ID, and the recycler view dot set adapter. Before set adapter, we have to specify that has a fixed size, and recycler view dot layout manager, new linear layout manager. Very good, guys. Amazing app we are building, and I hope you open your Android Studio and start coding, because this is the best way to learn how to create apps and anchor your knowledge by typing following me on every step and typing every code I write it. Now, we are going to create a method called read users. Private void read users. Final Firebase equal Firebase auth authentication.get instance and getting the current user. So first of all, we need to read the user, because in order to specify that what is the user that is running the application, and in order to detect the ID of the user who is running the application. Now, I'm reference and adding the value event listener in order to get the values we see from the database, Firebase real-time database, in a multiple way. We have seen that we need to add a for each loop. So guys, if you don't understand this for loop and how to receive data from Firebase, go back to the playlist and on our YouTube channel, or go back to the Firebase section and learn about the tutorials about the Firebase in details in every step in it. So user, and I'm going to assert the user object, and if the user does not get the ID and equal to Firebase, so what this it means that if the user is not, or the ID is not the user ID running the application, muser.add it to the list view. So we are getting all users from Firebase, but you are one of these IDs. In this step, we are checking that we don't add our ID inside the user's list. So guys, it's very important to learn this algorithm, because in this way we are removing ourselves from the users list and display everything. So here I am editing the my users, because I'm having the my users in the real time, and here we go, I have 3 users, and here, amazing guys, we have two users, and I am having the myself outside. So we are all 3, but I'm going to display 2 because I am running the application. Thank you guys. Everything is working fine. I have logged into another account and everything is working fine. We are going to add the click listener for the users in users fragment and add a message activity in our application. Hello guys, welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. In this tutorial, we are going to we continue with the user adapter and add the click listener inside this class. So guys, if this is your first time here and you want to learn Android and Java, Flutter and Kotlin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss anything, and don't miss to rate us 5 stars on the Udemy course, the complete Android developer course. Now, holder.item.set on click listener. In this way, we are handling the click event on our users inside the user fragment. So intent I equal new intent, passing the context as a parameter, and message activity that we are going to create. So when the user click on any user want to chat with, there is an intent that takes him for the message activity or the message class, putting an extra its name and as a user ID, and the user name. Okay, remember guys, it's very important for us and working on IDs. So we are working with the IDs of the users. Remember guys, getting the user's ID is very important because when you click on any item, you need to pass the ID of this user so we can message him or send him messages according to his ID. Now, I have created a message activity. This message activity will display the messages between me and the user who I selected before. Now, I'll create a user text view and an image view, and I also will create a Firebase user, as we see before, to get the current user and to get the ID of this user. Now, the database reference, also creating an instance of database reference and an intent that will allow us to send the activity or the user to another activity. Now, the image view equal find view by ID .image view. I will create them in the next couple of minutes. And username equal find view by ID username. Now, remember guys, I will add them in the toolbar that the user will when the user will click on the user's activity or fragment, it will display for him a username. Then you can allow displaying the chat between the user and other users. Now, it's very simple. I'm creating a toolbar and drag drop the two the text view and the image view and adding them inside this widget, the toolbar. Okay, I'm just adding them on the toolbar. So remember guys, you can if you want to push us forward to make free tutorials, continue making free tutorials, please comment below, say thanks, or just tell us what your country, or just make sure that, or just you can ask any questions or for any tutorials or demand any tutorial. We are making these tutorials based on your requests, like users' requests. So come on guys, be honest, say thanks. We are spending many time and many hours creating, recording and testing our applications in order to provide you with a better experience. Now, these are the image view and the username text views. Now, a toolbar, you can like instantiate the toolbar, and you cannot, because it is it's declared in the material designs. You can like instantiate like I'm doing here, set support action bar. This is for the previous versions of the Android, and you can create a message or method set support action bar, and get support action bar dot set title. This is the previous way before making Android X, and get support action bar dot display home as up enabled equal true, and toolbar dot set navigation on click listener, new view click listener, and this will finish when the user click on the back method. Now, support action bar. Okay. This way before the Android X have been created. Anyway, if there is any problem, it will be provided in the when running the application and debugging the application. So intent equal get intent, because we have passed the user ID in the previous section. So in the users fragment, so I'm getting the user ID from the or string extra from the user ID notation. Now, f user Firebase user equal Firebase authentication dot get instance dot get current user, and the reference it get instance dot get reference my users. Okay, and the child, I'm getting the user child ID. Guys, if you remember, in the Firebase there are children and nodes, or children's and key and values stuff. So what we are doing is getting the reference my users. Inside my user, I'm getting the special ID, the special user ID that I want to talk with him or chat with him. So I'm passing it to the reference, and I'm getting now the reference value listener. I'm getting all the chat between me and him. Okay, guys, it's very simple. Now, checking for the user image. If the user does not have any, or if the image URL is set to default, I'm setting the image URL resource IC underscore launcher. This is the default icon that we have created before. Otherwise, we are getting if the user uploaded his image, I'm getting it with glide using load user.get image URL into image view. Till now, everything should work fine. Syncing just semicolon here. Okay, let's run and see if we have any errors. I'm just adding the styles with a no action bar and removing the toolbar, commenting the toolbar. And here we go. Let's see, you can add the bar layout file, a layout for the toolbar. Just I'm creating, if you have a previous, if you are not working with Android X, I'm just showing you how to create it. And toolbar to, and changing it to toolbar. Okay, and the bar layout. So guys, this if you have if you don't work with Android X, you can change the bar layout and add this commented code. Okay, everything should work fine. Okay guys, I clicked here and passed the use.
we are going to continue with the message activity, and we are going to create a layout for message, sending for it the first message, and testing on Firebase. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. In this tutorial, we are going to continue with the complete Android developer course and the WhatsApp cloning course. And in this video, we are going to send a real message for a real user. So I'm very excited. Let's start making this a $1 billion application. Just kidding. I'm very excited. So guys, open your laptop, open your Android Studio, and type everything I'm making codes and layouts. If this is your first time here and you want to learn Android, Flutter, and master Java and other coding tutorials, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get the further and the future courses free without free coupons without paying any dollar. So thanks for honest people before I start who supported us, commenting below, and I will declare the winners of the free coupon for our courses on Udemy and the next posts and the next couple of videos. Now, I have created the edit text and the image button widgets. You can get the source code available on Udemy course. So if you are on YouTube, please comment below to enter a free. You can win a free coupon by just commenting below and subscribing. We will choose many subscribers and many commenters, and we will give them free coupons for our courses. Now, I have created here and changing the item IC send. I have downloaded it, so the image button will be displayed as like this, as the sending message for the WhatsApp. And relative layout, it is here. Okay, changing for it. Now, I am going to create now a recycler view. So recycler view will display all messages. Now, match parent, ID, and recycler view. So what we are going to do, or what is the concept of displaying the messages, we have created a recycler view that will get all the messages of between me and the user from the Firebase whenever you click on the user. So it's very important, guys. You can see this is the layout. I will just edit them because it is a constraint layout. Using the constraint layout, match parent, and just to add this to the button and making it fixed. Now I will change this, the toolbar, and I will add the constraint of the recycler view between the edit text and the toolbar. Okay, drag and drop the constraint. Everything working fine. Your layout should be like this. Now, just adding a hint for the edit text, type a message, and it will be displayed here in this view. So guys, very important to open your Android Studio and write the codes in as we did. So please guys, open your PC, your Android Studio, and try to write the codes without copying and pasting. Just copy and pause the video and
try to write it on your own computer. This way you will learn, and this way we have learned. Now, send button equal find view by ID. This find view by ID or this button is having button underscore send ID, and when the user will write the data or a message inside the edit text, the message edit text will be getted and sent to the Firebase. In next couple of minutes, we will learn how to get the data from the edit text and send it to our Firebase. Making comment of widgets. And here I will create a send button dot set on click listener, handling the click listener for the send button, and string message equal message dot edit text dot get text to string. If it does not equal to null, send it. So if the users will click on the button without typing any message. So in this way, we are telling that we cannot send an empty message by displaying a toast, telling the user that, hey, user, you cannot send an empty message. Please send a non-empty message. So you see, guys, this is the algorithm of you should learn, so you can get all the possibilities of your application. Maybe the user does not enter anything. Maybe user enter a code that may stop your services, or maybe stop internet, or anything like small viruses or small malware. So guys, we can specify them and prevent adding these codes in the further security courses. And we are going to make a security Android security courses in next couple of months. So make sure you subscribe below to get all these courses free. Now, adding the message or sending message method, passing the string sender, passing the string receiver, and passing the string message as parameters. And in this way, we are specifying everything: the sender, the receiver, and the message, putting them specifying the reference in the Firebase and adding them to a hash map. This hash map will get the sender and sender this past the argument, and put receiver and the message. Okay, I'm having an error here. Maybe message, and the receiver should be receiver. Okay, I will fix the once I will run it. Reference.child and chats.push. The push is the way that you can send a message for Firebase. Now let's run, and here we go. Hi, subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the latest tutorial. Okay, chats is created, and here we go. Here we see that the receiver and the message are the same because I've passed an error or passing the receiver, passing the message 2 times. So I will make it a receiver, and now let's run again. And I will go to Master Android application, subscribe now, And here we go. It have been created inside our database. Thank you guys. I hope you subscribe to get latest tutorials and latest courses free. Rate us 5 stars on Udemy, like the video, and comment below.
We are going to design the message layout. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course on Udemy. And in this tutorial, we are going to create the layout for the message. So we start by making a new layout, the background underscore right XML file. So we remember for the sender, there is a layout so that the message will be displayed if the user is seeing his own messages, that the messages are on the right, and if there is messages of the other user, it will be displayed on the left, or you can make them vice versa. So in this tutorial, we will shed the lights on this concept and this algorithm that will display the different messages from the user or from the other users in a separate files and separate layouts. So if this is your first time here and you want to learn Android development on our YouTube channel, please subscribe below and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. And if you need to make to get the free courses on Udemy, please rate us 5 stars so we will send you free coupons. Okay. Don't miss to like and subscribe to give us push forward in making new tutorials. So comments and likes, it's very simple, but they will push us forward. So don't miss to like and subscribe and comment on our YouTube channel. As we see, I'm making a corner and making it radius 10 dp and top right radius 0 and a solid color displaying as a yellow for this shape. Okay, till now we are making just shapes for our layouts, but remember, in order to make the shapes, you need to make a file in the drawable folder. So just picking up a new okay, it's very good, this yellow light color, and I'm copying it. I will create a new drawable folder and create a background left. Okay, remember guys, we are making the shapes, and we will continue with making the messages layout file. And here we are making an Android and color white. Okay, this is the color of the left messages. Okay, we have done making the shapes. Now let's move to the layout and create a layout resource file called chat item left. I will create an item for the left part or the left messages. Okay, these constraint layouts, I will change it to relative layout. Okay, I hope you benefit from our courses and our videos. So guys, remember, it's very important to push us forward to make free tutorials. Just when we are happy to see you are commenting and you are liking our content. Okay, so back to the relative layout, just making its characteristics, and we are going to include the relative let's see, include the image view and wrap content or 440 dp and 40 dp. Till now it's good, and I will give it an ID of profile underscore image. Okay. Now, it's a default one. And the text view, I will give it a wrap content as width and wrap content also for the height. Okay, let's make some edits for the text view characteristics. Okay. And text hello, and the background would be background and left. Okay, so in this case we are including or displaying the background of the message as this. Okay guys, it's very simple. We have used the previously created a drawable file which called background left, and I will use the text view as an ID show message. Okay, everything is working fine. Now let's move for our resource file and create another layout for the right section or the right messages. Okay, and here we go. We will do the same, change it to relative, and I will copy and paste the content. Okay, I will give it padding 8 dp, and the width match parent and wrap content for the height, and I will create a relative layout for the chat item right 300 dp and wrap content for the height, and adding some characteristics for it. So if you want to learn about Android app development from zero, you can follow the course from on our YouTube channel, or if you want to be more professional, you can see our courses on Udemy. I will left a coupon code for our Udemy course on our YouTube channel in the description below, so make sure that you click on the descriptions and get the coupon. You can push us, you can make us making new tutorials and free tutorials. So if you want to support us, you can go to Udemy and purchase the course. And if you want to learn free stuff, you can be on the YouTube, but the source codes and everything and the professional tutorials will be in the Udemy course, the complete Android developer course. Okay guys, till now I'm just making sure that the image view and the text view are written very good and in a professional way, and the background would be the background underscore right. So because we are making the item for the chat for to the right section. Okay, so in this tutorial we have done making the chat item right and chat item left layouts especially for displaying the messages. So the user, when you open the app, there is the messages that you sent, they will be displayed on the side, and the other users that send you a messages, they would be displayed on the other side. In this tutorial, we have learned how to configure the layouts for these messages. In next tutorials, we will learn how to put the messages in these layouts. So make sure you subscribe, you comment, and you like our videos so you don't miss anything. Please don't be selfish. Please like, comment, and subscribe. You would be making a very good favor for us by liking and commenting and pushing us to make new tutorials for honest people like you. So this tutorial, we have finished the layouts. Let's move to the next tutorial and the next video to see how to display the message. In this tutorial, we are going to receive the messages from Firebase and display them into messages activity. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. In this tutorial, we are going to create an adapter for the messages. So we are going to display the own messages that we sent in the right side, and the other side we will display the other users' messages. So make sure you subscribe below to get the latest tutorials, and don't miss to comment and like on YouTube channel, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you will get the free coupons in the next future courses. Okay, I started by making the message adapter and extending the recycler view.adapter and passing the message adapter.viewHolder as its parameter, and we are going to edit the view holder on onCreateViewHolder method and returning it the same as that we have copied from the user's adapter. Okay, just copying and pasting the user's adapter and changing some of its components. Now, I will create a public static final integer called message type left equal to 0, and I will create another one by making a public static final integer message type right. Okay, so guys, remember, we are going to receive the messages from the Firebase and display our sent message. We are going to display them into one side, and we will get the my friend or the other users messages to the other side, exactly like WhatsApp. So let's see here, the holder.item class, everything is working fine. Now let's move to the model class and create a new Java class called chats or chat. Public class chat. We will start by making the constructors, the parameters, and then the constructors, and making the getters and setters. So first of all, I will make a private string sender, private string receiver, and private string the message. So we have seen before how to make them and how to pass the parameters by sending the messages. Now we are going to receive these messages. We are going to create the same as the previously done. We are going to create a full constructor having the sender, the message, and the receiver as parameters of type string. Now we are going to create the constructor and select none. This is the empty constructor. Okay. Let's now create the getters and the setters. Okay.
and everything is working fine. Now, just making some edits for the code, private list chat, and I will change it to chat. Okay. Very good, guys. We are making a perfect application. Okay. But we need to understand everything, single item and every single line of code in this application. Okay. Image URL, passing the list of users. I will change it to chat. And here chat. Okay. And everything should work fine. I'm changing here to this chat equal chat. Passing this chat will take this chat, and this image URL will take the image URL. Okay. And changing here the chat, and I need to change the users, and I will delete them. Okay. Now text view show message and the profile image. These are the image views and the text views that we are going to use to display the messages. Profile image, and let's add some variables and create an instance of Firebase user and Firebase fuser. Here we are going to make the get item view type method, and we are going to override it by using the fuser firebase.getInstance.get current user. Okay, so we are getting the current user, and we need to check that the mchat.getPosition.getSender, if the sender equals to the ID of the fuser. So what this line is exactly telling the Android Studio. If we are the real senders, if we are the senders of this message, by checking the fuser.getID, if the same as the current user, please return the message type to the right. So we will display the message of our we will display our messages to the right, and we will return the messages to the left side. So we are telling the Android Studio, hey, Android, if the messages, the read messages having an ID similar to our ID, please put this message to the right. Otherwise, put it to the left. In this way, this algorithm is very important, guys. This is a very important algorithm used in many messages and many text messages and social media applications. So it's very important to understand it. Now, in order, we have learned that or we have got that these messages are belonging to us. What we are going to do, we are going to make and the message adapter.viewHolder, and on create viewHolder method, we are going to check
Otherwise, if to check if the view is right, go ahead and display the view to the right. Otherwise, go and inflate using the layout inflator and chat item to the left. In this way, we are telling the Android Studio to use the layouts that we have created before videos and display them into and display the message into these layouts in order to see and ensure that we have a correct UI, correct messages UI, and display the messages in the separate form of left and right directions and layouts. In this way, we are finishing the algorithm of making or distinguishing the messages that we have sent or the other users sent. Okay. Just creating the on-bind view holder. This is very important method also. And we are passing the chat we are passing the holder as a view holder and the end position. In this method, we are going to create a chat instance class, an instance of chat class, and we are holding the message and setting it to get the message. And if the message or image URL equals to default, holder.default.set image resources equal to mipmap IC launcher. This is if the user does not specify the image URL, it would be default. The default type, it would be displayed as IC launcher icon. Okay, till now it's very important. So glide with the context.load image URL into holder.profile image, and everything is working fine. Okay, guys. The message adapter class that we have created before is very important. So we are going to create an instance from it, and we are going to allow displaying the messages in the recycler view. So don't miss, we have a recycler view. So recycler view, we should have a recycler adapter or a messages adapter that would display the messages in a correct form and correct layouts. So guys, if you have any questions or any misunderstanding, please comment it below so we can answer your doubts, answer your questions, and we can clarify it in the next tutorials, or we can make new tutorials. But if you want to learn about recycler view, please go back to the course and to the playlist on the YouTube channel and see the recycler view in the advanced view section, so you can learn recycler view in detailed form, card view, view holders, model classes and adapters, and this complex stuff in a very detailed manner. Now, the recycler view, adding some components or adding some characteristics. Recycler view dot set has fixed size to true, and we are going to create an instance of the linear layout manager called linear layout, and getting the application context as its parameter. Now the linear layout manager set stack from end to true, and recycler view dot set layout manager to linear layout manager. Okay, it's very important to understand every single line of code. Now, private void read messages. It's the time of reading messages, sending messages that we have previously created, and now in the same way we are going to read the messages. So remember, guys, despite sending the messages, we are going to read the messages in the same way. So of course we are going to use the mchat new array list and the reference equal to Firebase or authentication, Firebase oath or database dot get instance dot get reference. Okay, and we are getting all data from the chat's reference. Okay, reference dot add value event listener, and mchat dot clear. First of all, we are going to clear the mchat, and we are going to use the for each loop that we have previously seen how to use this. So for every instance of data snapshot, go and get all children from data snapshot, and the chat class, we will create an instance from it and make it equal to the snapshot.getValue chat.class. So till now everything should work fine. Just to check by receiving the chat, if the chat.getReceivers equal to my ID, if I'm getting my own chats, or my chats.get sender equals to my ID or user ID, or typing this the or, okay, or making this chat.get receiver dot equals and passing the user for it, user ID. If this algorithm or these conditions are equal to my ID and user ID, go and execute the following code. So what is the following code? This is very important to check in order to see if the users if the messages are sent by me or sent by another users. Messages adapter equal messages adapter or new messages adapter, and passing the messages activity.this, passing the context, and I will pass the mchat and I will pass the image URL. So remember, the constructor of the message adapter that we have created would get the context, the array list of mchat, and would get the image view or image URL. Now, on cancelled, we are not going to display the on cancelled, and everything should work fine. Just adding the final steps. Read the messages if user get ID and a string of the user ID, and I will pass the string of the message. Okay, user dot get, or sorry, the image URL. Okay, in this way we have finished. We will save all, and let me check if there are any errors or anything that we don't remember. Okay, we have send the message and the read messages. Okay, there is an error. Let me see. Okay, everything is working fine. Let's select this. Okay, there is an error. Let us configure it. And I missed the onbind view holder message activity or message adapter dot view holder. I need to change it because I've copied and pasted from the previously created users. And here we go. Hi KK. Okay, there is also an error because okay, I need to show message. I need to change these image views and the text view because I've missed them also. So it's very important to not copy and paste. So here we go. I have displayed my own message. Please let me make another tutorial, make another text message. Please subscribe to keep us making free tutorials, and let me send it to the master Android also. And let's go and log out. Let me log out. I have missed the toolbar here. I need to log out to see if the messages are displayed by the user. But till now, let me go and create a new style because the style is applied for all the application. I need now to just make a toolbar just to appear in the dark action bar, and I will set it the app theme 2. Let's go to the manifest and put the theme for our main activity to app theme. Okay, app theme 2. Let's run. The toolbar should appears, and here we go. It appears. I will log out in order to display these messages and see them as sent by another user. I will log into the KKK account. So guys, keep us making new tutorials. Just seeing the okay, Gmail, everything. Keep us making new tutorials. Just subscribe, like, and comment below. Everything is working fine. We have these messages at display. We are going to get the recent chats between the users and display them into chat fragments. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course on Udemy. In this tutorial, we are going to complete with a chat, the WhatsApp cloning, and we are going to display the recent chats between us and the users inside the chats fragment that we have previously created. So open your message activity class, or open your message activity, and inside this class on create method, adding the user on chat. Sorry, not on create, on the sending message method. So I will declare some variables like final database reference called chat reference, and I'm getting the chat Firebase get instance.get reference and I will create a new reference called chat list. Okay, so guys, in this tutorial, we will learn how to add or get the recent users that we have previously talked with or sending message with. So, for this purpose, I have created a new reference called chat list, and inside this chat list, I will pass the fuser.getID and the child, also the sender or user ID. So here I will create the user ID. Okay, we are getting the user ID, and I'm getting the child the user ID. So I will scroll up. I will remove this because I'm declaring as a general variable. Final, I remove it, and I will declare it in the onCreate method, user ID, and it's solving the error. No, now, after declaring this, I need to add also some codes inside this send message method. I will create a check or chat ref dot add listener for single value event. So we have learned before how to use the single value event in the previous videos in our Firebase course. So if you want to learn more about them or these listeners, go back to the Firebase listeners or Firebase course on our YouTube channel, or you can see and download all the source codes from the Udemy course. For now, on data change, if data does not snapshot does not exist, id.setValue equal to ref. Now, under this, on the canceled method, I will I just removing the extra spaces, and now on the model package, we are going to declare or create a new Java class, a model class called check or chat list. So I'm going to create a string ID, just only a string, public string ID. Because I want getters and setters, I will create it as private, and I will create the constructor and now an empty constructor, and then getters and setters. So I will see you in next videos. Till now, we are working fine. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, rate us 5 stars on Udemy, and get free coupons on the next future courses. We are going to configure our chats fragment to get the latest users that we have chatted with. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. In this tutorial, we are going to configure our chats fragment that we have created previously, and we are going to create the recycler view here and add some codes into the chats fragment to get the latest users that we have chatted with. So if this is your first time here and you need to learn Android app development and Flutter development and Java development and other coding tutorials and coding languages, you are on the right place. We are building huge courses and everyday tutorials. So guys, subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. Like and comment. Your likes and comments are very important for us to push us and make us making new tutorials every day. And don't miss to rate us 5 stars. As I told you, you can get the coupon below $10, and you get the premium codes of our projects. And you can like our tutorials and comment below if you want to make us new tutorials freely on our YouTube channel. So open your chat fragments and create this variable.
and we are going to create an instance of the user adapter called user adapter and a private list of users and users. We are going to use this list in a very important place, because we are getting all the list of the users that we have previously chatted with. So data reference and the Firebase user instances of these objects or instances of these classes that we have seen before in previous videos. And I'm also creating a private list, chat list of the chat list that I have created in the previous video. Now, inside the onCreate view, we are going to create the view equal inflator dot inflate r dot, we are going to inflate the layout that we are going to display for the chats fragment, which is the fragment chats. If you want to learn about fragments, please go back to the fragments section in the Udemy course so you get everything clarified. Now, recycler view, this is the recycler view private, or a recycler view, it is a protected widget. Recycler view equal find view by ID and recycler view 2. Let me check. I have named the recycler view 2. Okay, everything is working fine. Okay, recycler view has a fixed size equal true. If you want also to learn about recycler views, you can go back to our channel. I will leave like cards above to get the quick links for the recycler view and the fragments. Till now, recycler view.set layout manager, we are going to pass the get context method in order to pass the context for this linear layout manager. So guys, we have one adapter for the recycler view items, which is called users adapter. So we are going to use this and we are passing the linear layout manager as a context for its parameter. Now, users list equal new array list and reference equal Firebase database dot get instance and dot get reference. Maybe I'm getting to like changing this, maybe the chat list, capital L or small l. I will configure it in the at the end of this video. Don't worry, guys. We see what is created inside our database. Now, reference dot set or add listener, add value event listener, new value event listener, and data changed. These are our lovely methods there. So whenever data changed, these methods are triggered. Users list dot clear, and we are clearing the users list and looping for all users by creating a for each loop. So this for each loop will get all data for every data snapshot. I'm getting the data snapshot dot get children. I'm getting all the children inside every snapshot. Now, chat list, this class that we have created in the previous video, will be used as a model class to get all the chats or the recent chats that we have chatted with the user. Now, get the value and chatlist.class. Remember, guys, Firebase is very important and very easy to learn and to configure it,
because everything is working the same. If you need to loop and get the children, you can use the for loop, and you get the and you pass the or create an instance of the model class that you are using the references or the variable for it, and you are going to create a reference and the database reference about it, and everything will be created. Fine. Now I will create a chat list method. This method will get all the children, all the users that we have chatted with previously. Okay, so getting all users or previous users and previous chats with the users. Now, so guys, don't miss to like and comment below. Guys, you are helping us very big helpful, and we are very proud of having you in our family, in our subscribers. So guys, please comment below, like making thanks or whatever you want, and please rate us 5 stars on Udemy, and comment below, like and subscribe if this is your first time here. I'm getting the references from the users, and on data change, musers.clear. So as I told you, we are going to clear the list, the musers list, and we are going to make another one that would be filled with our data. So data snapshot, and for every data snapshot that get children, and I will make here the users equal snapshot.get value. I'm getting the values here. So in the previous minutes or previous couple of minutes, we have created the get children, and we are passing the same, or sorry, the model class that we have created of users. Now we are going to get in a for loop the chat list of the users. So users list would be passed. So getting the chat list for every at the till end of the users list length. So if the user.getID.equals to chatlist.getID, here we are going to get the musers.add the user list. In this way, we are getting the users that we need. Now, users list or users adapter equal new user adapter, and passing the get context method as its parameter. And because why I'm putting true here, because we have two parameters, so I need to remove the true. Okay, we have two here, the context and the users. I'm going to remove the true, and passing the recycler view dot set adapter and user adapter. So everything should work fine, adding the semicolons. And let me check the references of our database. Okay, I think it would not work, because I think it is my users as a reference, but let me try. Hello again, just subscribe.
and get latest tutorials. Let me check. I'm talking with master Android app user, sending the message. Okay, nothing's changed because maybe I'm missing here the reference my users. Okay. Let me check again. And hello again and again. This is message. Okay. Also, there is an error in the references. So let me check. Here is our database, the chat list. Okay, they have been created successfully. And the chats, here are the chats. They are working fine. So let me check. Okay, the chat list, remember guys, it is capital letter. So I think it is, first of all, my users, and above is chat lists, and chat list, and let me check, chat lists. Okay, capital L. Let me see. Let's try to send a message. Hello again. Sending the message. We will subscribe. Okay, guys. And here we go. Amazing, guys. We have the master Android user as a recent user that we have talked with. Now let's subscribe. Now to get latest tutorial. This is the master coding user, and here we go. Here we go. These are the users that we have chatted with. We are going to create the profile fragment. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. In this tutorial, we are going to create the profile fragment and design its layout so the user can select and configure his profile image and its name. If this is your first time here, please subscribe below to get the latest tutorials, and hit the comment and like to push us making new videos. First of all, we are going to create the main activity. We have added the profile. Now we are going to create the fragment profile layout. So I remove the text, I create the card view, and inside this card view I will add the content of image and the text, the username, and the user profile image. So guys, if you are on Udemy, please rate us 5 stars, and we are going to post everyday tutorials, so make sure that you don't miss to get them. And on YouTube, please subscribe to get the latest tutorials and latest coding videos. So as we see, I have created the card view as a parent, the layout, a relative layout, and inside the relative layout I have the text view and the image view. I remove the relative layout here just for making the text views and the image view inside this relative layout. Okay, and the relative layout is inside the card view. So guys, we are building a complex app, but remember, if you know the basics, if you understand the basics, especially for the Firebase concepts and how Firebase works and deals with Android, so you will build a more complex applications, even bigger than WhatsApp, even better than Instagram and Facebook, or blog posts, or whatever apps and ideas you can build.
by using the simple and the basics. So if you master the basics, you can build complex application. This is our theory. This is the main slogan or the main title, the main code that our company or our team works on. Understand the basics. So guys, this is a very big advice we can give you. Master the basics, you can make the complex apps. And in many this code will be applicable in all fields, like building websites, apps, and even in your works and jobs. So as I told you, I'm just editing the text views and the image view for the layout. And this is the IDs, giving the IDs, and the source text size 18 SP. So remember, we used the SP with the text views, so it is good in the using the view, the text, the SP, despite of real pixels or DP with the text views inside the layouts. So back to our profile fragment. On create view, I will create a new view, inflator.inflate. I will pass the layout of the fragment, the profile container, and attach to root false. I will create the widgets, declaring them into in the field of declaration, and here I will instantiate them by making image view equal view.findViews. Remember guys, because we are using or building our layout in a fragment, we are going to use the view.findView by ID. If you have any questions or you need to understand the fragments, you can go to the fragments section and see how fragments works and how to associate the fragments with its layout. So text view, the username, and the image view. Okay, now it's here we come to the important part. I will create a database reference called reference and database user in order to receive and upload our images for the user profile. So next video we are going to upload the user profile, but now we are going to create the fragment profile and see how it will connect with the Firebase database. So fuser get instance from the Firebase authentication, and reference equal Firebase database.get instance, and get the reference from my users. Remember, our main reference is the my users. So fuser.get UID. Now I'm going to create and add value event listener on the reference. Did you remember add a value event listeners? I think yes, because we have worked directly on Firebase and building many apps on it. So users equal data snapshot dot get value users dot class. So this username dot set text equal to the user dot get users name. I'm creating an instance of the model class called users. And this users model class, I have created the getters and setters for the username. So when the app receives the data and creating an instance of the user and filling up the data with the data snapshot, I'm getting these values by using the user.get username, the object of the user. Now, if the user does not specify its own image. Let the image URL be a default, or if it is default or no image URL inside this blank, go and set it as IC launcher. Otherwise, let the glide get this image and display it into image view. This is a very simple designation or very simple explanation for what we are doing. There is some errors in the layout. I will fix it now. So guys, I'm using the relative layout, changing it. I will change some strings and some layout, the XML codes, to configure and get a better layout by converting the constraint layout, so it's better. But guys, I advise you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we are making complex and very huge ideas, very huge courses about all or most of coding tutorials. So if you are looking for learning coding, if you are looking for building Android and Flutter and Java complex applications, complex projects, you are on the right place. Click subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you will get the free coupons for the next Udemy courses if you rate us 5 stars on this course. So guys, till now we are working fine and everything is working in the perfect way. It get my logged in username and making the final touches. Thank you guys. I hope you'll be honest and rate us 5 stars on Udemy. Download our master Android app from Play Store and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are going to allow the user to upload his own profile image. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. And in this tutorial, we are going to add the storage of Firebase. So add the dependency of the Firebase, and we will see how to work with and upload the user profile image into storage and display it to the other users. We are going to also add these uses permissions, the external storage, and read and write, and also the internet. So go to the profile fragment, and here I will create a storage reference called storage reference, and I will create a private static final int called image request equal 1, because we are going to use it and later in this video. So I will create also a private URI, image URI, and a private storage task called upload. Now, profile image reference and storage. So Firebase allow you to use the storage. It's very important, but there is a very like limits for uploading, like size of images, size on the disk, and many other limitations. But it's very important for some medium and small apps. We are going to create allow the user, when the user click on the image view, go and execute the select image method. What this method will do, it will open the gallery of the user or the files of the users and search for images and allow the user to select one of his images. Now, remember, guys, we are setting the type of the as an image and asterisk, and this start activity for result image request this because int, and Android need an int for using the start activity for result constructor. Now, content resolver. We are going to create also a new private string method called getFileExtension, and going to create an object or an instance of the class content resolver, and using the my type map, also my type map extend object, and returning get extension from my type, and get type passing the URI as its parameter. Now, going to create a private void upload my image. So the final progress dialog, and equal to progress dialog. Get context and progress dialog dot set message uploading. This will display for the user as an uploading if we are going to upload if we are uploading really the image. Remember, guys, if you rate us 5 stars on Udemy, and we deserve it because we are making making many efforts, and we spent many hours and days and weeks making professional Android tutorials for awesome learners like you. So rate us 5 stars, and you will get the coupons for the later courses, and subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the latest tutorials and get free coupons and become in our family and learn many coding tutorials. So, as I told you, I have created storage reference instance and uploading the task. I will create file reference.getFile. We have passed the image URI, and after passing the image URI from the gallery or the Android system, I will pass it with the upload task continue with, and passing the URI here. Okay. Now, I just editing this task, upload task snapshot, throw exceptions if we have any exceptions. Now, here is an important part. If the task is not successful, throw the task.getException and return Firebase reference or file reference.get download URL. We need to get the URL of the file upload, and here we are going to pass the add on complete listener, and on complete we are on complete listener we will pass the URI, the task URI, and if the task is successful, URI, we are going to create an instance and object of the URI equal task.getResult, and the string mURI equal download URI dot to string, and this reference equal Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference my users dot child f user dot get UID. Okay. Remember, it's very important to learn to work with the Firebase UIDs in order to distinguish with the user IDs. Now, as we see before, we have created the hash map, This hash map will get the data to the Firebase system and put the data in the correct place as a key and value pairs. Remember, key value concept is very important to understand how Firebase works. Now, if it is not successful, we are going to display a toast message as failed. Now, add on failure listener, this get context as context and e.get message, progress dialog.dismiss, and here we are going to create another toast, passing the context as get context method, and no image selected. Okay, guys, till now, very important, the part has been perfectly done. Just one thing, going to an activity result. So when the user select the image, we need to go back from the gallery to our app and tell the app, hey, my app, this is the selected image. Go and make it make it uploaded, deleted, whatever you want to do with. In our case, we need to get this code by using or this URI for the file that will be represented in our gallery, and pass it using the onActivity result, and overriding this method will result in taking the image URI by image URI equal data.get data and passing it to the image view and the glide that we have configured before in the previous methods. Okay, guys? So if the upload task is in progress, display upload in progress, else display an error. Now let's there is some tweaks and there is some edits for the code. Let me see everything. Continue with task. This is very important. Okay. Okay, very good. Let's log in to our Firebase and see the storage. Okay, the allow and read write equal true. Okay, so we have to log in to the storage and allow the user. These are the rules. Okay, profile, let me select. Let me download some image before. Okay. I will select here. Okay, successfully updated. And the profile is saved. And my image here is changed to this Firebase storage link. We are going to add the online and offline functionality to our app. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel. In this tutorial, we are going to let the user know if the other users are online or offline. So, as the Facebook like Messenger or the WhatsApp Messenger on other messengers. So guys, if it's your first time here on our YouTube channel, please subscribe to our channel and like and comment to push us and to make new tutorials based on your motivation by liking, subscribing, and commenting. And please rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get later on the coupons of the next future courses. Now, let's add the check status and the main activity. So this check status method will take a string of status, a string parameter called status, and I'll create my reference equal Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference and users. This should be my users. I will correct it in the end of this video. And now let's concentrate on the hash map. It's very important to add the hash map of string that we have previously added before in the previous videos. Now, let me check. I want to add and override on resume, but because we are on the view pager adapter, look down, guys, main activity view pager, I will select this, cut it and paste it underneath. So we are now on the main activities. Otherwise we can't override on resume. And I will call the onCheck method and called online. If the user get out from the app, offline parameter will be passed to the method. Did you understand the concept? If there is any doubt, please comment below. So we are going to ask the questions and answer it directly. Now, I've cut and pasted it message activity, and I will edit the user item activity, adding a symbol or an image view for the online capability. Okay, background right, and let me add it to the constraint. So guys, remember we are building a complex app. So if you understand the basics, it's very important to build more than this app and more complex applications. So it's very important to go back to the concepts, and our course is very detailed, and the complete Android developer course is very detailed. It will give you more and more details in every topic and every concept with a clear example. So if you have any questions, we are here to help you. Don't be shy to ask, or don't hesitate. Please, if you have any questions, and we will provide you with the answers, and we will give you direct assistance. Now, I have created a small image on the layout. Now, let me scroll down to the view pager, the view holder, and see the view holder. And I want to declare first the image view that we have created. Okay. And I will create an image view, another view, image view for the off position. So one for the on and the second for the off position. Okay, guys. Now I will declare them as image, instantiate them as image view, and image view here, status image. Now let's go back to our layout, the user item layout, and I will copy and paste the status image, copying it and changing its source compat. So if the user is online, a green light will appear. If he is offline, and yellow light will appear. So removing this constraint, like adding them underneath or below the other. So off will be below the on light. So here the status image on and status image off. Okay, don't worry guys, we are opening many classes and many files in this video, so don't worry. Now I'm going to create a private boolean is chat. So by default it is false. Now I've adding this for the constructor, and this is chat will receive is chat. Okay, by default this constructor is passing the chat as false. Now we will see in next couple of minutes how this this boolean will be changed to get the user status or change the user status. So if the users.getStatus equals to online, go and put the image view on as visible and hide the view of position by typing view.gone. Okay, do you understand guys? If there is any errors, please comment below the time stamp and we will of the idea that you misunderstand, and so we can clarify it for you. So if and else. Now another else, if is chat is true, or sorry, if false, the two image views, let them gone. Okay, now open the user's fragment, just pass and the false, and here let me pass the true parameter for the constructor. Okay guys, till now everything is working fine. Let's edit some code on in the main activity, removing the finish here in the on options, item selected, and set the flag dot intent clear top. This is for logging in out, sorry. Okay, now open the register activity and add the hash map dot status, and by default it would be passed as offline. Now I will add the status manually here for the first time because these users are created and I don't want to recreate them. Okay, here we go. These are the users and they are offline. Now I need to change here my users, and I will open my application on my phone, and here we go. It's online, and you see on the database is changing. Very good guys. Change the users to my users and the message activity here, and everything will be working fine. Now go to chat item right layout and add this text view underneath the relative layout, and then we are going to add the same way the chat item left. So welcome to the complete Android developer course on Udemy, and this tutorials we are going to make complex applications using Firebase and Android architectures and many other components. So if this is your first time here on our YouTube channel, please subscribe below to get most of these tutorials, and add and like and comment below saying thanks
to keep us making new tutorials and pushing us for making several tutorials freely. Now, rate us 5 stars on Udemy to get the next components for our next courses. For that, this is the way we are adding the text view for the text scene status for our left layout. Okay, the same way, left layout, and adding or editing this text and converting this layout. Let me see. And converting it for the constraint layout. We are using constraint layouts in most of our real apps. So I advise you to use this amazing constraint layout because it's a very amazing feature inside the new Android Studio. Okay, guys? So adding and editing the visibility of this layout, this text view, set to gone. Okay. Now, let's move to add the Java codes. We are going to edit many classes, so be careful. First of all, we are going to the class of message activity, and I will create here value event listener and an called scene listener. Okay. Now the private, I will create here the private scene method. And this way, scene private void scene message, and I will get the string user ID as a parameter for this method, and the reference Firebase database.get instance, and I will get the reference from the chats node. Now, the scene listener as if equal reference.add value event listener. So on data changed, we are going to set it for like delivered to scene. How to do that? In the same way that we have previously done the previous tutorials, we are going to use the for each loop, getting all snapshot and adding and getting all children and making an instance of the class chat and get the value of chat.class as they are. So if the chat dot get receiver equals to the Firebase user, these are checking for the UID of the chat, and chat.get sender equals to the user UID. We are going to make it. Now add the hash map, a string and an object for that. And in this hash map, we are going to pass to the Firebase the value of the seen and delivered strings. So new hash map, and this hash map dot put seen and equal true. So we are going in this way, we are telling the Firebase that we have seen the message by using true if the user.getUID is the same and the sender is the same Firebase UID. Now, removing the spaces, and let's move up for the hash map in the message activity and put is seen
and its value or default value is false. Okay, till now everything is working fine. Now go to onPose method, add the reference dot remove event listener, remove event listener, and pass the scene listener. So in this way we are going to remove and detach the listener on posing. So now let's move to the model package and to the chat class and add a private boolean is seen. This boolean is used to check if the message is true or not. So if true, the message would be displayed in the text view that we have created previously in the first couple of minutes to seen. Otherwise, it would be delivered. How this algorithm or how this way is translated in coding, we will see in the next minute. So open the message adapter, and we need to go to the view holder. Since we have created a new text view, we need to declare it here by using a public text view and called scene text view. Okay, and we need to initialize it here. Okay, and this way we have initialized our widgets in a correct way. Now if we are going to check the position of the chat dot size length, so if the position is equal to the chat's dot size -1, so this chat would be even if the chat is scene holder dot text scene set text equal to scene. In this way, we are checking that the text view would be displayed as seen if the message is actually seen by the user, or it's just delivered for the user. This holder.textScene.setText set text visibility to gone, because we need to hide the text view. Okay, if it is not delivered or it is not seen, and hide it for the left layout. Now at the main activity, I need to change my users here. There is users. I'll change it to my users, and let's see the message activity. There is I need to call the message the send message scene message method at the onCreate method, and pass it the user ID as a parameter. Now let's run, and here our app. I will open the application on the my telephone. Okay, I have seen now, and amazing, it's seen by me in the same way, in the same instance, and the same second it will be changed. So I will check again. I will send it from here, and I seen it from my phone. Thank you, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to receive the PDF from the URL and display it into our application. Hello guys, and welcome to the Complete Android Developer course and the Master Coding channel. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to get the PDF from the URL that we will supply it with the Android application, and download it in the background using async task, and display it into the PDF view that we have created before and we learned before in the previous video. So guys, if this is your first time here on YouTube channel, please subscribe below to get the latest tutorials and to be professional coder in Android and other programming languages. And if you are on Udemy, you are getting in the right place, getting the source codes, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy, so you get the later coupons and later free coupons for our future courses. So we have created a class called download PDF, and this download PDF that we have created an async task, and async task will use the do in background methods and implement the methods do in background. We are going to create 2 strings. First of all, it's called a file URL, and the second is called a file name, and passing the string or its value as the string 1 and the string 0 position for the file URL, creating the names of the files and URLs. So step number 2 in the do background, we are going to get the reference for the external storage. So we are going to use environment. So first of all, string external storage directory equal environment dot get external storage state, not state, external storage directory. So it's deprecated, but we can still use it. In the next videos, we are going to solve this error and see how to update or get the latest methods despite of using the deprecated ones. The third step in the do background is making the file location. So I created an instance of the file, class file, name it folder equal new file external directory storage directory, and passing its argument, and the second argument is the PDF download, which is the child. Then calling the folder.make their directory method. Now let's create another file called PDF file equal new file, and passing the folder and then file name. Using the try and catch is very important in such cases, because maybe there is no internet, maybe there is no file on the provided URL, maybe there is no access, no permissions, whatever the case. You should try and catch using the exceptions in the Android, because while dealing with downloading the files and downloading from external links and external or internet or online links. So I will create a class called file downloader and create a method called download file. So don't miss to call them in the download PDF class. So I will create a new Java class called file download. Okay, file downloader. And this file downloader, I will create a method called download file. It's very, very easy. And private static final integer called megabyte 1024 times 1024. This is the megabyte we will use in this final integer in the next couple of minutes. And public static void download file. This is the main method inside this class. String file URL, and takes another parameter of an object file called directory. So first of all, I will try and catch, because it, as I told you, while dealing with URLs, we should use try and catch. URL, first step is using the URL connection, setting the URL connection by making URL equal URL file URL, adding the exception. Now, HTTP URL connection equal URL connection, and HTTP casting it to URL connection, URL.open connection. Now, also add the catch. Now, I will add URL connection.connect. The second step inside the download file is using or creating the input stream. So input stream equal input stream equal URL connection dot get input stream. We are getting the input stream from the URL connection that we have opened it and connected, and we will get the output stream now. So file output stream equal URL new file output stream, and I will pass the directory for it. Now it's till now it's making good. Integer of the total size equal URL connection dot get connection or content length. We are getting the total length of the file. So the byte array, as I told you, first step we have created the connection, the URL connection. Second step is input stream. Third step is output stream. Fourth step is transforming the file into the bit array, or the input stream or output stream into a byte array. So the Android Studio will understand the files as the byte array. So the fifth step is making a while loop. So getting the buffer length equal input stream dot read buffer. While this condition is true, go and do the following code. So the fifth step is writing the array of bytes, getting the file output stream dot write and passing the buffer and 0 of and the buffer length. This method, this loop will get the byte arrays and allow the Android Studio to or Android system to understand the file and download it and display it and later on. So file output stream dot close, and we are going to add a catch for it and print the stack trace. Okay, let me see. Here we go. We need to remove this. Okay, till now we are doing fine. So back to the main activity. We need to call the download method and the display method. First of all, we are going to download the PDF from the URL by calling the async task that we have created before, by calling new download file or file downloader, because it contains the async task. Which one? File downloader. Okay. Dot execute. This method is download PDF dot execute. This method is used to execute the async task, and I will pass the link for the PDF that we are going to download, and I will pass another string for the name of the PDF that we are going to create inside our external storage. So guys, please give us a push by subscribing, by liking the video, by commenting, by rating us 5 stars on Udemy, by rating us 5 stars on Play Store for Master Android and Master Android Pro and Master Flutter applications. Guys, Your interactions will give us motivations and making new videos every day. So guys, I hope you subscribe, I hope you comment, I hope you rate us 5 stars, I hope you download Master Coding, Master Android and Master Android Pro, Master Flutter applications. So back to our view method. As I told you, in the main activity we are going to create two methods: download PDF and view PDF. View PDF, we are getting the file object called file PDF and passing and creating the file name and the path name, then creating a URI for getting this link or the external storage and displaying it exactly as it's downloaded. And the main activity, I will create a new button. So when the user opens the application, it will go and download the PDF in the background thread. And when the user click on display PDF, it will display the downloaded PDF that we have downloaded in the background. So it's very important, guys. I'm going to instantiate the button. And I'm calling the onset on click listener for the PDF for the button. So the button.set on click listener and view the PDF. Okay, till now everything is working fine. Just calling the method, downloading the file before displaying it, and the main activity as I show you like this. Okay, last step is adding the permissions in the manifest. So we are going to add the internet permission, the write external storage, and read the external storage. Okay, so remember, guys, we are going to download the PDF into external storage, not the internal storage. For that purpose, maybe emulators will not work. Let me see. So last code is adding the PDF from file, passing the PDF file, and .load. Let's run. Emulators may not work, okay, because we are displaying it in the external storage, downloading the files into external storage. Let me see the permissions and allow here. 99% it will not work. Okay, because emulators does not have external storage. I will try on my real device. On my real device, it will work exactly 100% perfectly. So because emulators I don't have external storage, I switch it to my real phone because I have an SD card. We will learn later on how to use and download it into internal storage. So for that, please guys, subscribe to our YouTube channel, give us motivation, give us hope to make new videos by liking, by commenting, by subscribing, rating us 5 stars on Udemy, downloading Master Android and Master Android Pro applications. So we will make you professional coders. What's up, guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. In this video, we are going to make a professional bottom navigation view and with fully functional with fragments. So we are going to implement
this bottom navigation view with the professional icons, with professional colors, and we are going to implement the fragments functionality. So when the user click on the item, it will display a fragment and so on. So if this is your first time here, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get the free coupons for our next courses. Create a new project in Android Studio and let's add the material design dependency. Go to Gradle file and implement this library. So implementation and com.google Android material 1.1.0 and alpha 2, and this is the latest version of material design and material library till the making at the moment of making this video. So let's remove the text view and go to the activity main layout, and we are going to add a frame layout for the fragments to display them, and we are going to add the bottom navigation view. So we will add the frame layout here. Because I'm downloading the patch files, maybe Android Studio may encounter some errors, but till now it's fine. So I will add the width and height for the frame layout. So frame layout, Android ID, define the layout height and the layout width, and I will add the ID for it. Match, I will make it 0dp, and here I will go to make it the match parent at the width. So I will add also the ID fragment underscore layout. So this, as I told you, this frame layout will act as a fragment displayer. So when the user will click on the navigation buttons underneath in the bar, it will be displayed as this. So type com.google.androidmaterial.bottom navigation view, and let's add some height and width for it. 70dp as height and width match parent. I will give it an ID as an bottom navigation view. So till now we are doing fine. I will give it a background color to see the difference and see that later on we are going to edit it in a professional way. So for that we need to put a menu. So we need to display items. So what are the items? The menu file will be defined these items. So create a new folder in a resource file, and inside this folder called menu, create a file called menu2. And inside the menu, we are going to create 3 items. So the bottom navigation view will display 3 items. First for the home, second for the achievements, and the third is for settings. Now, in order to do that, for item, it is necessary to define the ID, the title, and the icon. So ID would be item 1, title home, and icon it will be the IC underscore launcher. For now, we will edit it later on the video. So we will see how to download or add them, edit them inside Android Studio. So I created the 3 items: home, achievements, and settings. So the error is solved. Now let's add the constraint for it here and here for that. And for the frame layout, I'm going also to select it and drag and drop, drag the constraints and add them for the zeros and here for zeros. Okay. Till now, it's very important to see and define the bottom navigation view inside our main activity.
bottom navigation view, bottom nav equal find view by id, the r.id dot bottom navigation view. Okay, so bottom navigation dot set on click listener, and I will make a listener called nav listener. So what we need on the user, when the user click this icon or click on the item of nav button, it will be presented and defined inside this listener. So let's create a new private bottom navigation view dot on navigation item selected listener. It's very important, guys, because there are many listeners. You need to define this set on navigation item selected listener, because there is a listener also called reselected. So define a fragment, select fragment equal to null. This is an initialization for the fragment. We are going to create a switch for the three cases, so the user will have the three options: home, achievements, and settings. For that, we are going to create the fragments. So go to the project, go to the package, and create a fragment. Blank fragment include fragment factory method as unchecked, and the first fragment is called home fragment. I will define the text and add some colors for that. Define the background, change the background, and design. Okay, it's good. And define here home fragment. And for the switch, we will make a break. Now, also in the case number 2, we'll do the same, and also in the case number 3. So guys, if this is your first time here and you want to learn Android app development from zero to hero, and you will become a professional app developer and publish many apps, so you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the latest tutorials every week. We are making new tutorials, and we are now preparing for a very huge course in Java and Flutter and Kotlin. So guys, don't miss to subscribe, so you don't miss any of source codes, any of the tutorials, Android tutorials, Flutter, Kotlin, and many other Java tutorials and courses. So, and also you can hit 5 stars on Udemy, so you can help us making new tutorials and give you free coupons for the next Java courses. So you get the free coupons by rating us 5 stars on Udemy. Also, don't miss to like and subscribe and comment in our YouTube channel, and rate us 5 stars on Play Store, Master Android and Master Android Pro application, and don't miss to download Master Flutter. So back to our main activity, we are going to begin transactions for the fragments. So if you want to learn more about fragments, go to the section of the fragments and see how fragments will work. Till now, this is the summary for making a transaction for the fragments. So we have replaced the fragments layouts and put the selected fragment. Back to on create method, we are going to select and or define the define the setting setting home fragment as the main fragment. So guys, when the user open the application, there is a fragment that should be displayed into the frame layout. What is this? It is the home fragment, and we define it by these 2 lines. So till now, it's very important to see, and let's run. Okay, and here we go. It's working fine. We have this. So very good, guys. It works fine. Now let's add a more professional material design and become making very important professional designs and items for our views. So app item icon tint and item text color, and the background it would be tab corners. I will define these two files, but I think it is not in the color file folder. Okay, so guys, I will create a new resource file called tab corners shape. I think there is an error here. Okay, I need to create first of all the color folder. So what I'm making here, I show you how to create a color folder, new resource folder, and create colors. Now I will define a new value called color. This is the folder, and inside the folder I will create a new color resources. So tab item and the tab corner shape. I moved the tab corners shape to the drawable and a tab item to the colors. So we have these two files. These two files I will start making with the tab corners, and this is the code for the tab corners, and the tab item I will paste directly the code for it because it is a layout, and here we go. So very good, guys. Till now we are making very fine. I will edit because there is some corners, white corners. I will remove the background for the fragments. Okay, and the settings, no background color, and let's run. And here we go. You see the corners the professional way, the selected item, it will behaves in a professional way. So I will download these icons. I will define them into the menu. So open the menu, and I will define them: drawable.house, drawable.achieve, and drawable.settings or /settings. Let's run and see the magic. Here we go, guys. It's working fine. It's working perfectly and amazing. So guys, don't miss to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and so you don't miss anything for our next tutorials, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get the free coupons for the Java courses and the later courses that we are making for free. Thank you, guys. See you in next videos. Many people are interested in adding Google Maps into their Android applications and display some cool stuff on it, right? So if you are one of those awesome people, you came to the right place. Hello, my friends, and in this section we will master Google Maps, and we will create map-based applications and complex applications. So if in this tutorial we will start adding our Google Maps and create an API key and run our first application, map-based application. If you are interested in learning Android app development and creating apps and learn coding, so subscribe to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars on Udemy. So let's start making our first application. First of all, open your Android Studio and scroll down by selecting a new project and Google Maps activity. Let's name it Mappy, and you choose your package name and click on finish. So waiting for Android Studio for building the Gradle, and now automatically Android Studio will open this window about Google Maps _API.xml. So this file is is created for adding the key for our map. So remember, guys, it will not work if you don't add the API. So this is the provided link. We click on control and we click on it. So we can also copy and paste it into our browser. So you can also add your credentials to an existing key using these values. Till now, I suppose that you didn't have any project and previous projects. So we will copy and place the key that we are going to create that starts with AIZA, and we will paste it into your underscore key underscore here in this section. Now, I want to add my project to create a new project. Okay, let's log in with my new account. I agree with terms of services of Google Cloud Platform terms of services, and I will click on agree and continue. A new project will be called my project will be created. So I click on creating an API, and after creating an API key, a new page will be displayed. So our API key one, I will click it, and here are the details. So Android apps is selected, and here are the details for our package name. It will create it automatically by our link that provided by Android Studio. Now we'll copy this key. We are interested in this key. Remember, guys, it starts with AI, capitals, and small letters ZA. Copy it, paste it here, and click run. And hooray, guys! It's our $1 billion application. Just kidding. This is our beautiful map-based application. This is the map, and these are the maps. Waiting for storage, for storing and loading these maps. Okay, Germany. I love Germany. And guys, in next tutorials we are going to create many apps based on Google Maps API. So stay tuned and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and hit rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get the free coupons for our next tutorials. Welcome again, guys, to our Google Maps course. In this video, we will learn about markers, how to create, customize, and display them onto our map. Keep us making new tutorials by rating us 5 stars on Udemy and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Don't miss to like and subscribe and comment. So, what are markers? Markers identify locations on the map. The default marker uses a standard icon with the common to the Google Maps look and feel. It's possible to change the icon's color and image or anchor point via API. So, markers are objects of type marker. So, in the marker class, we have inside the Google API, and markers are objects of this type. So this is the marker, and we hit on it, click on it, marker in Sydney. Now we are going to add the map markers, learn about them and their properties. In order to add a marker, we first need to specify a lat and long. What are a lat long? If you hear about coordinates, these are the coordinate system of Android Studio and Android Maps. So first of all, let's remove this. And if we look on the recently created application, we see here
that adding in a marker in a Sydney and move the camera. Lat long, this is a class of an object called Sydney of type lat long, new lat long, and here we specify the coordinates, the lat longitude and lat longitude. Now, lat long, latitude and longitude. Map mmap.add marker. In this way, we are adding the new marker options, position, and saying, hey, add a marker on this coordinate called Sydney, and put the title called marker in Sydney. Then allow the map to move the camera towards this recently created marker. Now, let's try to change the value of 50 to 50, and I will create here, I will just separate this to look better, position, and I will call this marker called anywhere, and anywhere, and I will specify here anywhere, and marker unknown location. Let's try to run it and see the magic. So markers are created in this way. Okay, so it looks like in Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan. Now let's create another lat long, this an object marker 2. I will create by creating a new lat long, and I will specify, let's take 10 and 10, and let's map marker position. I will specify the title called M2, position M2, and I will create also here for Sydney, position, anywhere. Okay, this is the marker called anywhere. So what happens now? We have created two objects, two markers, two lat longs, and we have created two markers. First one called anywhere, I will specify it as M1, and M2 called M2, and I will move the camera towards the M1 first, and then we will move the camera to M2. So here is the first one. If I click on it, title M1, and here is the second marker called M2. But if you notice that the app first created or on create or on map ready, it moves the camera towards this and put it into the center. Now let's try to move to make the marker 2 as our center. Let's create by changing this, and let's see, and here we go. It is centered and as M2, and here the M1. So moving the camera could be specified by using this line of code, map.moveCamera.cameraUpdateFactory.new lat long, and we specify the marker or the lat long that we are going to see or make it as a center. So we let's go back and look again about our on our code and see that we have a method called onMapReady. So onMapReady here is called when the map is ready, and it is very important method that all our programming on coding will takes place inside this
method. So forget about onCreate. We have now the onMap ready that passes an argument of type Google Map, an object of type Google Map, and called map map. Now, let's now see the display information about the marker. As I told you, when I click on this method, on this marker, a box is displayed. This box is called information window, info window for the marker. So next video will be about making an customizable or info windows for the markers. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars so you don't miss anything for the next tutorials. Now, let's continue with the markers and see how powerful are the usage of these markers. Now, I will put here a simple code making it draggable. So let's see. Map, I prefer putting this. We have a lot of properties. Now we will see first of all draggable equal true. So we can make and move the markers on our map. So I'm making it a draggable. So M1, when I long press on it, it will be draggable. Now let's create a new one. Alpha will specify a float, which is or passes a float, which is the point of or the degree of transparency for this marker. Now let's put alpha equal, set the opacity of the marker. Its default is 1.0, and you see the alpha markers is like gone and be white. Let's see again, and now it is brighter. Let's try 1 or 2. Okay, and here we go. We have changing the opacity for it. Now we see that the marker passes the position, which is a method, and that passes, and it is required method, and passes the lat long for displaying this marker. We see the anchor, the alpha, and the title. Now let's learn about something new called snippet. So what is snippet? Additional text that displays below the title. So let's try. Welcome or subscribe to our channel. Let's run it and see where is snippets are displayed. Click on the marker, and here we go. Subscribe to our channel. Okay, so this is the functionality for the snippet. Now we have also an additional properties for it called icon. Icon, we can specify icons for our markers by using this draw. Let's r.drawable. Let's say IC launcher, and its descriptor. It's provided by okay. Requires type is bitmap descriptor. Okay, you can specify icons. We'll make a new, let's see. Okay, I have copied this PNG, this icon, into my drawable folder, and I will create now icon and I will pass bitmap descriptor factory, and I will load it from resources and pass the r.drawable.girl. Now let's run it and see the icon for the marker. Okay, it has been changed, and if I click on it, it will display M1. So this is the marker, and this is the icon for it. If I remove it, will again comes into its default one. Okay, now another interesting thing about markers is called visible, and if I pass it a false, it will not be allow the user to move the marker. Set true if you want to allow the user to move the marker, and default will be false. It is gone. And flat or orientation, we can use rotation methods. In order to rotate the marker, we can make it as a rotation and anchor. So what are rotation and what is anchor? Now I will call rotation method, and I will pass a float called 90 degrees. Let's try it. Rotation. Okay, rotation 90. Let's see. And here we go. We see that the marker is rotated 90 degrees. And if I click, it will display M1. There is another special and interesting property called Z-index. So what is Z-index? Z-index sets the marker Z-index on markers option object by calling the Z-index method, as shown in or as I will show you in the next step. So the Z-index specifies a stack order of this marker relative to other markers on the map. A map or a marker with a high Z-index is drawn at top of markers with lower Z-index. If you have a cluster or many markers, you can use that Z-index. So in order to use it, I will specify here .Z-index, and I will pass 1.0 f. It is taking or passing float number. Okay, nothing's changed, but if you have many markers, you will see the difference. We will see in next tutorials how to add a marker click event or marker drag events, long press, and many other tutorials. So if you want these tutorials, rate us 5 stars on Udemy, subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit like and subscribe, and you will get them freely. Thank you guys. See you next videos. Hello guys, and welcome to this tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn how to implement click listeners for the markers. So what are click listeners and how to implement them? we saw in the previous videos how to create markers. So first of all, I will remove this recently created code, and I will create a general marker, and I will call it marker. Okay, I click Alt plus Enter to implement its package, import this package. Okay, so my marker equal to my map. This is the way for implementing the marker. New markers options, and I will specify here its position. Okay, position, I will specify it for M1, and I will pass the title marker 1. Now, how to implement its set on click listener? I will create here mmap dot set on map or marker click listener, and I will pass this. So what is this? I'm going to override an interface called on marker click listener. First of all, I will create on marker click, I will override a marker click. I click Alt plus insert and override method, and I will search for marker click. Okay, maybe not this. Okay, I will first of all implement the marker, and I will say marker or on marker click listener, and Alt plus insert and implement the method, and it will be overridden here. So what we have done is implementing this interface, Google Maps dot on marker click listener, and using it inside the on map ready, and I will now override it here by saying or returning false. Do here what you need. So if you see that the on marker click listener click method is passing the marker as its argument. So if you need anything to be displayed, we will use the marker argument. So marker dot get position, it will be displayed in toast. So what I'm doing is displaying a toast message for the user, telling him about the position for the marker. My position. Okay, let's run and see. At this position, I think I should specify the latitude and longitude. So I will click my position, lat long. Okay, I will make it length long and run again. I will click on the marker and my position lat long 50 50. Okay, so very good, it's working fine. Now let's try to change the position 40 to 40, and let's see the toast message will work and the on click method will work. Okay, 40 and 40. Amazing, guys. So Let's go more specific and get position, get latitude. My latitude will be like this. It should be like, because they are the same, 40. Let's make it 20. Okay. Run again. I will click on it and my latitude is 20. Amazing, guys. So you see, it's very important to know about the marker click listener, because you are making in the future like complex applications that allow the user to get the information about this marker and other markers. So let's try making some another cool features. Marker, but first of all, marker.getPosition. You can get the latitude and longitude. Marker dot, you can get the ID, the snippet, that get title equals z index, tag, rotation, hash code, z index, draggable, flat. These are the very important methods that we are going to use later on. So in this way, we can specify the on-click listener. Now, let's remove this and this and add a new on-click listener called Google Map dot on marker drag listener. So what this will specify, it will specify the dragging event for the marker. So if we drag the marker, this drag on marker drag listener will be triggered and will be executing the code that we will specify. So after we implement it, we need to override these methods and drag on marker drag start, on marker drag, and on marker drag end. Now let's set on marker drag marker drag listener and call this. And we need to specify, as we see in the previous video, for the draggable equal to true. Now, what happens if the marker is dragged? We need to display the new position. So marker 1 is 25 or 20 to 40. We need to check that the new position and getting the new position, longitude and latitude. So we will specify the marker drag and this code, getting the new position, lat and long. This will be a toast and specifying lat marker dot get position dot latitude. And here we for the new position, and I will also get plus longitude and marker dot get position dot longitude. Now let's run and see. This is the marker 1 is 20 to 25. I will drag it to the C, and lat is I will make it as long in order to lecture it. Okay, so if I also drag and drop in the C. Lat 35 and longitude is 21. Let's again drag and drop it. Minus 16 and 29 is longitude. So if we need them into more obvious and more clarified thing, I will put here like this 2 points. And you see, guys, when dragging and dropping, everything is working fine. So then the lat is 11.5559 and the longitude is 11 also. 15.12 and 11.42. It's working fine. So this is the marker on drag listener, and also it is very important. It's very important to learn about dragging and dropping the markers, because we are also making, as I told you, we are going to make complex applications in the future. So I remove this and remove the listener. Now, one thing about Google Map on map ready or on map click listener. So you can specify as for markers, you can specify for the Google Map on map click listener. So implement the method, and we can specify here when the map is clicked. I will also make a toast. Map is clicked and length long. Let's run and see. Okay, let's specify here on map click or mmap. Let's specify here mmap dot set on map click listener, and this. And here we go. Let's see. Let's tap. Okay, map is clicked. When we tap again on the map and map is clicked, toast message will be displayed. So this is a general idea about listeners and map click listeners and marker click listeners and draggable listeners. We will see more and more advanced things in the next videos. So guys, keep us making new tutorials. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit like, subscribe, comment, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get free coupons and free lessons in future. Thank you guys. See you in next videos. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course on Udemy. In this tutorial, we are going to add an info window for our marker and see how they works. So if this is your first time here on our YouTube channel, please subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss any future tutorials. And on Udemy, please rate us 5 stars to get the free coupons and next courses. So an info window allows you to display information to the user when they tap on the marker. So if I tap on the marker, this info window will display its title called marker 1. So only one info window will be displayed at a time. If a user click on the marker, the current info window will be closed and the new info window will be displayed. Note that if the user click on the marker, that is currently showing an info window, that info window closes and reopens. So, like in this way. Now, in order to create an info window, as I show you in the previous videos, that you can add a title and a position. I will remove this. I will keep it draggable, and a title called my marker. We see these properties in the previous video. Now, I will click on it, my marker. Now, I told you I can use the snippet. I can put like population or lat and long. I can put it. It will display the snippet as I told you. Lat 20 and longitude as 40. I click run and see what's happened. Okay, when I click lat is 20 and longitude is 40. Now, here's come the magic for creating an info window. Now, let's try to get the lat, okay, dot get position or a marker plus a marker dot get position dot get or latitude. Let's run and see if the marker, okay, it will not work because there is an error because the snippet cannot take the variable in this way. Now, what is the solution for this? We are going to make undraggable instance or undraggable click listener. Now, we see that lat is displayed without our variable. Now, let's create a custom info window. For that, we are going to create a info window click listener and override them. For now, it's very good to implement here the interface for on info window click listener. Okay, I will click on Alt plus insert, enter, and implement the method, and on info window, and I will pass the map dot set on info window click listener, and I will call it this info window marker, and I will toast the message and display a toast message long and info window is clicked. Let's run. So this listener and this interface method is from the interface on info window click listener interface, and this method will be overridden and display a toast message saying that info window is clicked. So when I will click on the marker, I click on the info window, the info window is clicked, toast message is displayed. Okay, here we can add that toast message a click listener for the info window. Okay, till now it's very clear. So in this video we have learned how to create an info window and use it inside our Google Maps application. So guys, if you are interested in learning coding and other Android, Java and other coding tutorials, please subscribe below to our YouTube channel and rate us 5 stars on Udemy so you get the free coupons and you learn in the fastest way with complete and real examples freely. So subscribe to keep us making new tutorials. See you in next videos, guys. Bye bye. In this tutorial, we are going to work with polylines in Google Maps. Hello my friends, and welcome to the complete Android developer course and master coding channel. We will continue with learning how to create and customize the polylines in Google Maps. So first of all, what is polylines? The polyline class defines a set of connected line segments on the map. A polyline object consists of a set of lat-long locations and create a series of line segments that connect those locations in an ordered sequence. So what does this mean? We are going now to the Android Studio and we will start making a polyline. So first of all, on the map ready, I will create here polyline, and we will start by polyline options. This is for customization, and I will create a one of rect option equal new polyline options, and I will pass the data. So what are these data? As I told you, this is a set of lat long. So first of all, I will pass my lat long that I have created before, which is called M1. Now I will add another one, lat long. I will copy this, lat long M2, and I will make it like 25, and I will make it 45, and I will copy also lat long. I will created it as M4, M3, and I will make it like 30, and here 50, which is lat long, and I will create a lat long, another lat long called M4 equal a new lat long, and called 35 and 55. Now I will add this collection of or set of lat long in the polyline options. I will create also add M2, also add M3, and add M4. In this way we are going to add, or we have added the options or the points for the polyline that we have created. So now polyline class, I will create an object of it called polyline, and my map dot add here equal, and call add polyline, and I will pass rect options. Okay, now let's run our everyday virtual device and let's see the magic. So if you want to learn Android coding and master languages and coding languages, so you came to the right place. Here we go. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit for 5 stars and hit like for us and rate us 5 stars on Udemy. So, and this is our line. It is passing like this. So
let's create another one for called M5. I will create it as 60 and 100. Sorry, 90. Let's see. So guys, it's very okay. I missed to add it here. 5. Okay. So in this way, we are creating the polyline. Okay. So here we go. Let's see, minus 40 and minus 80. Let's see where we go. Okay, guys, it's near Chile. Okay, it's the fastest and the simplest way to add the polyline to the maps. Now, one thing that I should tell you about polyline options, by default, polylines are not clickable. So you can enable and disable the clickability by calling polyline.set clickable. So polyline here, polyline, and we have many methods with visible, geodesic, and clickable. And here we go is clickable, and we pass through and is clickable and clickable. Now polyline, you can receive on polyline click event. So is clickable, we can click, but we can specify the clickability like this. It is clickable, but we are not specifying what happens if we click on it. So in order to do that, we should implement the on polyline click listener here and implement the methods and specify the click on polyline click listener on polyline click listener, and we pass this. Okay, Google Maps on polyline click listener, and we pass this. Insert a new, implement the methods, and click OK. On polyline, in this way we can polyline click, and we can remove this now. No. Okay, we have to remove this, and we can specify the polyline action here when it is clicked. Okay, but this is not usable in the future because many apps don't use click listeners for the polylines. Now let's see what another things for. Okay, get and the set. These are the methods. Now let us go back to the polyline options. We can specify the color, and we here we can add r.color accent. Let's see. We can change the color of the polyline. It is here. Got primary. Let's see. It's not changed. Okay, because we need to specify an int. Okay, let's copy the int from here. Okay, it's not working. We need to specify r.color primary. Let's see. Now, maybe we need to reset them. Okay, it's working. The color. Now, we can specify also like the width, parent, the joint type, and the width. I will should pass the float. I will make it 10. Let's see what happens if passing 10. Okay, it's bigger, and the shape, the color is changed. Now let's see. Let's add the clickable, add, and cap visible z index. As I told you at the alpha, the z index is when you have many shapes on the map. The higher z index of the object, it will be displayed in the forward position over the other objects, like markers, like shade, like circles, like polylines and polygons. We'll see later in the project. So get points, and here are the classes and the methods. This is the polyline in general, and it's a very good practice, because we are going to see how to use them in later and complex applications in future. So guys, if you want to learn Android coding and other coding tutorials from zero to hero and become a real developer, you came to the right place. Just rate us 5 stars on Udemy. You will get free coupons, and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you get the free tutorials. Thank you guys. If you want us to continue making tutorials, do subscribing and rating 5 stars. Thank you guys. See you in next videos about polygons, circles, and other shapes. Thank you. Thank you. In this tutorial, we are going to work with polygons and Google Maps. Hello guys, and welcome to the complete Android developer course and the master coding channel. We will learn how to create and customize polygons in Google Maps. We have learned about polylines. So polygons are objects are similar to polyline objects in that they consist of a series of coordinates in an ordered sequence. However, instead of being open-ended, polygons are designed to define regions within a closed loop with the interior field. So let's jump to our coding playground, and let's create a polygon. Here we go, polygons. Now, in the same way of polylines, we are going to create a polygon option called rect option and new polygon options. And in the same way, I will add M1, add M2, and I will add also M3, M4, and I will add M5. Okay, in this way we have created the polygon option. and get back the mutable polygon class polygon equal new polygon. I will import the class and I will pass the rec option. Sorry, here not new, it is called mmap.polygon add polygon, and I will pass rect option. Now let's run our virtual device, an emulator, and see what's happening. So okay, so it is drawn as a closed set. As I told you, it is a closed set. It's not like Polylines. It is a closed set. Now, to alter the shape of the polygon after it has been added, you can call polygon.setPoints and provide a new list of the point for the outline of the polygon. So polygon equal map add polygon, and we can specify here the fill color. So there are the same way as polylines, polygons have also some characteristics and some methods that we can use, and they are very useful. So I will use the fill color. The fill color, I will create color dot blue. Let's see, color dot blue. Let's run, and here we go. It is the polygon that we have created. Let's edit this. Let's make it 0 0 in order to see the shape more confident and more accurate. Okay, it is the polygon. Okay, now let's see, you can stroke color, we can edit it, color dot red. Let's see the stroke color, which is the outer color. Okay, this is the red stroke color, and the fill color is is blue. So in order to add also like a hole, you can create also inside it, add a hole. Here we can add a hole, which is let's see multiple paths, like multiple paths that can be combined in a single polyline object to create complex shapes such as rings or donuts, like islands. Complex shapes are always the composition of multiple simpler paths. So two paths must be defined in the same area. The larger of the two regions define the fill area and the simple polygon with no addition option. What I'm talking about making holes in the inside the polygon that we have created. So lat long, you can specify it here, or you can specify it in the same way that I have created. New lat long, I will create it like 2 2. Let's create another hole, new lat long and 2 1. Okay, this is called the hole, and what we have is making like this. So fill color, I remove like this, and
This way we have created it. Now we have created a hole, one hole, the second lat long and the third lat long. Let's create another one, new hole, a lat long, and create it as 1 1. So 1 and 1. Okay, this will make it clear. Method as a whole in class Polygon could not be applied for given types. Required iterable. Okay, we need to make a list of lat long. We can specify it here like a list or iterable class. You can specify them here. So in this way we have learned adding a hole inside the polygon. We can specify creating an array list. So for that I will create an array list, which is an of type that extends iterable, and an array list. I will create array list of type lat long, and we call it as lat-t, and the new array list and lat-t, it will add the lat longs. So I will create lat longs called m6 equal new lat long, and I will create 0 0 lat long m7 equal 5 0 lat long m8 equal new lat long 05 or 55, and lat long m9 equal new lat long, and it is called 05. I will need to create it as a box. So lat-t, I will add these points to the array list called m6 lat-t dot add m7 and lat-t dot add m8 and lat-t dot add m9. Okay, so guys, if you need to add the hole inside the polygon, you need to make an array list. This array list of type iterable, and we add here, as I was talking about, called add hole, and we specify the array list called lat. Let's run and see. Okay guys, this is our polygon, and this is our square. So I will create a big box. Let's see here. I will make them like more specific. M1, M2. I will remove this. M2, M3, M4, M5. Let's see if it is still working. Okay, still working. So you can add in this way the points. I will create now a big hole called like -20
minus 20, start with minus 20, it will go to 20, and still on minus 20, it will go back to 20 and 20 here, and it will go back to minus 20, or sorry, 20 and minus 20 to minus 20, 20 to minus 20, 20 to 20, and minus 20 here, and still here 20. I will remove this and go back for here and click run. It should be a big box inside a box. Okay, so here we go. It is now working. Okay guys, it's very clear and very simple using the holes and using the polygons in Android Studio. Also, just one remark, it is you can allow for clicking the polygon by creating a polygon click listener. So use on polygon click listener and implement this interface, alt plus insert, implement the methods, and you can use the on polygon click. Also, as I told you, polygons and polylines click listeners are not usable because there is less use of them because not reliable, and they are not effective and useless. So guys, till now we are doing well. We are going to be a professional in Google Maps, and we are doing very, very well. Thank you guys. I hope you subscribe. If you want us to make continue making tutorials, just subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit like, comment below saying thanks, and we will be motivated to make and produce many courses and many tutorials. Hit rate 5 stars on Udemy, you get free coupons. See you guys next videos. In this tutorial, we are going to work with circles in Google Maps. Hello guys, and welcome to the complete Android developer course on Udemy and a master coding channel on YouTube. So guys, we have seen before how to create polygons and polylines, and now we are going to draw circles in Google Maps. It's very simple step. We go to the already on map ready method, and we start by making a circle. Let's comment it, circle, and we start by making in the same way of drawing polygon options and polyline options. We choose the circle options, and we circle equal a new, or sorry, equal, yes, new circle options, and we specify mandatory the center of it. If you look guys, the center takes a parameter of lat long object. So we need to pass here a lat long object. We have created before a lat long object called M1. So we will specify it as an M1, and we put the radius here, how much in meters it will be drawn. I will draw a circle of radius 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers in meters. So it will be drawn a circle of center M1, which is lat long of coordinates -20 and -20, and of radius 10 kilometers or 10,000 meters. Now get back the mutable circle, and we put circle, we create an object of type circle, and equal to mmap dot add circle. As we have seen, add polyline, polygon, and
add circle, and we pass here the circle option. We click run and see how our circle is drawn. So guys, if you are looking for Android tutorials and mastering other coding tutorials, coding languages like PHP, CS++, Java, Flutter, and other many coding tutorials, you are on the right place. We are making courses, and for getting it, you can subscribe and like and comment below to get the free tutorials, and rate us 5 stars on Udemy to get the free coupons. So guys, this is our circle. Now let's increase the radius and click run. Okay. And our circle is bigger enough to be shown. Okay. Now, there are also circle events, so we can put for the circle stroke. So circle dot let's discover first of all the methods: set center, get radius, get fill, get equals, get stroke, that index clickable, visible, remove, set radius, set stroke, and all of these methods. For now, we are going to use the set stroke color, and it will pass an int. So color dot red, let's see, it should be a circle with red stroke and of radius 10 or 100 kilometer. Okay, this is our circle of center, let our marker, and the radius of 10 or 100 kilometers. Till now, this is for the circle. We can customize the appearance for it, as I told you, the set the stroke color, and we can change the radius and the center for it. Thank you guys. Till now, we are doing fine. We are concentrating on understanding the simple and the basics of coding and Google Maps. We are going and moving for making professional and complex applications using these concepts. So guys, rate us 5 stars on Udemy to allow us making new tutorials, and hit subscribe, comment, and like on YouTube, so we keep making free tutorials on YouTube. Thank you guys. See you in next videos. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about stroke pattern. The default stroke pattern is a solid line for polylines and for the outlines of polygons and circles. You can specify a custom pattern, stroke pattern of pattern item objects, where each item is a dot, a dash, or a gap. Hello guys, welcome to Master Coding channel and the complete Android developer course. Let's go back to Android Studio and create a list. So what this list will contain of a generics of type pattern item. So first of all, I create a list pattern item, and I will call it as a pattern, and I will create an array of the arrays dot as list, and I will pass new dot method, and I will put a gap, new gap. As I told you, there are 3 types: gap, dash, or dot, and I will specify here as a length of 10. Till now, let's see how it works. I will create a polyline. We have seen before how to create a polyline. First of all, I create a polyline option, called option equal new polyline options, and I will add my marker 1 or lat long 1 and M2, and I will add M3, and I will add also M4. These are the lat long that I have created before. Okay, and back to our polyline options, I will add the comma. I will create a polyline here option, and polyline is created by polyline p equal new, or sorry, m map dot add polyline, and I will pass the option. And here we specify first, before we run it, I will show you how it looks like in default one, because it is a solid line as default. This is the default one. I will create now a polyline or p dot set pattern as a pattern that we have created, and click run, and here we go. So guys, it is dashed, and there is a gap for 10. So let's see if we remove the value, there is an error. I will specify also a new dash of 30, value 30. Let's see. It will be a dashed like this. It's look like good shape. Okay, so in this way we have making it as dashed. Let's increase the dash. Let's see how it works and looks. And here we go, it's very nice. So in this way we have created the pattern for polylines, and it's applicable for polygons and for circles. Thank you guys. I hope you subscribe to keep us making new tutorials, and rate us 5 stars for keeping us making free coupons and free tutorials on Udemy. Thank you guys. See you in next videos. We are going to create this amazing application, furniture application. Hello guys, and welcome to Master Coding channel on the complete Android developer course. In this video we are going to walk through material design and card reviews and inserting some special things into our application. So feel free to download all XD files, and the source codes are available on our Udemy course. The free coupons are on the link below, and the files are on the description in Udemy courses. So let's begin. Take your coffee, subscribe, and like. Hit 5 stars on Udemy, and let's begin. First of all, create an empty project, and these are the XD files used. So you can download Adobe XD from Google and purchase it, and you can open this type of folders. It's very amazing, and we personally use it for our application designs and prototyping. I will now export the PNGs here, the bar and the backgrounds and the icons and some images. So I will export it to our desktop, and later on I will add in them to the drawable folder. Here we go. I have created this, and remember guys, just one trick, that Android Studio does not support the naming of images, and there is spaces between them. So I will refactor them, renaming them to anything, just ensuring that there is no space in the name of the file. So till now we are going to design the layout for our application and inserting the needed drawables inside our application. So I remove this text view. I added an image view and ensure the constraints are in their places. So I ensured that the constraints are working fine. Okay. And adding another PNG. Later on I will change it to a button. So I will add the constraint here. Sometimes Android Studio did not take the correct action, or did not understand what you need about constraints. So there is some lag. Maybe in this video I will using and making the step more than one time to ensure that it understand and work fine. So this is our bar. I will take the fill, copy, and I'll take the background hex number, and here we go, it is implemented correctly. Now back to Android Studio, I will create another image view, and I will make it like this. Okay, here there is some margin inside the image as I saved it. So I will edit it later on in this video using Photoshop. I will remove the margins, I will crop it correctly, and then I will put it again. So remember guys, you can download the XD files from the Udemy course in the description below. So and if you are on YouTube, so the files are on the description, and these links are available only on the Udemy course. So you download the source code and the XD files. So make sure you enroll in our Udemy course. So I will implement and add the recycler view and card view libraries as we have shown below in previous seconds, and I will add a constraint layout for later use. Okay, maybe we will remove it now because this is a complex UI, so make sure you make it a professional way. So guys, remember, as I told you in the previous videos, UI is very important. So if you are making a professional app without a UI, a good UI or friendly UI, so you are wasting your time. UI and the user interface, it's very important for the user to be attracted to your application. Okay, I'll drag and drop in a button. I remove the text and make its background like this, and I will remove this image view and will make it, and for later use we can use it for nav drawer or for a setting page or activity. So I intentionally use this this button to ensure that you have a functionality, and adding the click events and click handling click events for this application. And this is our application. Now, till now we are doing fine. Let's add the card views for our application. I will separate the cards into two parts. The primary cards or the main cards,
are above at the bottom at the top, and the secondary buttons are on the bottom of this file. Okay, guys? So here we are adding these files. I will rename it as primary and add them into the main activity. Step number 1 is designing the layout that we have done, partially like about 70%, because there are many layouts later on in this video we are going to create. And step 2, card view design, primary cards. Okay, so the widgets and variables for this file on the main activity is pasted here. So we have recycler view, recycler adapter, and recycler view manager, and the array list. Now I will create a new class called data model. This class will create or store the variable that we are using. We have 2 strings, name and version, and int, which is ID and image. Now I will create a constructor using these four variables and a getters and setters. Okay, and here we have done them. And on create method, I will create in the main cards, I will create a method called initiate main cards. This method will contain the code that will declare and instantiate and add the data needed for these cards. So this method for card view, primary cards, and here I have pasted recycler view has fixed size and the linear layout manager, and recycler view is set for this. So as I told you, I have instantiated it, I have created layout manager and make it horizontal, and recycler view set at layout and set item animator as we see in this code. Now getting data from my data class, data equal new array list that I have created before, and now I will create a new class called my data. My data will contain 4 arrays: name array, version array, ID, and strings. Now and static string called a drawable array. So first of all, we have created a static string name array. These arrays are responsible for the text view, the title, the price, the image, and the ID of the card. So later on in this video, we will see how it's important to make this step, because it will like facilitate and make it easy to edit the text, the prices, the images later on for making a complex application. Not for a simple application, it is likely good, but for complex application it will be very useful to make a standalone class that is responsible for your data and passing the data inside the card views in a professional way that I will show you in this way. So and last one, drawable array r.drawable. And I will put here the images that I will go to download them from the XD file. Let's add some drawables images. I will go to the XD file. Remember guys, for later videos and all videos,
All XD files and all source codes are available on Udemy, on Udemy description for our courses. So enroll in our course and get all this stuff free and without paying anything. Thank you, guys. Let's move again to the static int drawables and add the drawables in like 3 drawables, because we have created 3 members. Remember, guys, just check the description on our course. So just check the description on our course, the complete Android app developer course on Udemy. The description in the comments or the offer in the description below on YouTube. And if you are on Udemy, just download them on the description below for the zip file and extract it, so you get all these source codes and the XD files. Remember, guys, drawables are returning as an int type. So adapter equal new custom adapter data, and this passing it for the constructor of custom adapter, and recycler view.set adapt. Now let's create add the adapter, custom adapter that will be created now. Click on it, create a class called custom adapter, remove this constructor. I remove it now. I will extend the custom adapter recycler view.adapter, and I will pass it as its generalized variables. Custom adapter dot my view holder will later on create my view holder. Now the variables are array lists and context. I will create a constructor passing these parameters. So remember, guys, and I will implement these methods: the on bind view holder, on create view holder, and get item count. If you want to learn about these methods and how to use the adapters, go back to our courses and our playlist, and you can see that they are they are lectured in a very professional way and detailed way. I will create this class called my view holder and implement methods on click. Till now I will comment the item click listener. We will later on save it for later use, and I will not add the functionality for item click. And until now, let's concentrate on making the card view working fine. So guys, if you want, as I told you, go back to the course. If you want to learn more about the card views, more about view holders, adapters, or anything not clear for you. Okay. I am ensuring that they extend these things, removing this error, and my class of my view holder is done. I am copying and pasting some codes to ensure that you save some time. You can pause the video anytime and you can copy it, or you can download the source code from the Udemy course description. So I will create a view called the view, and passing the item underscore card view, that layout that we will create it now, and view holder equal new holder, and passing the view, and I will return the my view holder. I will remove the return null and add it for this. I will create an item card view, and here we go.
The item card view is like having the linear layout, and we will copy and paste. We will add here the card view and image views. I will close the comments and making a new linear layout, having horizontal and weight sum 100, constraints parent ever at the end and the start of the parent. And I will add here card view. In this way we have done adding the card view, Android x.cardview.widget.card view, and inside the card view I will create the image view and the text views. Okay, adding here the layout for text views. Okay, Android X constraint layout, widget.constraint layout, and I will copy and paste the text view like this. You can pause the video and copy them, or you can get the source code from the description below. And new arrival, like for differentiating it, and I will paste another text view, and I will close the tags for the linear layout and the constraint layout here. Till now, the card view, the item card view layout is done. And here we go. I will change some characteristics for the item card view. I will rename it image view. Don't miss, guys, to rate us 5 stars on Udemy, so you push us making new tutorials, and subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the source codes, free tutorials, free coupons, free lessons, and we are expanding our coding lessons and making new lessons for many languages and many courses. So make sure you get them all by subscribing and liking our videos. Now I will add the data for image view, adding the glide library. You can see a standalone and like a video about glide library. So go back to the course, the complete Android developer course, and you will get them a video tutorial about glide and how to use it. In this way I will use the glide with load, apply, and into. These are the four steps that I remember. This is the card views. They need some like adjustment of the layouts. I will create a new layout. I will edit the layout, height and width, DP, and 202, DP, and it has changed the constraint layout, the inner constraint layout. I need the parent, the master, or the boss. Yes, you can say it as a boss because there is a nested. It's a parent layout that we have created, and here we go, 346 for the width and 202 for the height, and here we go. But there is one problem, that the image view is set it as a background for the card view. I will adjust it and make it some fixed sizes, and here we go. I will change it for 80, maybe 80 dp times 80, which is good. Okay, I've changed it. One hundred 120. Let's try 120. And here we go, adding the constraints, and make it add match parent, match constraints, and here I will put 2. Let's run, see the app. Okay, good, but there is maybe I will drag it here, maybe the error from the image. I put here in the drawable and replace it. I call it for FUR4, change it, run, and see. Okay, good. Maybe it will look better. Okay, it is good. And wrapping the text, changing the background, the color for them, and make it I will copy the blue line. Okay, it's changing. The blue color, it's good, but it is changing. Okay, 005D FF. I will write it because it's changing here. 00FD 5D FF. It's changing. Okay, I'll add the hash symbol, and I will make it as sans serif black, condensed. Okay, you can add the fonts. Remember, guys, if you want to add the fonts for your project, you can see the tutorials about the typography, so you can check them in the course. And going back, let's see how to change the text. Okay, for black, it's good. The black and the blue, it's giving us a good contrast and good look. Okay, amazing, guys. I will let you watching the same way, the same process for making the secondary cards. So I will be silent. I will put some music, and you will listen for it, and making and repeating the step for making the secondary cards. And I will add some codes, also the same as we have seen in the previous step for adding the main cards. I will add also the bottom and the bar at the bar at the bottom, and adding some buttons for it. For that, I will let you listen for some music and see you at the last of the video.
And welcome again, guys. We have making a professional application and a very good application. It is friendly used and a friendly user interface. And I hope you subscribe to our YouTube channel to push us forward, and comment below if you have any questions, any if you want to say thanks for us, and like and subscribe. You push us forward making new tutorials on Udemy. Please rate us 5 stars so you get free coupons for our next tutorials and other courses. And remember, guys, we love you. We love making content for you. So love us, push us, and make us motivated for making new tutorials just by liking, subscribing, and commenting below. Thank you, guys. See you in next videos. We are going to build a fashion application user interface exactly like this. Hello, my friends, and welcome to Master Coding channel on the Complete Android Developer course. If this is your first time here and you want to learn Android and other coding languages, you are on the right place. So hit subscribe, like, and comment below to push us forward. Let's begin. First of all, create an empty project in Android Studio and remove the text here. And let's start by the e-commerce application XD file. I've opened it in XD and I want to design this dashboard. So first of all, I will drag and drop the text and see the size of this text. It's 40. I remove the 14 and add the 40 SP. Add the constraint for this text view, and I will add an image view exactly like the coupon image. So, but first of all, I will change the text, okay, and change the font family for, and let's see which is like attractive, more attractive. I think it is serif. Okay, sans serif. And you can add fonts whatever you want. I've learned you how to create fonts in the previous videos. So go back to the course and learn how to create and add your custom fonts in Android. So I added the button and remove the text. Okay, and I will go to the XD and save the selected. You can export it by Control and E. So I'll go to drawable and paste it after copying it from my PC and renaming it to the small letters. Remember, guys, Android Studio would be only accepting small letters in drawables. So there is a margin in my image. I will go and edit it and add a new coupon 2 PNG, which is cropped. I remove this and add it like coupon number 2. So, which is good. So I'm going to the styles and add no action bar. I removed the action bar, and now let's move and add the recycler view dependencies. And maybe if you want, you can add the card views. I will add it for Sperry for the purpose of adding and card views in later on next videos. So I will add it, but till now you can add only recycler view. I'm adding here the constraint for the recycler view in the main activity. Okay, and we are good, adding the ID of the recycler view for recycler view. Okay, remember, guys, if you want these files, XD files, you can download them from resources in the Udemy course below, and also the source code is available in our Udemy course. So you are welcome, guys. Now let's go to the main activity and add the widgets and the variables for our layout. Private recycler view, and I will name it as staggered RV. And the private recycler view adapter, I called it adapter, and I will create it later on, next couple of minutes. And private layout manager, I will call manager. I think I need to change it to a grid layout manager, but staggered grid layout manager. I'll change it later on. But till now, I need to create a new class called recycler view adapter. And this class will act as an adapter. So if you want to learn about adapters more deeply, please go back to the section of advanced views and you get more a lecture about it. I will extend the recycler view.adapter r.recycler view adapter.image holder. I will create an image view holder class inside this class. So later in next 2 minutes. Now, let's create a new context and a list of row. Now, and I will create a new class called row. This row will act as a model class. Also, guys, if you want to learn about model classes, please go back to the advanced views section and you'll learn deeply about model class and why we use them. Till now, I maybe need it to create 3 variables: image, the title, and the description. But I'm creating the constructor now and creating a empty constructor. And I will add getters without setters, because setters, we don't need them. We are only getting the images and the data from it. So we have 3 variables: title, image, and description. We can remove them. I think we are going to remove one of them of the description because the XD file did not contain a description. But in the same way, we can add descriptions. Now I will create an image view holder class. I removed this. Okay, I removed all what I have typed here. And I will create a new class called, let's create an image view holder class, public class image view holder, and extending recycler view dot image view holder implements view on click listeners. So I will add also a click listener for the cards or the recycler view that we are going to implement now. Also implementing the on click and public image view holder. It's a method that is it's a constructor that we need to initialize our views inside it. First of all, I will create an image view called image, a text view called title, and a card view called cardi. But I will remove the card view later on in this video because we don't need card view. We are working with recycler view in this tutorial. Now, I will create a new layout, recycler view item. It will work as a template for our recycler view item. These are the sizes, and I will put an image and a text inside this constraint layout. So we usually use and we prefer and recommend using XD, Adobe XD. It's very professional and will help us in designing our applications. So if you want these files, as I told you, these are available in the resources, and you can download them from the Udemy course, our Udemy course, are totally free. And also the source code of Android Studio are available on the Udemy course. As I told you, image view and the text view are added in our constraint layout, and I'm seeing the size of the text view. It's 16. Okay, and changing the font. Okay. There are many fonts. I will select one of medium sans serif. Okay. Now let's initialize the views inside our image view holder. Okay, image equal item view dot find view by id r dot id dot image view, and the same way the title. Okay, I have removed the description, and now I will add the click listener. Item view dot set on click listener this, and here on the on click add the handling the click events for the items of recycler view or the cards. Let's make a test. If the get layout position equal to 1, which is the first position, a toast message will be for saying, hey, you clicked the first item. In this way, I add the functionality and test the functionality of our recycler view item click listeners. Now, after finishing the image view holder class, I implement the methods of our class. Implementing the methods of our interface, and I will add inside the image view holder, create a view layout inflator from context and inflate the recycler view item that we have created before. Okay, passing parent and attach to root, making it to false, and returning a new image view holder, passing a view instance. Now, on bind view holder, using the glide library, I will implement the glide library in the Gradle. I add them, implementation, and these are the implementation of glide library. You can go back to our course and see a glide library in detailed lessons. Glide with my context and load mdata.getI and .getImage and into holder.image. I will change the I, or I change the position to I. I will add also the binding text view in the same way. Holder.title set text mdata.getI and get title. Okay. One thing, mdata.size returning for get image. Till now, I have finished the adapter and the row, and let's add the last codes inside our main activity. I'll close them, and I will add images for cards. This is an int array called covers. I will create a new int array, and I will pass the drawables here. Now, I will add some drawables from XD. As I told you, sorry guys, I'm sick, but nothing will stop me producing videos for you because you deserved it. Thank you guys. Thank you for your honest. Thank you for people supporting us, rating us for 5 stars on Udemy. Will push us forward making new videos.
and subscribing to our YouTube channel, Master Coding, will also pushing us, and liking will be very motivating for making new videos. All drawables and XD files are available in the description below. So also the source code of the Android Studio. Now, our drawable.fash1, fash2, fash3, and 4, 5, 6. These are the cards images that I have exported from the XD, Adobe XD. Okay. Now let's go to the onCreate method. Here I am initializing the staggered RV, recycler view, find view by ID, recycler view. Step number 2 is getting the data. App list equal new array list, and step number 3 will be creating adapter equal new adapter recycler view. I called it recycler view adapter. Okay, I create a recycler view adapter, and I will pass here the context or this and app list manager equal new, and I will change the layout manager from layout manager to staggered grid layout manager. Now, changing staggered grid layout manager and adding the list. Here's the staggered grid layout manager. Span count will be 2 and staggered grid layout manager dot vertical. Okay. Set the layout manager to staggered RV dot set layout manager to manager, and step number 5 will be the setting and adapter or staggered RV dot set adapter to adapter. Step number 6 will be inserting data, initialize data into recycler view. This is a new method. I will create it, and this method will contain a row, will make a new instance of a row called A and equal to new row, and passing the covers and the covers, which is a drawable or an image, and the title. So this row will have two, the image and the title, because in the XD file I have the only image and title. I need to remove the description because there is no description. If you want, you can add description, but till now I will stick to the Adobe XD file. Also, in the same way, row XD A equal new row covers, new row, passing the cover number 1 and boyfriend T, title applist.a. In this way we add items into recycler view. I also need to create six items. You can add more, whatever you want, but till this moment I'm sticking to the XD file, copying also it and pasting, changing number 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and changing the text to shirt sleeve and shirt sleeve, sleeve double E. Okay, till now I need to add adapter.notify data set change. Don't miss, it's very important.
And let's see, if you are using fragments, you will need to inflate the layout for this fragment and return the view. But because we are not using fragments, I'm adding this, and you can run the application and see if there is an error. Okay, and here we go. Very good, guys. Now let's add our last touches, final touches. I will add and change the constraint and the width and the margins to make it like equally, and making it looking very good. So guys, I hope you rate us 5 stars on Udemy, pushing us forward. You gain free coupons for our next videos. And on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Your subscription will give us motivation and for making new videos and new courses and new tutorials. So guys, I hope you support us, motivate us by liking, subscribing, rating us 5 stars. Don't miss to download our master coding application, which is a free application on Play Store. We have helped more than 1 million people learning Android and coding. So don't miss, and you get a free copy of it freely. Now, this is our application. We have finishing, adding the black color, and here we go. Thank you guys. I hope see you in next videos.